Before I moved into the squeeze-in, I was out looking for work and putting in applications. 2008, and it was just tough. And I got to a really, really low point. And I thought about suicide, and I decided I was gonna go buy a bottle of booze, turn on the propane stove, and I was gonna drink that booze until I passed out. And if I woke up, I was gonna light a cigarette and I was gonna blow us all up. And I looked at my two sweet little trusting dogs, my Cocker Spaniel, my little toy poodle, and I just couldn't do that to them. And I thought, well, I can't do that to me either.
Welcome.
Audio Renaissance presents What We Say Goes. Conversations on U.S. power in a changing world. Interviews with Noam Chomsky and David Barsamian.
Hezbollah started the crisis. Any holes in the official story?
Quite a lot of holes. The narrow facts are accurate. However, it's necessary to point out that the United States and Israel have no objection whatsoever to capture of soldiers and even to the much more serious crime of kidnapping of civilians. Israel's been kidnapping and abducting Lebanese for decades. No one has ever suggested that anyone should invade Israel. In fact, just to make it more dramatic, the recent upsurge of violence did not begin on July 12th. It began on June 25th, 26th, 27th, right after Hamas captured an Israeli soldier right at the border and also killed, I forget how many soldiers. That led to the huge upsurge of violence, and I say upsurge, 36 Palestinians were killed by Israel in June in Gaza, and over 170 in July, so that's a quadrupling of the Israeli violence in a month. That's June 25th. Something happened on June 24th, one day earlier. Namely, Israeli forces kidnapped and abducted two civilians in Gaza, two Palestinian civilians, a doctor and his brother. It was known. You found occasional mentions of it. There were 87 words in the Washington Post, for example, and a couple of other mentions here and there, but it wasn't, nobody reacted, no comment. No one suggested that one should invade Israel and half destroy it. Capture of civilians, kidnapping of civilians is a much more extreme crime than capture of soldiers, and as I say, it goes way back. So that cannot, by our standards, our own standards, there's no justification whatsoever for the U.S.-Israeli attack on Lebanon. That's one point. Another is that whatever one thinks of the Hezbollah action, it did have reasons, official reasons. Two. One official reason was exchange of prisoners. Well, go back a couple of months. In February, about 70% of Lebanese, and they don't like Hezbollah particularly, but 70% of them were in favor of capture of Israeli soldiers for exchange of prisoners, because they know perfectly well that Israel's been, we don't know the numbers because it's all kept secret, but Israel has indeed been kidnapping and often killing Lebanese civilians for decades. And remember, this is the fifth invasion of Lebanon. It's not the first. So that's one point. The other, what their official claim was expression of solidarity and support for Gazans who were under bitter attack, escalating again in late June. In the entire Arab world, there is no meaningful support for Israel other than Hezbollah. Well, again, you can think about it what you like, but those are the two official reasons. I think most specialists on Hezbollah take that to be a pretty accurate account of what they were doing. So again, judge it as you like. Yes, kidnapping. You can't kidnap soldiers. That's a logical impossibility. But capture of soldiers was an international crime of whatever level it is, the crime that Israel and the United States carry out all the time, much more seriously. No justification for any violent retaliation. But it happened. However, there's, of course, a very rich background. The basic background is barely even discussed. Gaza is bad enough, in fact horrible, but the background for that is that the immediate background, of course much longer, is that in January there was a free election in Palestine and they voted the wrong way. You're not allowed to vote the wrong way in a free election. That's our concept of democracy. It's fine as long as you do what we say. But if you vote for someone we don't like, no good. So instantly, Israel and the United States instituted harsh punishment of Palestinians, cutting off funds, stepping up atrocities, starving them out to punish the people of Palestine for voting the wrong way in a free election. It tells you pretty much what is meant by democracy promotion. And yes, Israel stepped up its crimes in Gaza, which were already serious, and it, as Israeli human rights groups point out, it's turned Gaza into the biggest prison in the world. Meanwhile, on the West Bank, where something even more serious going on, Israel, with U.S. backing, as always, is carrying out a program which euphemistically is called convergence, and is described in the United States as withdrawal. In fact, what it is annexation and cantonization. They're annexing valuable land and the major resources, particularly water, designing settlement and infrastructure projects so as to break up the shrinking Palestinian territories into unviable cantons, virtually separated from one another, and all virtually separated from whether tiny corner of Jerusalem is to be left to Palestinians as the center of their commercial, educational, cultural life. And it's all being imprisoned because Israel's taking over, again, with U.S. backing, taking over the Jordan Valley. So a couple of prisons being established in the West Bank, a major prison in Gaza. Gaza and the West Bank are a unit. Everyone agrees to that. So if resistance to this occupation is legitimate in the West Bank, and I'd like to hear an argument to the contrary, it's also legitimate in Gaza. That's another, of course, all totally illegal in violation of Security Council orders, World Bank court decisions, and so on. And it's very harsh and brutal, as it's been for years. So yes, there's quite a lot of background.
Well, in both cases, Lebanon and in Gaza, the crises were precipitated by the capturing of Israeli soldiers. At the same time, both of the political formations that are involved, Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in Palestine, do not recognize Israel, are, according to many, dedicated to its eradication, and are launching missiles, Qassam rockets in the case of Gaza, and Katyusha and other rockets from Lebanon.
Well, first of all, to stress again, the crisis erupted on June 25th, not on June 24th, and the reason for that is crucial, and we should keep remembering it. It's because Israel and the United States and the media and Britain and Europe do not care about kidnapping of civilians, which is a much more serious crime than capture of soldiers. But they don't care as long as it's being done by our side. The timing illustrates that dramatically, which I presume is the reason why what happened on June 24th is being pretty much suppressed. It's just too dramatic. And it's been going on for years. Hezbollah, Hamas, start with them, did observe, it stopped after Israeli atrocities picked up again. It had observed a truce for a year and a half. There were Qassam rockets fired. It's criminal and foolish, but not by Hamas. And we know the reason. I mean, it's a reaction to continuing atrocities and takeover of and the annexation cantonization programs. They're in the West Bank, but that's a unit. However, Hamas did observe a year and a half of truce. Israel refused to accept that and continued assassinations, bombings, and so on, and of course, cutting off of funds, etc. And Hamas has indicated repeatedly that what it's calling for is a long-term truce, indefinite truce, no violence, and negotiations on a two-state settlement when Israel commits itself to withdrawing from the occupied territories. What about Hezbollah? First of all, as far as rockets are concerned, the UN keeps very careful records of what goes on that border. They've registered hundreds of Israeli violations of the border daily, in fact, overflights, sonic booms, and so on, all violations. They have not recorded one case of a Hezbollah rocket from May 2000, when Israel withdrew, up till July 2006. Not a single case. There were some rockets, but not attributed to Hezbollah, the Palestinians. So the number of rockets is apparently zero until the latest upsurge. Hezbollah's position is that they don't regard Israel as a legitimate state. They don't think it ought to exist. However, Nasrallah, the leader, has said repeatedly that Hezbollah will accept whatever Palestinians accept. If they accept a two-state settlement, Hezbollah won't like it, but they'll accept it. Incidentally, the Iranian position is exactly the same. The West loves Ahmadinejad's crazed outbursts, but he has a superior, the so-called supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, who is in charge. He's declared that Iran accepts the Arab League position. The Arab League position is normalization of relations with Israel in a two-state settlement on the international border, which is in fact the international consensus. So, they don't like it, but they've said they would accept it. In fact, it's odd that the question is always raised the way you put it, but which is a little, what somebody's watching from another planet, they think is a little odd, because the only two countries that do not, major ones that do not accept this settlement, are the United States and Israel. And they not only refuse it in rhetoric, but they're implementing programs which will make it impossible to realize it. Implementation is far more significant than rhetoric. So the right question to ask is, what are we going to do about the fact that the United States and Israel continue, as they have for the past 30 years, to reject and to block a diplomatic settlement of the Israel-Palestine problem, and in fact to render it impossible by their illegal actions? That's the question we ought to ask.
You met with Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah, when you were in Lebanon. What was your take on him?
About the same as the take of everyone else I've seen who met him. For example, Edward Peck, who was a high figure in the counterterrorism under the Reagan administration, read his description after I'd been there, and I noticed it was exactly the same as mine. He said, seems reasonable, pragmatic, answers the questions you ask, thoughtful. You can like what he says or not, but you're getting serious answers to serious questions. And his reasons for the most controversial position has to do with maintaining weapons. And his argument, which actually I spent even more time in Lebanon, this is never reported, with the strongest opponents of Hezbollah. So my two friends I went with from here, and I and my wife went to the Mukhtar, Wali Jumblat's palace up in his Druze fiefdom. He's the strongest opponent of Hezbollah. We spent quite a few hours there talking to him and to Shibli Malat, who's Maronite presidential candidate, constitutionalist, also very anti-Hezbollah. And I asked them and others in Lebanon what their answer was to Hezbollah's reasoning. And, unfortunately, nobody had an answer. And I don't know the answer. Their reasoning is that the question goes back to a preliminary question. Does Lebanon deserve to have a deterrent to U.S.-Israeli aggression? Now, that's not an abstract question. The current invasion of Lebanon is the fifth invasion in the last 30 years. Every one of them has been destructive and violent. One of them, 1982, wiped out a large part of Lebanon, killed probably 20,000 people. This is not a joke. So do they have a right to a deterrent? Well, if nobody has a right to a deterrent against U.S.-Israeli aggression, okay, question's answered. No, they don't have a right to deterrent. Nobody does. The U.S. and Israel are allowed to invade anyone they like. If they do have a right to a deterrent, what is it to be? It can't be the Lebanese army. That's much too weak and much too penetrated by the United States. There could be a credible deterrent, namely a U.S. commitment to stop an Israeli invasion. Well, it'd be nice to have maybe an asteroid will land on the Earth tomorrow, too. That's our problem. If people like you and me and others in the United States cannot provide that deterrent, then that doesn't count. Well, what's the alternative? Hezbollah's argument is that the only thing that deters Israel is guerrilla warfare. nothing else, which prevents them from carrying out a land occupation. They've, after all, occupied Lebanon illegally in violation of Security Council orders for 22 years with U.S. support, and pretty brutal and oppressive. So what's the other answer? That did drive them out, finally. So their answer is, well, okay, that's the only deterrent. Actually, the government of Lebanon is ambivalent about this. The prime minister, who's a Sunni, not pro-Hezbollah, Fuad Signora, his position and that of the government was that Resolution 1559, which Security Council, which calls for disarmament of militias, he says does not apply to Hezbollah because it's not a militia, it's a resistance force. Well, okay, you can agree or not agree with the government of Lebanon, but it's not a meaningless, it's not gibberish. It needs an answer. So what is the deterrent? You can say, like the White House and the media would, that they don't have a right to a deterrent because the United States and Israel must be free to do whatever they want. Okay, that's an answer. But if you don't accept that answer, well, what is it?
Well, to twist, you just mentioned UN Security Council Resolution 1559. To twist an Orwell line, in Animal Farm, all Security Council resolutions are equal, except some are more equal than others. So 194, which calls for the right of return or compensation for Palestinians displaced from Palestine, is by the wayside. 242, 338, several on the annexation of Jerusalem, 497 on the Golan Heights. Talk about 1559, and I was interested in a comment that Tim Llewellyn, who used to work for the BBC, in an essay wrote. He calls it a unique interference by the Security Council in Lebanon's internal affairs. Is it unique?
It's I have to think to know whether it's actually unique. It certainly is unusual. The Security Council typically does not intervene in the internal affairs of other countries. A part of 1559 was not unique. That was the call for Syrian withdrawal. I mean, it was cynical and hypocritical. Syria entered Lebanon in 1976 with support of the United States and Israel, because their task then was to kill Palestinians, so that was just fine. They stayed there with the support of the United States. The first Bush administration supported their remaining in Lebanon because they wanted to build up the coalition for the Gulf War. And now, the United States and France, for their own cynical reasons, decided, okay, they should withdraw. Yeah, they should withdraw. They should have withdrawn in 1976 when they were welcomed. So yes, that part is appropriate, though utterly hypocritical. But the other part about the internal affairs of Lebanon is, as he said, dubious. That's not the Security Council's job. And it was also ambiguous. Like Fuad Signora's and the government's interpretation is a possible interpretation. That was reiterated in the 1701, the latest resolution, but it remains ambiguous. It's up to the people of Lebanon to decide how they want to deal with the threat of U.S.-Israeli aggression. Incidentally, it's called Israeli invasion, but that's not true. The jet planes, the missiles, the cluster bomb munitions, the rest of it, they are made here. And they're provided to Israel in massive numbers, just precisely to permit aggression when they feel like doing it. So it's a U.S.-Israeli invasion, quite apart from the fact that the U.S. vetoed a call for ceasefire and then blocked it for weeks. So yes, it's direct participation in the invasion, as in the earlier ones.
That goes to a current article that Seymour Hersh has in the New Yorker, watching Lebanon, Washington's interests in Israel's war. This actually follows up on a piece that was in the San Francisco Chronicle on July 21st. But Hersh writes, with his usual attribution to high administration sources and anonymous insiders. The Bush administration, however, was closely involved in the planning of Israel's retaliatory attacks. President Bush and Vice President Dick Cheney were convinced. Current and former intelligence and diplomatic officials told me that a successful Israeli Air Force bombing campaign against Hezbollah's heavily fortified underground missile and command and control complexes in Lebanon could ease Israel's security concerns and also serve as a prelude to a potential American preemptive attack to destroy Iran's nuclear installations, some of which are also buried deep underground. What do you think of Hersh's reporting?
Well, he's a terrific reporter, and I'm sure he's reporting exactly what was told him. But his sources are intelligence officials and diplomats, unnamed, and their task is not to tell people the truth. Their task is to tell people what they want them to hear. May be true, may not be true, but you've got to understand that. Any report by any reporter from an unidentified intelligence or diplomatic source is reporting what they want you to believe. Okay, maybe what they want you to believe is correct, maybe they have some other reason and so on, but you always have to understand that. However, I have no sources at all, but I drew pretty much the same conclusions. With some modification. For one thing, it cannot be that the U.S. was involved in the detailed planning of the attack, because it took place instantly, within hours, in fact. So within hours of the capture of the soldiers, Israel began bombing. There was no time for any detailed plan. They obviously had contingency plans, of course, to drive the whole population of the West Bank into Jordan or, the Gulf or something. But every state has contingency plans for everything. But so the plans were there, and the decision to implement them could have been made, probably was made in consultation with Washington, but no planning. Just say, give us a green light and we go ahead. The idea that one of the goals was to eliminate a deterrent, a Lebanese deterrent to a U.S. attack on Iran, you can be pretty confident that was true. One of the deterrents to a potential U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran, if it ever happens, one of the deterrents is a Hezbollah attack on Israel in reaction to an invasion. Well, they wanted to eliminate. It's kind of like saying no country should have a right to a deterrent. It's back to that. One of the deterrents for Iran was southern Lebanon. Okay, they thought, rightly or wrongly, that with a massive air attack they could get rid of that. However, my own guess, and again, I don't have any sources, and there's no information. Governments don't give information to their population. If you've ever read secret documents, you know that the secrets are not for security. They're mostly for security of the state against its own people. You don't want the public to know what you're up to. Major enemy of most states is their own population. And here, too, they don't tell us what they're up to, so you have to speculate. But my strong suspicion is that the problem is there's no issue of Israeli security. And there's no, like I said, there were no Hezbollah rockets for 6 years. There were border incidents going both ways all the time, but they were contained. And there's disputed areas and so on. But the real issue is Palestine. Israel and the United States have definite plans for Palestine. We don't have to speculate about that because they're implementing them. They're called courageous withdrawal, but all you have to do is look at them to see what they are. They're annexation, cantonization, and imprisonment. Those are the plans for Palestine. Finishing off Palestinian nationalism. It's not a security issue. The only support in the Arab world, meaningful support, for Palestinians happens to be Hezbollah. All right, it follows almost like night follows day that Hezbollah has to be destroyed, whatever reason you may have or pretext you may have. Well, Hezbollah can't be destroyed. It's an integral part of Lebanese society. It's just, I'll tell you, it's just part of Lebanese society. Follows again, just logically, you have to destroy Lebanon. And it's not the first time, been doing it periodically. So sure, the invasion of Lebanon is rational on the assumption that you have to, finish off with the Palestinians. And I suspect that's the core of it, getting rid of a deterrent to a potential attack on Iran is another reason. So that much we can, I think, conclude plausibly without any sources.
Tanya Reinhardt wrote a book called Israel-Palestine a couple of years ago, and she was reviewing some exchanges between Ariel Sharon and Ehud Barak, and this is what she wrote. As for the Northern Front, which is Lebanon, Sharon rejected Barak's ideas in 1982 as he was still hoping to create a new order in Lebanon. Since that failed and the Israeli occupation of southern Lebanon turned out to be more and more costly over the years, Sharon developed a new plan. Israel should withdraw unilaterally from Lebanon, which I'll add in May of 2000 they did, thus achieving the world's recognition as the peaceful side. In the spirit of Barak's memo, Israel should then wait for some incident. Under the new circumstances, even the slightest incident will be viewed as a legitimate reason for Israel to launch a devastating attack against Lebanon and Syria.
I don't think she's extremely acute and knows the situation very well and has to be taken very seriously and just honest comment. She's an old friend, so take that into account. But I don't think they intend to attack Syria. My guess is the reason is that they would, if they're reasonable. I'm assuming rationality, which is, I think, is a fair assumption in Israel's case, not necessarily Cheney and Rumsfeld, but I think they would be concerned about the successor regime. But Assad is doing pretty much what they want. He's keeping quiet. He's letting Israel take over illegally, of course, annexing the Golan Heights, Syrian Golan Heights, not making much of a fuss about it. Syria is very weak, has no military force. So from Israel's point of view, it's more or less okay. And a successor regime is likely to be Islamic fundamentalist. It's another Hezbollah, which is the last thing they want. And it may turn to guerrilla warfare and other things that they can't handle. So my suspicion is they don't want to attack Syria. Lebanon, it's an old plan, goes way back, even before the state was established, there were ideas about setting up a client regime in Lebanon, a Maronite state. That certainly was Sharon, it's not a secret, it was Sharon's plan when he invaded in 1982. The main purpose of the invasion was to put an end to the embarrassing PLO calls for negotiations. They wanted to stop that and drive the PLO out of Lebanon so we can, again, it was a war to defend the West Bank. In fact, it was, to take over the West Bank. It was almost openly described that way, not unlike this one. And a secondary goal was to institute a Maronite client regime in Lebanon. And it may be, as Tanya Reinhardt says, that that's still been a plan. Other Israeli commentators have also concluded that Uri Avneri, who's closer to the establishment, he's a critic, but he's probably closer to the establishment than Tanya is, has said the same thing. He said the goal of the invasion is to revitalize Sharon's old plan of installing a Maronite kingdom, a goal that goes back to Ben Gurion and others. So, yeah, maybe, I don't know. I kind of doubt it because it's just off. By now, you could imagine it in 1982. You could imagine you could get away with it. And, in fact, they almost did. But this time it's pretty hard to imagine. For one thing, the Maronites are split. One large segment, Michel Aoun, General Aoun, is linked more or less to Hezbollah. And they have nowhere near the power they had back in 82 when they had a big armed militia that Israel was supporting and so on.
Talk about the Israeli military. It has a vaunted reputation for performance in past wars. Siddharth Varadarajan, writing in The Hindu on August 14th, had this comment to make. More than 30 years of enforcing a military occupation and fighting children and poorly equipped guerrillas have clearly taken their toll on the ability of the legendary Israeli army to fight a full-fledged war.
Well, again, I'm no big military expert, but I don't quite agree with that. I think that if Israel was to have a war with, say, Syria, it wouldn't be a 6-day war. It would probably be a 15-minute war. So, yes, that kind of war I think they can still fight. What they have not been able to fight, and here Hezbollah is unique, is a serious guerrilla war. It's the first time. They're now fighting a guerrilla movement deeply entrenched in the population, and from a military point of view, pretty sophisticated. In fact, if you read the Israeli press, which I've been doing regularly, they're shocked. The military is shocked They thought, first of all, that the chief of staff, Don Chalutz, is the former Air Force chief, and Uri Avneri pointed out, he's a pretty acute commentator, he pointed out recently that Don Chalutz, he said, is the real ruler of Israel, and he sees the world through a bomb sight. So we're familiar with that from U.S. history. You can just bomb everything to oblivion, and it's fine. Well, it often doesn't work. It didn't work this time. They bombed and bombed. They didn't get anywhere. They didn't want to send in ground troops because they know they're going to be fighting a guerrilla war, the same kind that drove them out in the first place. And when they went in, they had tough fighting everywhere. The Hezbollah forces were behind them, in front of them. It was kind of like fighting what the U.S. calls the Viet Cong, the propaganda term. The National Liberation Front forces in South Vietnam were just population, and that's a tough war. Not only is it tough on your own forces, but it's a war against the population, and we know what that means. So they didn't want to send in ground troops. They finally did because they couldn't get anywhere, and they've had hard fighting, and they had to. They probably killed 1,000 Lebanese, and they destroyed a large part of the country. That's the easy part, not just Hezbollah. I mean, when they say they're attacking Hezbollah targets, that means they're attacking the civilian society, like the southern Beirut, where actually I was a couple of months ago. It's a city, it's a poor city. And yes, that's a Hezbollah target. Most of the population are Shiites, support Hezbollah, or else Amal, which is a close ally with about the same programs. So yeah, you want to attack Hezbollah, you have to attack the civilian society. I mean, you can also get, paranoid fanatics, like our friend over in the Harvard Law School, who wrote that, he wrote an article which I don't think you could find an analog for you'd have to look in the Nazi archives to find something like it. He said 87% of Lebanese support Hezbollah resistance, so therefore all Lebanese are legitimate targets. So if anybody supports resistance to the holy state, they're a legitimate target for destruction. Try to find an analog for that. I mean, I've been thinking I haven't been able to find one. But, yeah, so way out at the hysterical extreme, you get that view. And from there on over, it's the general, you get to the moderates who say, well, the attack on the civilian society is disproportionate. And in fact, it's not disproportionate, it's outrageous, and we know that they believe that. Just imagine that anybody had suggested after, say, the kidnapping of the Muammar brothers on June 24th, or Israel's long history of kidnapping and abducting Lebanese. Suppose anyone had suggested destroying half of Israel. I mean, you'd think it's a revival of Nazism. Okay, is this any different? Yeah, okay, it's not. So the word disproportionate is not in place, and certainly not the extremist fanatics. But it's reasonably clear what happened, and nobody comes out pure as driven snow. But our problem we should be concerned with is the United States. After all, that's us. That's what we're doing.
That Harvard Law professor is Alan Dershowitz. Well, what does this war do to the American project in Lebanon for a Cedar revolution after the assassination of the former Lebanese Prime Minister Rafik Hariri on February 14, 2005? There were mass street demonstrations. Syria left the country, and 1559 was passed, and there was going to be a new era in Lebanon. It seems almost that the Israeli destruction of key aspects of the Lebanese state, I mean, the ability to provide services, transport and health care, etc., have been compromised and weakened.
Well, first of all, after the Cedar Revolution, antagonism toward and suspicion of the United States in Lebanon was higher than of Syria. So Bush would like to take credit for the Cedar Revolution, but that's not the Lebanese view. I mean, there were elements in Lebanon, like Waleed Jumblatt, for example, who I mentioned, who are very, at times, varies. They're opportunistic politicians, but at times have been supportive of the United States. Shibli Malat certainly is, the other person I mentioned. And in the March 14th coalition, there are elements like that, but many are not. Again, Hezbollah is just integrated into the society, and they're not the only ones. I mean, Amal, the other major Shiite organization, has similar stands. So the Bush program we can basically forget about. This was a Lebanese program. France and the United States, again, for their own cynical reasons, for once didn't impede a move towards democracy, but that's about the most you can say. And the democracy that emerges has to be of the kind that is subordinated to U.S. interests. We can see that very clearly by the U.S. reaction to the election of Hamas. It's a very free election. Everyone agreed. Vote the wrong way, okay, you strangle them. Punish the population. That's standard operating procedure, once again. So whatever the project, they undoubtedly did want Lebanon to reconstruct as a kind of commercial, financial center, society, rebuilt, run for the wealthy, poor Shiites in South Beirut and South Lebanon. The government did essentially nothing for them, which is one of the reasons why Hezbollah became so powerful. It was not its military forces. It was providing social services. It was the government. It was providing health, educational services, support, and so on. And like other Islamic fundamentalist movements, that's the basis for its enormous popular support. The United States certainly didn't intend to have a democracy of the kind that's going to provide services for the population. I mean, is that the intent of the Bush administration right here, for example? I mean, we don't have to talk about that. But whatever the project may have been, it's now in ruins. The United States, the U.S.-Israeli invasion has created enormous popularity for Hezbollah. It's almost undoubtedly created a new generation of jihadi terrorists all over the Arab world, Muslim worlds probably. Hezbollah has, after all, achieved something that none of the Arab states achieved. It deterred an Israeli invasion. Actually, Rami Khouri, who's maybe the most distinguished journalist in the Arab world, a very intelligent person, one of the editors of the Daily Star in Lebanon. He wrote a while back, I think before the invasion, that he said the Arab states have been unable to deter Israeli aggression, occupation, repression, takeover of lands, and so on. They just haven't been able to deter it. As a result, non-state forces have developed, paramilitary and other non-state forces have developed to defend the population. One of them is Hamas, another one's Hezbollah. They've developed in response to the inability of the states to deter, he was too polite to say U.S., but I'll add it, U.S.-Israeli aggression, repression, takeover of lands, resources, and so on. So they developed, and he says, this is a dangerous situation. You don't want to have non-state actors inside a state, especially military ones, but that's what's going to happen. And unless the fundamental problems are dealt with, that's going to happen again. The U.S. and Israel substantially helped create Islamic fundamentalist extremism by destroying secular nationalism. Destroy secular nationalism, people aren't going to just say, okay, cut my throat. They're going to turn somewhere else. And the somewhere else, systematically, has been extremist religious fanaticism. Actually, there's something at a totally different level. There's something similar to that in the United States. So it shouldn't be too foreign to us. I mean, the last 25 years, which according to press and intellectual commentators has been a golden age, has been probably the worst period in American economic history for the general population. For 25 years, for the majority, real wages have stagnated or declined. Working hours are going up. Benefits are declining. Services are declining. That's pretty unusual. It's never happened before. No depression, no major war. It's just economic policies have been designed that way. Well, associated with it is an increase in the role of religious fundamentalism in U.S. life. It's always been there. It's always been there as a big factor, but it's no secret to any of us that it's becoming more significant, partly because it's just being mobilized as a force for reaction, but partly because there's a response to the situation which is allowing it to be mobilized. It's a very familiar phenomenon. And when the United States and Israel have systematically destroyed secular nationalist movements in the Arab world. Yeah, that's what you get in response. It goes way back. After all, remember that the U.S. since the Second World War, the U.S. has been the strongest outside supporter of extremist Islamic fundamentalism. I mean, Washington's oldest and most valued ally in the Arab world is Saudi Arabia. I mean, by comparison with Saudi Arabia, Iran looks like a democratic heaven. The threat to Saudi Arabian religious extremist tyranny was secular nationalism, mainly Nasser, centered around Nasser. So Nasser became an enemy because he was threatening the U.S. base of extremist religious fundamentalism, which happens to control the oil, which is the reason. So yes, Israel performed a huge service to the United States in 1967 and to Saudi Arabia and the energy corporations by essentially eliminating secular Arab nationalism, which was regarded as a threat for good reasons. It was threatening to use the resources of the region for the needs of its own population. And that's intolerable. They're our resources, as George Kennan said a long time ago, and we have to protect them. And then the same's happened time after time. I mean, Israel created Hamas by destroying secular PLO, which was calling for negotiations and settlement, which Israel didn't want, the U.S. didn't want. So, okay, they destroyed it, and then what happens? Population doesn't disintegrate. It turned to something else. And what it turned to is religious fundamentalism. Well, the jihadi movement existed in the 70s. They killed Sadat. They're mainly Egyptian-based, but the U.S. mobilized them and gave them a huge shot in the arm by organizing them to fight the Russians in Afghanistan. Not for the Afghans, probably prolonged the Russian invasion, but it was a good way to, harm the Cold War enemy. So they created the jihadis, the radical. They were there, as I say, but they created them, and that just continues step by step. I mean, in Pakistan, which is a major center now for radical Islamism, that comes from Zia-ul-Haq, who was strongly supported by the Reagan administration. In fact, for years, all through its tenure, the Reagan administration pretended that he wasn't developing nuclear weapons. Of course, they knew he was, but every year they'd religiously certify Pakistan as not developing nuclear weapons because they wanted to support their radical extremist fundamentalist friend. They knew perfectly well that Saudi Arabia was funding extremist madrasas, schools all over Lebanon, undermined the Lebanese Pakistani educational system, which had been pretty good. And people like Pervez Hoodboy, the friend of both of us, is a nuclear physicist, is deploring the fact that he can't get students anymore to study the sciences because all they're learning in school is, the Quran. They don't want to do science. That wasn't true in the past. Well, that's supported by the Reagan administration, guys who are in office right now. Further, just like they supported Saddam Hussein. I mean, he happened to be a secular maniac, but they supported him too. I mean, they're ecumenical. They'll support anyone who accords with U.S. policies. When Saddam Hussein was invading Iran, that U.S. favored that, so therefore big supporters of Saddam Hussein. In fact, pretty much won the war for him. And same, it's all over the world. I mean, I don't know if you want to go through the rest, but
we'll talk about Hezbollah being a Shia formation and its co-religionists in Iraq and Iran. And I just want to point out on August 4th, there was a massive rally in Baghdad where hundreds of thousands of Iraqis turned out chanting death to Israel and death to America.
Yeah. I mean, you have to give Rumsfeld and Cheney and Wolfowitz credit. They created a Shiite state in Iraq, which has close links to Iran, and may turn out to be another religious fundamentalist state. They created it. It wasn't there before. Whatever they thought they were doing, that's what they created. And yes, in fact, the parliament passed, I think, a unanimous resolution or something close to that, condemning the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. And the prime minister, of course, made a strong statement condemning the invasion. He got a lot of flack about that when he came to the United States. Some Democratic congressional representatives boycotted him because he dared to condemn a U.S.-Israeli invasion of another country. You're not allowed to do that. For a liberal Democrat, that's outrageous. But sure, that's their position. And it's the position of the mass of the population all over the Arab world. I mean, even you read the New York Times reports. I mean, they do report that the tyrannies that run the countries criticize Hezbollah, but they also point out that that was in open defiance of their own populations. And in fact, they've had to back down. Like King Abdullah of Saudi Arabia was very much worried about Iran and the Shiite movements, nevertheless was compelled by popular opinion, and that's a tyranny. So, you don't just listen to the public unless it becomes dangerous. He was compelled to say that if this aggression continues, Saudi Arabia will have to react to a criminal invasion.
The relentless carnage and mayhem in Iraq, the deaths are in the thousands, are now internal refugees. A de facto partition has even driven a big supporter of the war, the Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist of the New York Times, Thomas Friedman, to back off from his support. Where do you see U.S. policy in Iraq going?
Well, they have a real dilemma. All the talk about withdrawal strategies is essentially worthless unless it faces a fundamental point. The U.S. cannot withdraw from Iraq. It cannot leave Iraq as a sovereign, independent state. I mean, cannot is strong. It'd be an immense defeat. It's nothing like Vietnam. The analogies are worthless. I mean, in the case of Vietnam, they could destroy the country and walk out, basically win the war. Those are their major objectives. They can get the maximal ones. They got the main objectives. You can't do that in Iraq. It's much too valuable. Not only in itself, second largest oil reserves in the world and very accessible ones, but its position right in the center of the energy-producing regions, right next door to Iran and Saudi Arabia. You can't leave it to it would be like a nightmare for them to leave it to its own population, which would, of course, have a Shiite majority and would link up, tighten relations with Iran, as it's already doing. And there's more to it. I mean, right across by a strange accident of geography, the major energy reserves of the world happen to be in Shiite-dominated areas. So Saudi Arabia is the major energy reserves. They're mostly right there on the border of Iraq, which is it's a majority, but certainly a very large Shiite population, which has been bitterly repressed by the U.S.-backed tyranny and is being spurred to move for greater rights, maybe even autonomy or something, by the fact that the Iraqi Shiites are now gaining some degree of control over policy. So you have the possibility of a kind of a loose Shiite alliance, including Shiite Iran, mostly Shiite Iran, Shiite Iraq, Shiite corner of Saudi Arabia, independent of Washington, controlling most of the world's energy. I mean, as if that wasn't bad enough, they may well turn to the east. The United States can intimidate Europe and they back off, but they can't intimidate China, which is one of the reasons for the fear of China. Just won't be intimidated. They've been around for 3,000 years. Contempt for the barbarians, they proceed. The U.S. tells them to back off. They continue to invest. When President Hu of China visited here last year, the Bush administration thought they could insult him by denying him a state dinner and he could just have a state lunch. He was polite, and then he turned the insult around very elegantly. He flew from Washington to Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, where he made new investment and trade relations with Saudi Arabia. It's now one of Saudi Arabia's leading trading partners, providing them even with military equipment. I mean, this must terrify the civilian planners in the Pentagon, the military planners. Saudi Arabia is the chief jewel. All of these factors have to be brought into consideration of the question of withdrawal. It's not a technical question of how do you get the troops out. It has nothing to do with fomenting a civil war. They're not concerned about that, and probably the occupation's increasing it. But it has real motives. And you can't present sensible plans if you don't pay attention to the motives. The main motive is that a sovereign, mildly democratic Iraq would be an utter catastrophe for U.S. planners. Well, that has to be brought into account.
Well, not content with their success in Iraq, neocon intellectuals, if I may use that term, like Bill Kristol in the Weekly Standard, writes that we might consider countering this act of Iranian aggression, that's what he calls Lebanon, with a military strike against Iranian nuclear facilities. Why wait, he asks. Does anyone think a nuclear Iran can be contained, that the current regime will negotiate in good faith? It would be easier to act sooner rather than later. Yes, there would be repercussions, and they would be healthy ones, showing a strong America that has rejected further appeasement.
Well, as Kristol certainly knows, the shoe is on the other foot. The Iranian government has been proposing negotiations for years. We now know, and he undoubtedly knows, that in 2003, the Khatami government, the moderate government, but with the approval of the hardline clerical rulers, offered to negotiate all outstanding issues with the United States. That included nuclear issues. It also included a two-state settlement for the Israel-Palestine problem, which, as I mentioned, Iran officially supports. The Bush administration didn't reject the negotiation offer. It didn't even reply to it. Its response was to censure the Swiss diplomat who brought the offer. Well, that continues. It's the U.S. that's refusing negotiations. There's a big hoopla now about Condi Rice shifted policy. Now they're willing to negotiate. No, that's not true. They're willing to negotiate if Iran concedes the result of the negotiations before the negotiations. So the negotiations are conditional on Iran stopping uranium enrichment, which it's legally entitled to do, which is supposed to be the goal of the negotiations. So, yeah, we'll negotiate if they first concede in advance. And also with a gun pointed at their heads. We won't withdraw the threats. And they've made it very clear. We continue the threats, which are a violation of the UN Charter, of course. And they have to agree in advance to what we want them to do, and then we'll negotiate along with Europe. So, in other words, the U.S. is still refusing to negotiate. Iran's government is not a nice government. All kind of hideous things you can say about it. But the fact is, on this issue, they're the ones who've offered negotiations. They're the ones who said that they would accept a two-state settlement in Israel-Palestine. They're the ones who say, well, let's deal with it. In fact, it goes beyond that. I mean, the issue of enriching uranium to weapons grade is a very serious problem. The fate of the species depends on it. If that continues, we're not going to survive much longer. Well, there are proposals as to how to deal with it. The major proposal comes from Mohammad al-Baradei, the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Nobel Prize laureate last year, and highly respected. His proposal a couple of years ago was that production of weapons-grade fissile materials be under international control, supervision, and anyone who wants to apply for fissile materials can apply to the International Agency for Peaceful Use. That's a very sensible proposal. As far as I'm aware, there's only one country in the world that's accepted it, Iran. Try to find a reference to that somewhere. But they did, officially. Ali Larijani, their main negotiator. It's known. You can't not know it. So, again, plenty of criticisms. I mean, Iran's got a horrible government, undoubtedly repressive and so on. But in these domains, its position is far more forthcoming than that of the United States. Actually, one can say the same about Hamas and U.S. Israel. Again, plenty of things wrong with Hamas. I mean, last government I'd want to live under. But their position happens to be more forthcoming than that of the United States and Israel. Might as well face reality.
David Korten has a new book out called The Great Turning, and he's talking about a perfect storm that is looming. Three elements: peak oil, climate change, and the collapse of the U.S. dollar. What do you think about those concepts?
Well, those are all problems. I think a much more serious one than any of them is the threat of nuclear war. It's not talked about much, except in professional circles. If you read the literature on strategic analysts, disarmament and so on, that's regarded as a serious and growing threat, a threat that's been very sharply increased by Bush administration aggressive militarism. And, this is not an exotic position. I mean, you get somebody like Robert McNamara warning that current policies are leading to what he called apocalypse soon. That this is not some far-out radical. It's a mainstream position, so that's very serious. The threat of environmental destruction is very serious, but it's not as imminent. However, the longer we delay in dealing with it, the worse it'll be. As far as the collapse of the dollar is concerned, that's a sort of a mixed story. I mean, almost every economist knows that the U.S. is going to have to do something about the huge trade deficit, and there's only one thing you can do, and that is to weaken the dollar, which will increase inflation, and it'll increase the cost of commodities for consumers, but it will lead to an increase in exports, might lead to an increase in manufacturing jobs and so on. So that's kind of a mixed story. As for peak oil, it might be a blessing if it's close. People talk about it as a catastrophe, but what they're failing to notice is that continued use of oil is probably a worse catastrophe, maybe like another generation away. But oil's finite, so there's some point somewhere at which it won't be economical to use it any longer. Okay, when that is, nobody really knows. There's many ambiguities, but it could be reasonably close. So, for example, ExxonMobil, it's pretty conservative on this issue, has its 25-year projection, the last one, predicted that non-OPEC oil would peak within about, I think it said, a decade. But that's based on the assumption that it's not going to be possible to economically to refine oil from tar sands or the other hard oil that's hard to gain access to. Like, it may turn out that Venezuela has the largest resources in the world by some measures. It's just very hard to get to. But so it'll come, and as I say, it's a mixed blessing. If it leads to sensible steps towards reconstructing the society so that we accommodate to the fact that we cannot keep polluting the atmosphere, we cannot keep destroying the environment, or else we'll all be dead. If that happens sooner, fine. If it means that Bush or successor administration would put into operation the kinds of measures that can be taken to mitigate this impending catastrophe, that would be good. And they may even be good for the economy, contrary to what's said, like conservation, for example, is in many ways good for the economy. And those are measures that can be undertaken right away. Alternative energy sources can be looked at. A change in lifestyle, which is not necessarily harmful. There's nothing great about being able to sit in a traffic jam in New York in your Hummer. It's not the peak of existence. But if that's if a more sensible and, in fact, better lifestyle can be created that can begin to mitigate what is coming. I mean, the serious problem's coming. We're probably past the point when you can hope to reverse it, but you can mitigate it and control it. And if peak oil turns out to be closer than many estimate, that may be a benefit. So the peak oil and the dollar are a mixed story. The ultimate environmental catastrophe is real. The threat of nuclear war is real, and there are plenty of others. Like the United States is heading for a fiscal train wreck, mostly because of the healthcare system, which is a disaster. I mean, you read the press, they say, well, there's an entitlement problem. With an aging population, there's a problem with Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. I mean, it's not exact lying. It's just incredible deceit. There's no problem with Social Security. I mean, a little tinkering will deal with whatever the Social Security problem is. But the health problem is very severe. The U.S. has the worst healthcare system probably in the world. about twice the cost of other per capita of other industrial societies, and some of the worst outcomes in the industrial world. And it's going up. Well, it's going up for reasons that people understand pretty well, partly the extraordinary power of the pharmaceutical industries, which are state subsidized, but want to ensure that drugs keep escalating out of control, and the privatized system, which is extremely inefficient and costly. So that's a serious problem, which our children and grandchildren will have to worry about, because it is going out of control. It's not an entitlement problem; it's a healthcare problem, and that can be dealt with, and it can be dealt with the way the large majority of the population wants. It's not utopian exactly to say that we should have a system at least as efficient as other industrial societies. It's not like reaching for the stars.
There's been a persistence of various theories around September 11th alleging direct or indirect Bush administration participation in the attacks. Why do you think that is?
Well, first of all, I don't think much of these theories.
But they're out there. People ask you about it.
Are they? I'm getting bombarded with it. I mean, it's not only a huge industry, but it's a kind of fanatic industry. So, other people think I ought to change my priorities. But of them, a couple hundred letters I'm getting every day, the flood that says that's really abusive. It says, it's your responsibility to set this as your highest priority and to drop everything else. That's coming from the 9/11 truth people. So it's a kind of religious fanaticism, almost. There are three questions you have to ask. One has to do with the evidence. Can you become a highly qualified civil and mechanical engineer and expert in the structure of buildings with a couple hours on the internet? Well, if you can, we can get rid of the civil and mechanical engineering departments at MIT. Why go to the university? And if you really believe any of this evidence, then there's an easy way to proceed. Go to specialists who can evaluate it. Not, you may have found one physicist somewhere, but go to the civil and mechanical engineering departments. I mean, maybe the industry claims they're all in on the conspiracy. Well, if it's that vast, we might as well forget it. They claim that they're afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's the safest position to take. In fact, it's treated very sympathetically by power centers, which takes us to another point. Why is it treated sympathetically? I think they like it. It's diverting enormous amounts of energy away from real crimes of the administration, which are far more serious even than what they're accused of at 9/11. All right. Suppose they blew up the World Trade Center. Yeah, by their standards, that's a minor crime. I mean, take increasing the threat of nuclear war and environmental disaster. It's a far worse crime. That may lead to extinction of the species. Take the invasion of Iraq, take the invasion of Lebanon, let's go on and on. Take what they're doing to, working people in the United States. I mean, go on and on. They're committing real crimes. As long as the energy is direct, and there's very little protest about them. One of the reasons is, not the only one, of course, that an enormous amount of potentially activist energy is directed into this. So from their point of view, it's great. We'll give them exposure on C-SPAN, have their books right up front at the local bookstores. A pretty tolerant reaction. I mean, we sort of say we think it's a bad joke, but, you don't get the kind of reaction you do when you really go after, hard issues of the way the government behaves. Nothing like that. So, yeah, it's a terrible drain of energy away from much more serious problems. The evidence... I don't think the people who are presenting the evidence are even in a position to evaluate it. It's a hard technical question, most of these things. What doesn't seem to be understood is that there's a reason why scientists do experiments. They don't just take videotapes of what's happening out the window. The reason is what's happening out the window involves so many variables you don't understand that you're just getting a mess. You can find all kind of unexplained coincidences, apparent violations of the laws of nature, anything. Even with controlled experiments, there are plenty of problems. You read the letters columns of science journals, you'll see plenty of examples. So the fact that you're finding this happened, that happened, and so on doesn't tell you anything. The who benefits argument is totally worthless. I mean, I think my first interview after 9/11, I made the not very brilliant prediction that every power system in the world is going to exploit this immediately for their own purposes. So Russia will step up its atrocities in Chechnya, Israel will in the West Bank, Indonesia will in Aceh, China in Western China, and the United States was exploited, as we know, and in ways that weren't very well advertised. Like one of the ways it was exploited was just reported in an excellent investigative report in the front page of the Wall Street Journal. I don't know if you saw it, but they did a detailed report, big story, front page, about how major corporations used 9/11 in order to give their top management huge stock options. I mean, the stock market was closed for a couple of days, and they knew, everybody knew when it opened, it was going to be a collapse. So they gave out stock options timed for the day of the opening. So they're at very low price, and of course they're going to go up. And the way the stock options work, you can trade them in for the going price. So it's a huge bonanza to the CEOs and top management. Yeah, that's one way to exploit 9/11. And other ways are almost every government instituted measures to control their own population more intensively and so on. So sure, the Bush administration did too. That doesn't tell you anything. And in fact, the whole idea completely lacks credibility. I mean, if there were any truth to this, it would be a huge conspiracy. I mean, the airline industries, the media, they had to fake the planes. I mean, a lot of people in the administration would have had to know it's a very chancy operation. You never know what's going to happen. I mean, the chances of a leak are pretty high. And even the slightest leak, these guys would be lined up before firing squads, and it's the end of the Republican Party forever. Gaining what? Gaining a pretext for what they're going to do anyway, and they'd find another pretext. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I would say, governments lie. Look at and they point to the Gulf of Tonkin, the battleship Maine in the harbor at Havana.
Yeah, the governments lie all the time, but there is nothing in history that is even remotely comparable to this. And there's a good reason. You could never get away with it. Even a dictatorship couldn't get away with it. It would be exposed in no time. And particularly something like this, where there's no way to predict what's going to happen.
Well, do you think the attention that's being paid to 9/11 theories reflects a lack of politics?
Yeah, I think it's a lot like the appeal of fundamentalist evangelical religions. People are very suspicious, rightly. They don't trust institutions. We know that, and rightly, practically any of them. The society has been atomized. There's very little in the way of there's plenty of activism and popular organization, but none of the main institutions are around. I mean, unions are mostly gone. Political parties don't exist. We have what are called elections, but don't have to talk about that. There's very little that you can get associated with. In fact, it's one of the reasons why most of the activism comes out of churches. They're there, So yeah, the activism that's where the movement offices are. That's the center. Well, you have people who don't like what's going on, who've been through very hard times, don't trust anything, don't like what's happening, and have no way to react. So you latch on to something. And the internet has a dangerous effect, not just on this. The internet is terrifically useful for getting information, for activism, for all sorts of things, but it has a downside. I mean, one person puts up a theory on a blog, and it has a minimal credibility, and 5 other people see it, and they say, oh, yeah, maybe, and then they build it up a little, and pretty soon you get exponential growth, and you have a huge industry reinforcing itself, and there are many of these around. The 9/11 is one of them, but there are plenty of others. And, it's easy to happen in a depoliticized society, an atomized, depoliticized society where people don't know what to do. I mean, look, you probably get them too, but I get a flood of email, and quite a lot of it, many letters a day, is from very sincere, honest people saying, tell me what I can do. Almost always from wealthy, privileged sectors, not super wealthy, but people who are privileged enough so they can sit down in the evening and write a letter to someone, text something. What can I do? Nobody asks you that in a third world country. You go to anywhere you've been, do you ever find anybody say, what can we do? They tell you what they're doing. But in a place where people have relatively very high level of freedom by comparative standards, pretty high privilege, very atomized, separated from one another, no groups that they could know how to affiliate with. They're there, but you have to be an activist to even know about them. They're just at a loss. What can I do? Well, okay, here's something you can do. I can prove that, I can become a qualified civil engineer in an hour, and then I can prove that Bush blew up the World Trade Center. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure that in Washington they must be clapping. Actually, I don't know how. I'll mention one fact, which I've not made much of a fuss about. A couple of years ago, I came across a document in the Pentagon document, which it was about declassification procedures, and among the other things, it proposed that the Pentagon should periodically declassify information about the Kennedy assassination, because that'll keep people focused on that, keep activists focused on that, and they'll go off on some wild goose chase instead of pursuing real problems, like getting freedom of information requests for things we don't want them to know, or getting organized and active on these things. So fine, let them trace whether Kennedy was killed by the mafia or, so-and-so, fine, anything they want. So just declassify information to keep it going. It wouldn't shock me if 30 years from now we discover in the declassified record that the 9/11 industry is being fed by the administration.
You quote Thucydides as saying, large nations do what they wish, while small nations accept what they must. Why do you cite him?
Well, in my opinion, that's one of the two principles of international relations. Most of the theory you can more or less dispense with, but that's a principle which is operative in international affairs. And I think it should be paired with another principle brought up by Adam Smith, who is greatly revered but not very much read. He pointed out, he was talking about England, of course, he said that the principal architects of policy, state policy, who were the merchants and manufacturers, make sure that their own interests are very well attended to, however grievous the consequences for others, including the people of England. That's a second principle of international relations. And if you just think of these two simple principles, you can account for a fair amount of state policy, almost independently of which state it is.
There was a lot of comment and attention paid to Hugo Chávez's speech in New York at the UN in late September 2006. He referred to Bush as a devil and comments about sulfur coming from the podium. Here in the United States, there's also, in some sectors, a tendency to attack Bush personally with a lot of name calling. And do you think that's useful?
Well, first of all, I disagree with your first statement. I think there was no attention paid to Chávez's speeches, either at the General Assembly, the one that was at least mentioned, or the much more important one at the Security Council, where I couldn't find a single reference. Didn't do a media search, but and that was an important speech. It had a lot of content. Also, the General Assembly speech had content, though it was more of a crowd pleaser than the Security Council speech, which was quite serious. At the Security Council piece, and it was evaded. The Security Council, he talked about, for example, reintroducing the concept of a new international economic order that was sponsored by the former colonial countries, the non-aligned movement in the 1970s, put forward by UNCTAD, the main UN development agency, very serious program to try to bring the so-called third world into international affairs on a slightly more equal footing. That was shot down very fast, and instead the rich countries, primarily the United States, instituted almost the opposite, the so-called neoliberal order. But those are important issues for most of the world, not here. He brought up crucial questions about UN reform, suggested that the UN be placed in an international city. He suggested it should be in the South, where most of the world is. He brought up questions about energy consumption. Venezuela is an oil producer, but he was saying there's too much oil used for energy production, which is very destructive of the environment, and socioeconomic orders have to be significantly modified, of course, particularly in the rich industrial countries, in order to reduce the catastrophic consequence of using oil for energy production, cars, heating, and so on. He talked about the Millennium Goals, and he reiterated the importance of maintaining the UN Charter constraints on threat and use of force in international affairs. Here he's re-endorsing the high-level UN summit, including U.S. leaders who affirmed it, and on, talked about Millennium Goals. I mean, that was a very serious speech. As far as I could see, not a word. Even in the General Assembly, where he was, it was referred to, the only references I saw were that he called Bush a devil, or, said something about sulfur. Well, it's not my rhetoric. I don't like the rhetoric. I don't like it when Rumsfeld calls him Hitler, or when Pelosi calls him a brutal thug, and so on and so forth. Yeah, that's rhetoric, but it's not very interesting. What's interesting is Rumsfeld's policies and Chavez's policies. That's if there were newspapers in the country, that's what they would be talking about, not what rhetoric people use. That's gossip. I don't like it, but who cares? I don't think it's constructive. I also don't think it's constructive to actually calling Bush names, to get back to your question. That's very constructive. That's programmed by Karl Rove. What he wants is to have liberal critics ridicule Bush because he says nuclear and misunderestimate and talks with a probably fake Texas accent and so on. In fact, my suspicion is he's probably trained to make grammatical errors so that then he didn't talk like that at Yale, because then he'll be ridiculed by liberals, and then you can come back with the big propaganda apparatus saying, see, those elite liberals who run the world and are sitting drinking French wine and eating quiche don't understand us ordinary guys, the regular guys like the guy working on the assembly line and George Bush who's going back to his ranch to cut brush and so on and so forth. I mean, that's all part of the imagery. So if you want to contribute to that imagery and to the success of the ultra-right, then yes, you should make fun of George Bush's accent and the other forms of ridicule. But mostly it's either destructive or childish, and the same holds of everyone else's rhetoric. What's important is the content, and that was systematically evaded. Actually, I had the resources. I'd like to do a media search and see if there was any reference to the substance of his remarks. After all, even at the General Assembly, you read the New York Times review, it was what's called a news account. It was mostly kind of gossip and making fun of it and so on. However, they did have a phrase which was interesting. They said he received prolonged applause, so long that the chair had to intervene to stop it. Well, any journalist would ask, or commentator would ask the next question, why? Why did he receive prolonged applause? Is it because he called George Bush a devil? No. It's because he was expressing a point of view which happens to be very widely accepted in the world. In fact, it's the overwhelmingly dominant position. Chavez's views are called controversial. It's quite the opposite. It's the views of the U.S. media and commentators that are controversial. It's not controversial when Chavez says the U.S. is one of the greatest threats to peace in the world. That's not even controversial in Europe. When you take a look at polls in Europe, when people are asked to list the major threats to peace, the United States is way in the lead, far above Iran or anybody else. So if Chavez says it at the UN, what's controversial? What's controversial is the U.S. position of saying that it's controversial, because it's not. Unless you define the world as the New York Times editorial board, it's not controversial. Well, those are the kind of reports that should have been carried out. Or if you want to talk about Venezuela, every reference that I see calls Chavez, tin pot dictator, so on and so forth. By what standards is he a dictator? He's been repeatedly elected in elections certified as free and fair. He allowed the media in Venezuela bitterly condemn him in terms which are unimaginable virtually in the United States. There was a military coup that briefly overthrew him. It was supported by the top media. They haven't been punished for it. Supported, of course, by the Bush administration. They've had a series of referendums, all of which he's won handily, without any coercion that anyone knows about, or certainly not by international standards. Nothing like the gentleman who's being welcomed at the White House today from Kazakhstan, which is really a dictator and a brutal one, but that's fine. He gets the red carpet treatment. A few remarks about maybe he's not perfect, or democracy has to come slowly, and so on and so forth. But the most important question is, what do Venezuelans think about him? After all, that's the question you ask about a political leader. Well, we know in the years that he's been in office, support for the elected government has steadily risen. It is now the highest in Latin America. Well, that's of some interest. The next question is to ask what the reasons are. Is it because he calls Bush a devil? No, it's because there are social programs that are helping the great majority of the population. Should be a very rich country, Venezuela, plenty of resources. It has a small, very small, super rich, elite, highly privileged sectors, and a huge mass of extremely impoverished people who apparently believe, you can argue about whether they're right or not, but they seem to believe that this is the first government that's ever cared for them. Is that undemocratic? In fact, what's called undemocratic here is extremely interesting. So, for example, when Morales in Bolivia made moves towards nationalization of Libya's resources, he was condemned as authoritarian, dictatorial, attacking democracy. Did it matter that he was supported by about 95% of the population? Is that what dictatorial means? We have a particular concept of democratic, which means do what we say, then you're democratic. You do what the population wants, you're not democratic. In fact, that shows dramatically. It's shocking that people can't see it. I've written about this, but repeat it because apparently nobody can hear it. In the build-up to the Iraq War, Donald Rumsfeld made a famous distinction between old Europe and new Europe. We're supposed to despise old Europe and hail new Europe as the beacon of democracy. Well, there's a very sharp criterion distinguishing them. No journalist could have missed it. Old Europe were the countries where the government took the same position as the large majority of the population. New Europe, the hope of democracy, were the countries where the government overruled an even larger majority of the population and took their orders from Crawford, Texas. So take Aznar of Spain, who was the leader of New Europe, the beacon of democracy. He was even invited to the summit, the Bush-Blair summit, where they essentially announced the invasion of Iraq as an honor. He had 2% of the population supporting him. But therefore, they're the hope for democracy. The most extreme case was Turkey. where, we've talked about that. I don't have to go through it, but, this was a display of hatred of democracy that was utterly shocking. Had no effect. Doesn't every newspaper you read, every journal commentary, every scholarly article talks about Bush's commitment to bring democracy and freedom to the world. I was just listening to the BBC this morning driving in. They're talking about, some of his actions don't seem to conform to his commitment to bring democracy to the world. What's the evidence for the commitment? I mean, the evidence is the dear leader pronounced it. And since we must be voluntary North Koreans, that makes it his commitment. Dear leader says it, it's true. You don't even assert it. You just presuppose it because of our extraordinary conformism to power. What's this got to do with democracy?
It's the Cisneros group that dominates most of the media in Venezuela. And there's a brilliant documentary about that April 2002 coup in Venezuela made by two independent filmmakers from Galway, Ireland, called The Revolution Will Not Be Televised. Thomas Friedman, writing in the New York Times on September 21st, we're talking about name-calling, he's calling Chavez a buffoon and a petro-authoritarian. This is a term that he's coined. And he says Chavez uses Venezuela's oil riches to try to sway democratic elections in Latin America and promote an economic populism that will eventually lead his country into a ditch.
He can scream as much as he likes. It's undoubtedly true that he's trying to influence elections. Is that something new? We don't try to influence elections. Not only do we work desperate, the U.S. government that is, to influence them, but if they come out the wrong way, we punish the population. Is Chavez doing that? So sure, if you don't think countries should influence elections, then shut down the National Endowment for Democracy and shut down the State Department, which is right now, for example, intervening massively in the Nicaraguan election. It's telling the people of Nicaragua, the ambassador from Condoleezza Rice's orders, I presume, is telling him, if you don't vote the way we say, we're going to strangle you. Is that influencing elections? Has Chavez could he do that if he wanted to? Has he ever tried? As to whether the policies will lead into a ditch, Thomas Friedman is hardly an authority. The policies that he's been supporting have been a disaster for most of the South. If you take a look at the last 25 years, the policies he loves, growth rates have sharply declined. There are countries that have done very well, like the East Asian countries, China, say, South Korea, Taiwan, but they've done very well by violating the rules that he's calling for. They radically violated the IMF, World Bank rules, the Washington Consensus, which he praises, and they grew. On the other hand, the countries that observed his rules rigorously had the worst, extremely sharp decline in economic growth and just about every other macroeconomic measure. In fact, the same is true in the United States. The United States doesn't follow the rules that it imposes on others, of course. Business would never permit it. But to an extent it does. During the last 25 years, there's been a limited imposition of neoliberalism in the United States, and it's been the worst disaster in U.S. economic history for a prolonged period. There's a period of 25 years, no wars, no recessions, in which for the majority of the population, real wages have pretty much stagnated. When did that last happen? It's true that for Thomas Friedman and his friends, and in fact for people like me, people in our income bracket, oh yeah, sure, it's been great. In fact, for the top 0.5% of the population, it's just magnificent. So call it a golden age if you like, but certainly not for the population. He hasn't a clue what. Take his favorite example, India, which just dazzles him. Marvelous labs in Hyderabad. Yeah, it's true. I've been in the labs in Hyderabad. They're better than MIT. A couple of miles away, the rate of peasant suicides is rising very sharply. from the same policies. You turn government funding into support for software engineering and take it away from rural development, support for farmers, irrigation, rural credit, and so on, and you drive farmers to export production the way he thinks is wonderful, instead of producing food for the country themselves, produce, say, cotton, which requires high inputs, a lot of fertilizer, plenty of water, which is not available, and the prices fluctuate radically. So one year you may make a lot of money. The next year you may make nothing. Well, if you're agribusiness, it doesn't matter that much. It kind of levels out, and you can have other things. If you're a poor farmer and you can't sell your crops one year, you can't tell your children, don't worry, we don't have to eat this year, maybe we'll eat next year. So you go into debt. Since the government doesn't provide rural credit, thanks to Thomas Friedman's policies, not of course that he instituted them, but the ones he lauded, you can't get rural credit. So you go to a usurer. It's 40% interest. Then the next year you can't pay him, so you got to sell off your land. And pretty soon your children are starving. And pretty soon you can do nothing, so you commit suicide. That's why the rate of peasant suicides is sharply rising within eyesight of the marvels that he's describing. There's also, as P. Sainath has pointed out, for the first time in Indian history, there is mass migration from the countryside. Now, there always was migration, say, for harvests, like if the harvest's over here, people go there. This is different. People are fleeing the devastated countryside where the large majority lives, and becoming essentially pouring into the Mumbai slums. You've seen them. I don't want to describe them. In fact, it's probable that the most serious economic analyses, not sort of rave reviews on the op-ed page of the Times, but real analyses, illustrate that, indicate that maybe 80% of the population or so is in the black or informal economy, meaning they're not even counted. It's not part of the country, and it goes on like that. I mean, states like Uttar Pradesh, which has about the same population as Pakistan, I mean, the conditions there, say, for women, are probably worse than under the Taliban. And go around India, yeah, it's fine. So sure, there's improvement. I mean, there's growth, which is good. You'd like to have growth. They're improving roads, which is fine. They have a big software program. They do have great labs. Science is a different story. It's mostly engineering and commodity production. But for most of the population, it's hardly heaven, very far from it. And India is one of the better stories because they didn't observe the neoliberal rules. They maintained control over capital flow, over finance, and violated IMF rules in many ways. The countries, on the other hand, that adhered to them, Latin America had the most rigorous adherence to the rules that he recommends. Were the worst disasters, Latin America and Southern Africa. The way these figures are muddled in the pronouncements by the World Bank, by many economists and others, because they, for example, argue that growth has really improved greatly, that poverty is reduced, and so on. The way they get this result by the neoliberal rules, the way they get these results is by mixing together two quite different things. One is export orientation, and the other is following the Washington Consensus neoliberal rules. Now, those are two different things. So China is 1 billion people, which has been dedicated to export promotion, but violating the neoliberal rules. So therefore, if you muddle all of this together, you can say, well, the neoliberal rules work because 1 billion Chinese had a high growth rate, forgetting what's happening inside China, had a high growth rate by violating the rules. That proves that the rules work. I mean, this kind of deception is going on all the time. If you disaggregate and you look at what's really happening, the programs have been a very serious failure, as they have been elsewhere. I mean, the most rigorous application of these rules The rigorous application of these rules typically requires dictatorship because people don't like them. And the most rigorous application was in Chile after the Pinochet coup in 1973. That's when the Chicago economists came down. They could do anything they wanted. The country was under the rule of a vicious police state, so nobody could object. And they imposed all the orthodox rules. Well, within a few years, by 1982, Chile suffered the worst economic collapse of its history. The government had to step in and bail out virtually the whole of private industry, the banks, and so on. In fact, one famous international economist called it the Chicago Road to Socialism. The government state owned more of the economy than it had under Allende. That was the great neoliberal experiment. Finally, the military couldn't handle the situation anymore. They turned it back to civilians, and Chile slowly recovered with a kind of a mixed economy of a complex sort, and it's called a free market miracle. But in fact, the economy relies very heavily on a nationalized copper industry, Codelco, nationalized by Allende. They didn't dare privatize it. Very efficient, apparently, and I think it's the biggest copper producer in the world. So copper prices go up, Chile does fine, And in other ways, the economy is somewhat recovered from the orthodox prescriptions which devastated it. The same in neighboring Argentina. Argentina was, rigorously followed IMF rules. That means Treasury Department rules, the ones that Thomas Friedman writes about. Led to a total catastrophe. Finally, Kirchner was elected. He radically violated IMF rules. There was a very significant recovery. They are now, as he puts it, ridding themselves of the IMF, meaning the Treasury Department and Thomas Friedman. They're ridding themselves of the IMF, thanks to, in part, to the fact that Venezuela helped them buy up the debt. Probably do the same in Bolivia. Well, okay, they've undergone a pretty remarkable economic recovery with very interesting moves like worker-owned cooperatives and so on. Well, that's the real world. I mean, it's different if you're eating in elegant restaurants and meeting your rich friends and reading the editorials in the Wall Street Journal.
Avi Lewis and Naomi Klein have documented some of those outcomes in Argentina in a film they made called The Take. In June of 2005, I attended the World Tribunal on Iraq in Istanbul, and the premise of the meeting, and there was virtually no coverage here in the United States on it, even though, Arundhati Roy was there, Hans von Sponeck, Dennis Halliday, Samir Amin, a very distinguished group of international speakers. And the premise of the conference was, what can citizens do when governments don't listen? And that's echoed in something that Mahmoud Ahmadinejad said in his UN speech. The question needs to be asked, if the governments of the US and the UK, who are permanent members of the Security Council, commit aggression, occupation, and violation of international law, which of the organs of the UN can take them to account?
None of the organs of the UN can take them to account, except for the International Court of Justice, theoretically. But it's worth noticing that we have to make a very sharp distinction between the governments and their populations. So take the United States. The general population of the United States is highly supportive of the UN. There's even a small majority that thinks that the United States should give up the veto at the United Nations, which is inexpressible. I don't know what the numbers would be if anyone were allowed to discuss it. But the overwhelming majority thinks the UN ought to take the lead in international crises, not the United States. Since about April 2003, a couple months after the election, a very large majority have felt that U.S. troops should be in Iraq only under UN auspices and direction. And that's maintained. It's true that populations are not influencing their governments, but that's an internal problem in these societies. It's a problem for the United States that there's a huge gap between public opinion and public policy, and that democratic institutions are scarcely functioning. So elections in the United States are farcical. That's a problem here. What can we do? Anything we like. We're not facing torture chambers and secret police. So sure, we can do things, but you have to want to do it. It's not going to happen by itself.
In Hegemony or Survival, you say that there's a severe democracy deficit in the U.S.
I've discussed this in more detail in a later book, just running extensively through public opinion studies and the actual elections, and they are remarkable. I mean, so this is an enormous gap. So you take when the federal budget comes out, February approximately, the main polling institutions often take polls studying what they were. The one that I reviewed in this book, the book just came out, was 2005, right after the budget appeared, program on international policy attitudes, which also studies domestic issues, did an extensive poll of what people thought the budget ought to be. It turned out to be the inverse of the budget, where federal funding was going up, an overwhelming majority wanted to go down. Military spending, supplementals for Iraq and Afghanistan is going up even more now. Public wants to go down. Where the budget was going down, public wanted to go up. Social expenditures, health, renewable energy, veterans benefits, support for United Nations, right across the board. I then asked my friend David Peterson to who does media checks, to see if he could, how many newspapers in the country reported this. Apparently not one. I mean, this is extremely important news. Here, the population is radically opposed to government policy. Is that important news in a democracy? Well, he could not find, as far as I recall, a single newspaper, that even reported it. What does that tell us about American democracy? In fact, take a look at elections. I mean, compare, say, the last election in the United States, 2004, with the election the following year in the poorest country in South America, Bolivia. I mean, that was a real election. There was mass popular participation. People didn't just show up on election day. They came to vote in the context of ongoing popular struggles about major issues, like can you have water, say? Should you control your own resources, and so on? Should there be women's rights? Should there be indigenous rights? Sharp, clear issues. Population knew about them. They've been working on them all the time, not showing up to pull a lever on one day. They elected someone from their own ranks. Is that imaginable in the United States? Take a look at our last election. Two rich guys, went to the same elite university, joined the same secret society, had pretty much could run because they're supported by pretty much the same concentrations of private power, had pretty similar programs as far as one could determine them. Most of the population couldn't tell what the issues candidates were on issues because they're suppressed. Just the way the elections are run by the public relations industry, same guys who sell toothpaste on television. You don't look at a television ad and expect to be informed. You expect to be deluded by imagery. And that's the way elections are supposed to work. In fact, just a few weeks ago, one of the leading Democratic Party political advisors, I've forgotten his name, had an op-ed in the leading liberal newspaper in the country, the Boston Globe, telling the Democrats that they don't get it. They still think that issues are important in elections, which happens to be false. But he said they think that issues are important. The Republicans understand that issues don't matter. It's imagery that matters. So what we Democrats have to do is also completely toss out whatever relics of democracy we have and advertise our candidates like lifestyle drugs on televisions. Then we'll have real democracy. The popular views around are we have to understand how to frame issues better. So we have to change our rhetoric, not let the Republicans get away with rhetorical devices. We have to be as deceitful as they do. Not let's follow the policies, but let's just use the proper rhetoric and make sure we control it, not they. If you compare this with elections with really democratic elections like Bolivia, it's startling. You can ask yourself, who needs democracy promotion?
As I travel around the country and give talks and have conversations with people, the issue of voting comes up more and more. The integrity of the system. People are very worried about electronic voting. They feel it can be tampered or manipulated. The problems in Florida in 2000 were well documented, in Ohio in 2004. What about voting?
Well, first of all, personally, I think those concerns are misplaced. Yes, there's electoral fraud. Undoubtedly, you can tamper. It's always been true. I mean, Kennedy, for example, was elected apparently because on the basis of voter fraud in Chicago, which shifted Illinois to him. So sure, there's voter fraud, and it has a small effect on electoral outcomes. But the much more serious problem is that the elections aren't taking place at all. When you have two candidates whose party managers disguise their position on issues, if they even have positions, so that the population doesn't know what the issues are and are being deluded by imagery, you end up getting what we usually get, something like a statistical tie. It's kind of like coin flipping. And if it turns out that the coin is a little bit biased, that's not the problem. The problem is that there wasn't an election in any serious sense. So sure, there can be voter tampering, could go both ways, who knows. In 2000, it's almost obvious. In 2004, it's possible that the voter tampering shifted enough to put into office an extreme radical reactionary statist group, clique, who are doing immense harm to the world. In that sense, it's important. But if you're thinking about the functioning of democracy, what's more important is that there's not, by now, elections are barely taking place in a serious sense. What's taking place is pretty much what you see in advertisements. Sophisticated measures of deceit and delusion obscuring issues, which makes sense because both political parties are well to the right of the population on a host of major issues. Iraq, healthcare, run through the list. So sure, you better suppress issues and work for your real constituency, which is concentrated private power. In fact, take, say, the elections coming up in November. Every seat in the House is coming up. Well, the way the founding fathers set up the system, they wanted power to be in the hands of the wealthy and the powerful. That was explicit. So the Senate was to be the place where the wealthy would be, and they would make the main decisions. But the House of Representatives was there, less power, but there, and it was supposed to be more democratic, which the founding fathers didn't like. They were not in favor of democracy. But the House would be more democratic. It would be more responsive to the popular will and have less power. That's essentially the core of the system. Well, what's happening now? Is the House democratic? I mean, how many seats are being contested in the next election? The last numbers I saw, I think it's maybe 10%, and of those maybe 5% are seriously contested. Incumbents almost always win because they have the most funding. In fact, you can pretty well predict the outcome of elections with quite high probability just by looking at the relative amount of funding available to the candidates, which means how much business support are they getting primarily. Is that a democratic election where a handful of seats are even contested? I mean, it's, James Madison, who was not a Democrat, would be turning over in his grave to see what happened to the system. Now, when you go back to the Turkey meeting, what can people do? It's interesting, you hear that all over the country. In fact, in rich countries, privileged countries, you constantly hear it. What can we do? We're helpless. We can't do anything. You didn't hear it in Bolivia. There they did something under far harsher conditions than we face. We don't face any harsh conditions. We're not facing torture chambers. We don't have secret police. We have a legacy of freedom. It wasn't given to us. It was won over centuries of struggle by people who did things. And somehow it has left people. We are, in fact, in a situation in which we can do anything. We have every possible opportunity. Political expression, organization, any kind of activism you can think of. It's a very free country. It's the most free country in the world, probably. So you can do anything you want. But people feel helpless. And that is a great achievement of a system, not of fascism, nothing like that, but of an intensive system of atomizing people, inducing hopelessness, directing their attention to things that don't matter. It's all very conscious. It goes back the early part of the 20th century when business realized they can't control people by force. You're going to have to control them by other means, fabricating consumers, as Veblen put it, all sorts of other devices. And it's been done in sophisticated ways and made people feel helpless. But they're not. They have every possible opportunity. It's not going to happen by itself. No great leader is going to come and tell you how to do it. You have to do it locally and on the ground and build up. And in fact, plenty of people are doing it. Can't give you statistics. I don't know them. But my impression, I'd be interested in yours, is that there are probably more activists today doing quite important things than there were in the 1960s. But very separated, very atomized.
Orwell wrote decades ago in his essay, Politics in the English Language, the word fascism has no meaning except insofar as it signifies something not desirable. The term is being used a lot today. The Bush administration talks about the enemy being Islamofascism. But even among people who might describe themselves as left or liberal, they use the term to describe increasing government surveillance, snooping, and spying, and they point to extraordinary rendition and secret prisons and extrajudicial assassinations and the trashing of the Geneva Conventions. You're uncomfortable with the term
fascism?
Mm-hmm.
Fascism has lost its meaning years ago. In fact, if we want to be serious about it, we should recognize that in the 1930s, when fascism was really alive, it was regarded pretty favorably. And so, for example, Roosevelt described Mussolini as that admirable Italian gentleman. Fortune magazine had an issue in which, from memory, I may have it a little wrong, the cover was something like the wops are unwopping themselves, meaning these racist terminology was considered quite normal in those days. So, finally, Italy's working. Hitler was supported. Nowadays, appeasement is thought of as a bad word. It wasn't at the time. It was thought of as pretty progressive. So, for example, Roosevelt's main advisor, Sumner Welles, came back from the Munich Agreement, Munich granting Hitler conference, giving Hitler controlled Czechoslovakia, 1938 after all, very effusive about how we're entering a new period of peace and justice with our Hitler's going to, help bring stability and justice to the world. This went right up to the war. And of course, American business loved it. And in fact, it was commonly discussed. The notion of fascism was in fact applied to the United States with not particular criticism. Fascism was a new form of social organization, of which the New Deal had some of its properties, kind of corporatism and so on. And you read serious political economists like, say, Robert Brady, say, well, fascism is a form that's taking over the industrial societies, different manner in different societies. But he was critical of it, but many others weren't. and in fact, Britain and the United States were reasonably supportive of it.
Let's get back to our little region over here, as Henry Stimson, FDR's Secretary of War, described Latin America. There's an interesting man, General Smedley Butler, the only soldier in the history of the United States to win the Congressional Medal of Honor twice. He wrote a little book called War is a Racket that is now circulating by a tiny press in L.A. called Feral, F-E-R-A-L, I think is how it's spelled. Butler said in a remarkable admission that he was a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street, and for the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer, a gangster for capitalism, and then he lists the achievements, his achievements. I helped make Mexico safe for American oil interests in 1914. I helped make Haiti and Cuba a decent place for the National City Bank boys. I helped in the raping of a half a dozen Central American republics for the benefits of Wall Street. The record of racketeering is long. I helped purify Nicaragua for the international banking house of Brown Brothers. I brought light to the Dominican Republic for American sugar interests. In China, just jumping continents, I helped see to it that Standard Oil went its way unmolested. Then he concludes with, looking back on it, he says, I feel that I could have given Al Capone a few hints. The best he could do was operate his racket in 3 wards in Chicago, and I operated, he says, on 3 continents. It would seem in a people's history of the United States, certainly in Latin American relations, that Smedley Butler would have a very prominent place, but he's basically unknown.
It's also played an important part in domestic U.S. politics. He helped abort a possible military coup with business backing to overthrow Roosevelt in the early 30s. He was supposed to be part of it, but he spilled the beans and helped break it up. So yeah, he's a very important figure in American history because he was honest. And he did all those horrible things, and they are horrible, and the consequences remain. One of the main reasons why Haiti is such a disaster area, one of the most miserable countries in the world, is because of what's called Wilsonian idealism in American history and political science. Wilson sent his Marines, headed by Smedley Butler, to Haiti and the Dominican Republic. In Haiti, they disbanded the parliament at gunpoint, as he put it, by genuine Marine methods, at gunpoint, kicked out the parliament because the parliament was refusing to accept what was called a progressive legislation, for which Franklin Roosevelt later took credit, probably falsely. The legislation would have allowed Haitian lands to be bought up by American corporations. So, and the parliament refused to accept it. So therefore, Wilson's Marines went in there, kicked out the parliament, ran a referendum in which I think maybe 5% of the population voted or something like that, and they won something like 99% of the vote. So therefore, they had the progressive legislation. They went ahead and turned Haiti into a corporate farm, meanwhile killing probably maybe 10,000, 15,000 people, restoring virtual slavery, smashing the society. It was already been devastated by French imperialism. Then the Americans, they sort of gave it the final blow, left it, and did leave it finally, in the hands of a brutal National Guard, which had been running it ever since, and which George W. Bush and Jacques Chirac essentially restored in 2004, overthrowing the democratically elected government. All of this is called democracy promotion and progressive actions. In the Dominican Republic, it was pretty much the same, except not quite as harsh, because the Dominican Republic was just, in the terminology that Time speaks, but Haiti was niggers. So you had to be harsher on them. And you look back at even the rhetorical framework of the Wilsonian idealists, let alone what they did. I mean, it's shocking. And Butler played a leading role in it, as he says elsewhere too, but he spilled the beans, so he's out of history. In fact, I think there was an effort to take his Medal of Honor away, if I recall correctly.
Going back to Venezuela, you've reviewed some of the history between the United States and Venezuela, and you talk about Juan Vicente Gomez and Perez Jimenez. Again, not household names, but perhaps might be in the memory of someone like Hugo Chavez and others in Venezuela. Talk about who they were.
Well, look, I mean, there's a kind of another. Maybe I can add a third rule of international affairs to Thucydides and Adam Smith. That is, the people who hold the clubs insist upon historical amnesia. For us, history's kind of old, antiquated, boring stuff. Who cares about that? Let's march on to a glorious future. But the people who are hit by the clubs, they tend to remember history because they know that it matters, and they see it being reenacted. And Venezuela's a case in point. Venezuela was pretty much a British protectorate. When the oil age began, end of the First World War, Woodrow Wilson, in another act of Wilsonian idealism, kicked the British out of Venezuela, took it over, supported the vicious dictatorship, the Gomez dictatorship, but Venezuelan oil was now under U.S. control, so everything was fine. That continued right through Perez Jimenez. I think he got a Medal of Honor from the Eisenhower administration, again, a brutal dictator. But Venezuelan oil was available, controlled pretty much by U.S. corporations, and not just oil. They have other natural resources. American corporations can go in there, do what they want. There was a small elite which was enriching itself and was collaborating them. They pretty much ran the government, so everything was perfect. There was a little deviation, support for Betancourt and a couple of other sort of social democrats, but that's pretty much the story. Under the last pre-Chavez government, it was a neoliberal disaster. I mean, poverty was imposed at such a level that there were massive riots. Chavez himself took part in an attempted military coup, spent a couple of years in jail. But the growth rate collapsed. I mean, the country was in a disaster. As long as it was accessible to what Smedley Butler describes, then it was okay. In fact, supported it. That's all part of their memory. Just as the 2002 coup is part of their memory. Just as the current measures of subversion are part of their memory. I mean, let's just imagine that, say, Iran had supported a military coup in the United States that overthrew the government and was finally overturned by popular reaction. Suppose that Iran was sponsoring that coup, and then Iran came into the United States to support democracy by spending, a lot of money for what they would call pro-democracy organizations, namely those opposed to the government and so on. How would we like it? Well, I don't have to talk about it. But when we do it, it's support for democracy. And incidentally, it's not just Venezuela where historical amnesia is crucial. It's every other place too. Take Iran. I mean, for us, in our history, there's one event, the hostage-taking. In Iranian history, that's not the only event. Iranian history includes over half a century of unremitting torment of the people of Iran by the United States. Begins when they overthrew the parliamentary government in 1953, a CIA British coup, then reinstated a vicious tyrant, supported him all through his atrocities. There's a good study, a scholarly study of the media coverage of this. Virtually not a word about the Shah's torture, Savak atrocities, and so on. Nothing until 1979. Finally, the population over Carter went there and talked about how the people love you and we admire you because of the love of the people for you, which helped instigate the overthrow of the government. Infuriated people, of course. As soon as the government was overthrown in 1979, the Carter administration almost immediately tried to instigate a military coup. When that didn't work, now the Reagan administration turned to the support of Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein invaded Iran with U.S. support. The Reagan administration took Iraq off the list of states supporting terrorism so that they could provide their friend Saddam with substantial aid, including means to develop weapons of mass destruction, including the chemical weapons that killed, tens of thousands of Iranians, ended up with hundreds of thousands of Iranians being slaughtered, all with the support of the United States backing Saddam Hussein. This went right through Saddam's worst atrocities. Finally, the U.S. virtually entered directly, and Iran capitulated, figuring they can't fight the United States. That's part of their memory. Also part of their memory, I presume, is that this support for Saddam Hussein continued. In fact, in 1989, after the war was over, the U.S. invited Iraqi nuclear engineers to the United States for advanced training in how to develop nuclear weapons. I doubt if Iranians have forgotten that, and maybe make them a little cynical when they see the alleged concern about Iranian nuclear weapons, then immediately turns to harsh sanctions, then to threats of attack, and on and on. That's over half a century of torture. Does that matter? Well, it matters to them. Doesn't matter to the guys who hold the clubs.
Returning to Hugo Chavez and Venezuela, a couple of initiatives. One is Venezuela, along with Argentina, Cuba, and Uruguay, have started Telesur, which is a TV channel that Latin America-wide TV channel that seeks to present news more from a grassroots perspective. If you could talk about that, it's been described as kind of the Al Jazeera of Spanish. And the other initiative that he's undertaken, which again is called, quote, controversial in the United States, is supplying home heating oil at discount prices to low-income communities and in Boston, not very far from where we're sitting, the South Bronx and other poor areas of the United States.
Let's start with the last one. That's an interesting one. What actually happened is that a group of senators approached the major oil companies and asked politely if they could provide cheaper oil to help poor families over last winter, where prices were really high and they couldn't afford heating. They got one response from Citgo, Venezuelan-run company. And yes, the Venezuelan-run company agreed to the request of the senators to provide oil at cheap rates to poor people around the United States. Well, that was bitterly condemned by the government, by the media, and so on, as Chavez just using his oil wealth to gain support and so on, as if our foreign aid, like it's totally altruistic, we never do it for any political or other purpose and so on, but he was doing it, and I doubt that the people in South Boston understood the subtleties. So sure, but he's also doing it in the Caribbean and in South America. The Caribbean countries receive oil at a Petrocaribe program at basically discount prices, cheap credit and so on. Yeah, that's buying influence, undoubtedly. You could say the same about Operation Miracle. Cuba and Venezuela are doing exactly what we're all taught in graduate school of economics that we're supposed to do. They're pursuing their comparative advantage. Comparative advantage of Venezuela is oil. Comparative advantage of Cuba is highly trained, highly skilled professionals. Doctors, teachers, nurses, and so on. So they're basically exchanging them in Venezuela itself and Cuba, but also elsewhere. Operation Miracle in the Caribbean is a project where, with Venezuelan financial support, Cuban doctors are going to places like Jamaica, and right now they're concentrating on blindness, finding people who are blind and who could have the sight restored by advanced surgical treatments, and they're taking them to Cuba, treating them. They come back to Jamaica and they can see. You think that has an effect on Jamaicans? Yeah, you bet it does. Well, this is just another example of Venezuelan imperialism, as if we couldn't do it, for example. In fact, everything that happens here is in secret, so you can't be sure, but apparently the U.S. and Mexico tried to develop a program to counter this, but it didn't get off the ground. But we don't have the resources to carry out Operation Miracle. If we were to do it, it would be called magnificent humanitarianism. When Cuba and Venezuela does it, it's more of these tin pot dictators trying to run the world, and destroy us. But it matters to the people who receive the aid, just as buying up the large part of the Argentine debt to rid them of the IMF means something to people in Argentina. The pipeline that Venezuela has proposed from Venezuela down to Bolivia, if it is implemented, would be of great benefit to the countries of Latin America, a method of unification of them, moving towards some sort of energy integration and independence. U.S. hates the idea, of course, but it sounds like a reasonable idea. And on and on. About Telesur, there's a very interesting background there, which, of course, we suppressed here, but it's important. I mentioned before that Chavez at the Security Council had talked about reviving the new international economic order that was sponsored by the major countries, most of the world, the non-aligned countries in the 1970s, and by UNCTAD. There was also another one, new international information order, was sponsored by UNESCO in this case. It was the idea of it was to try to give third world countries some sort of input into the international media system, instead of having it totally monopolized by a few rich Western powers, U.S. primarily. So they wanted to say, well, we should have some entry into this. That was bitterly attacked in the United States, across the spectrum. It was attacked as an effort to end the free press, control journalists, forcing journalists to register, a huge attack right across the spectrum, full of lies, most outrageous lies. The press, like the New York Times, would not permit responses by UNESCO officials. Finally, it built up so much opposition that the U.S. defunded UNESCO to try to prevent a third world input into the international information system. They understand free press means we have a monopoly. You've got to shut up and listen to what we say. That's a free press. There's a very good book about this by William Preston, Edward Herman, and Herbert Schiller called Hope and Folly, published by University of Minnesota Press, which exposes the whole story. And it's an incredible story. I've never seen a review. I've never seen a comment. I suspect you can't even find it in the libraries, because it's just telling the wrong story. It's talking about the extreme opposition to freedom of the press by U.S. media, intellectuals, and government. And it's a very interesting story. Telesur is attempting to revive it. Same is true of Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera is hated by the U.S.-backed tyrants who run the oil states, Saudi Arabia and the rest of them. They despise it. And by the United States for the same reason. It's an independent voice. You can't have that. The U.S. bombed its facilities in Kabul and Baghdad. They claim it was an accident. I don't think anybody with their eyes open believes that. When the U.S. was finally compelled by popular resistance to allow an election in Iraq, they tried to prevent it in every possible way. Of course, now taking credit for it. When they tried to prevent it, they couldn't prevent it anymore, so they tried to subvert it. And one of the ways was by driving Al Jazeera out of Baghdad. I mean, you can't have a free election if we don't control everything, obviously. So they were kicked out of Iraq. The administration has sought in every way to stop them. One of the most comical press conferences that ever took place, I think, barely reported, so, I only have hints about it, was when the Emir of Qatar came to Washington. And he was called on the carpet by Colin Powell and everyone else who tried to get him to shut down Al Jazeera. He had a press conference in which, tongue-in-cheek, he informed the press that in Qatar they believe in this thing called freedom of the press, and of course sometimes means that things happen people say things we don't like, but you got to understand that not every country has the same principles and so on. Well, I didn't see much reporting about that. The Emir of Qatar finally, under U.S. pressure, agreed to privatize the station. Bush administration said that won't work. Colin Powell and the rest said, no, you can't do that. You got to close it down. There cannot be either a public or a private station that is independent of our control. That's our concept of democracy promotion. They nevertheless kept it. Al Jazeera is very widely watched over the Arab world. When during this U.S.-Israeli invasion in Lebanon, it practically destroyed the country. You got little bits and pieces of it in the West, but Al Jazeera was reporting what was happening. I mean, their correspondents are right on the ground. They show the pictures. People watch them, and it has an effect. Now they're trying to open up an English television alternative. Of course, that would mean through cable. Last I heard, they have barely been able to get an entry. I think maybe one cable station somewhere is willing to pick them up. But there's going to be tremendous resistance to this. You cannot allow alternatives. And Telesur is an example. The U.S. doesn't have the power to close it down, and Chavez isn't going to listen to Powell and Rice when they tell him to shut it down. So it'll probably go. I don't know what will happen, but it is an alternative. It's a voice that expresses the position of the vast majority of the world's population, at least to some extent. Whereas we insist on an information system which is under the control of the rich and powerful and works for their interests.
Jahan Nujam has actually done a documentary on Al Jazeera called Control Room. Again, one of these, there's been an extraordinary burst of new films and on DVDs about various public issues, and this is just another one. I want you to talk about the significance of Venezuela joining Mercosur and the general integration that's going on inside the continent, but then also South-South integration. In an article in International Socialist Review, you said Venezuela has forged probably the closest relations with China of any Latin American country. Why is that significant?
All of that is very significant. I mean, what's happening in Latin America is very important. It's faltering steps, and many setbacks, but the steps are being taken. This is the first time since the Spanish conquest that Latin America has begun moves towards independence and integration. Now, I have to qualify that. They have tried it before, but have been smashed by force. So, for example, Brazil had a moderately populist democratic government in the early 60s. Kennedy administration organized a military coup. Took place after the assassination, but was basically organized already, which imposed a neo-Nazi-style national security state. It was the first plague that then spread throughout the continent of Chile, Argentina, Central America. It just turned into a massacre and so on. But it was started in the Kennedy administration. So they have tried in the past, as they tried during they freed themselves from Spain. And there were many efforts. But this is the first one that has a chance of succeeding, because by now they have extricated themselves to an extent from Western control, first European, then U.S., So they've extricated themselves. Venezuela's playing a big role in it, but not the only one. By now there's a wave of democratic elections with popular participation and a kind of sort of a leftish orientation throughout the continent, from Venezuela to Argentina. In fact, the countries that there's a new doctrine around, very popular, you read it in Foreign Affairs and so on, that there are good leftists and bad leftists. So the bad ones are Chavez and so on. The good ones are Lula and Bachelet in Chile and so on. I mean, what the government and the media and intellectuals are now calling the good leftists are countries that the U.S. would have been trying to overthrow not many years ago. But as the hemisphere, most of it, the southern hemisphere, part of this hemisphere drifts towards independence and integration, the U.S. had to shift its positions. I mean, the major means of control have lost their power. There are two major means of control. International affairs is not a complicated story. One means of control has just been violence, mailed fist, and the other has been economic controls. Recent period, IMF, Treasury Department, so on, World Bank. Well, they're both losing their efficacy. The last effort of the U.S. to use violence, the traditional means, was in Venezuela in 2002. The U.S. had to back down. Now pretends it didn't have anything to do with it. Back down because, for one thing, popular reaction in Venezuela, but also because of the reaction in Latin America. It was a very strong negative reaction. I think Chile was maybe the only country that supported the coup, at least that I can recall. Maybe Colombia, but probably Colombia. But there was a very strong reaction. I mean, Latin America, they just take democracy more seriously than in the West, certainly the United States. They don't like military dictatorships being instituted to overthrow democratic governments. So the use of violence is declining. I wouldn't say it's gone. In fact, the U.S. probably has more military forces in Latin America now than at the height of the Cold War. Training of Latin American officers has shot up, School of the America style training. In fact, for the first time, military spending, U.S. military, what's called aid to Latin America, I think is higher than the total amount of economic aid from key federal agencies. That's never happened in the Cold War. And bases are going up all over the place, and there's preparations being made for military action of one sort or another. But it doesn't have the capacity that it had in the past. You can't just instigate military dictatorships and then support them. So that's lessened. Support of the economic strangulation has lessened. Kicking out the IMF is one example. Bringing up China. Meanwhile, integration's going on. Slow, like Mercosur, which is trade area of the Southern Cone, southern countries. But Venezuela joined it. Venezuela's joining it was hailed by President Kirchner of Argentina and Lula da Silva in Brazil as a great step forward. How meaningful it'll be, well, you have to see. There's a lot of internal problems and so on. But it's the beginnings of integration. You look at the history of Latin America, very disintegrated. I mean, the Latin American countries, we're talking about the Latin American elites, tiny elites, and very rich elites with huge poverty. But that's what we call the countries. They ran the countries. They were oriented toward the West. Even the transportation systems oriented toward the West. Capital flow was to the West, not for investment. The chateaus were in the Riviera, that's where you take your vacations. Not with each other. Your children went to Western universities. But the integration among the countries is very slight, in fact. There's a lot of conflict. Well, it's beginning to be overcome. There are steps towards integration. Mercosur is an example. The Venezuelan participation is an example. What about China? Well, China terrifies Washington planners. It's called in the national intelligence estimates the main threat to the long-term threat to the United States. I mean, why? Is it going to attack us? No, it's not a military threat. In fact, of all the major powers, it's put in the least effort in military spending. There's practically no deterrent force, even small deterrent force. I mean, it's building up in response to Bush militarism, but very slight. It's a threat because it can't be intimidated. It does what it wants. When they've been there for 3,000 years, mocking the barbarians. They don't have to pay attention. So, yeah, they go ahead, do what they want. They're moving into Latin America, into Saudi Arabia, into Iran, everywhere, driving the U.S. crazy. In Latin America, they are becoming a leading trading partner, not just for Venezuela, though I think Venezuela is in the lead. The raw materials exporters, like Chile and Brazil, are increasing their trade with China. They export raw materials. China invests and so on. In Venezuela, they're trying to diversify their oil exports so they're not so dependent on a very hostile United States. It's natural and sensible. A lot of it's being diversified to Latin America, but also to China. And the United States government is naturally very unhappy about that. We're supposed to control resources and markets. Nobody else is.
So these developments are seen in Washington as undermining its hegemony.
Oh, yeah. It's not just in Latin America is bad enough. The Middle East is worse. I mean, when the president of China goes off to, okay, that's worse.
In your latest book, Perilous Power, which you wrote with Gilbert Ashkar, you say that, and we're talking about the Middle East, but let's extend it to the rest of the world. You say educating the American public is the main thing to be done. Now, you write books, you give lectures, you do interviews like this. That's your effort in terms of education. What about a broader initiative in terms of educating the American public? Any suggestions there?
Well, just the obvious suggestion. I mean, individuals can't do it. Doesn't make any sense. People have to do it locally. That's exactly what, let's say, one of the importance of labor unions. One of their major, I mean, they did defend workers' rights, but beyond that, they were influential, very influential in workers' education. I mean, I can remember this from childhood when my family, seamstresses, shop boys, unemployed, working class Jewish immigrants, they were members of labor unions. That's where there were workers' education centers, cultural events, newspapers. I mean, up to the 1950s, there were still about, I think, 800 labor newspapers reaching maybe 20, 30,000 people. Before that, it was much broader. That's a source of educating the population. And unions have been under bitter business government attack partly for that reason. But it's possible to reconstruct popular education in all kinds of ways. In fact, it can influence the schools. But it has to, it's just going to have to be done by lots of people, just as in every other case. I mean, where'd the civil rights movement come from? It didn't come because Martin Luther King said, let's have a civil rights movement. I mean, he was riding the wave of popular activism. And the same with Johnson's progressive measures, which were not insignificant. He played a role in them, but it was on the wave of popular activism which was demanding them. And it's the same with anything else. I mean, did Betty Friedan say, let's have women's rights, and all of a sudden we have women's rights? No. I mean, it's a long struggle. And that's what education is.
In some of your talks, usually toward the end, you use the metaphor of looking in the mirror. Talk about that.
Well, that's back to historical amnesia. We should ask who we are and what we do. I mean, for example, when Chavez gets prolonged applause at the General Assembly, instead of ridiculing the rhetoric, we ought to be asking why. What is leading to the fact that public opinion polls, even in Europe, let alone the rest of the world, regard the United States as a major threat to world peace and even to their own existence? What is that coming from? It's not enough to say they hate us because of our freedom. No, they don't. In fact, take a look at yourself, see what you're doing. What have we done to Iran for the last 50 years? What are we doing to Iraq right now? Why is it that in the polls that appeared just a few days ago, which I have yet to see reported, it turns out that 70% of Iraqis want U.S. troops out within a year, and most of the rest want them out not long after. And in Baghdad, about 2/3 want them out immediately. Why is that? Well, you look at the studies, they'll tell you. That's because there's an overwhelming majority that thinks that the U.S. is contributing to the violence and sectarianism, and an overwhelming majority thinks the U.S. is building permanent military bases, which they don't want. Well, are we? Yeah, you take a look at the expenditures that are reported. Yeah, they're building what they call semi-permanent bases, which means permanent as long as we want them there. And they're being built in a manner that entails permanence, deep underground bunkers. In fact, the U.S. isn't even providing the Iraqi army with the means of support for an army. apparently on the assumption that the U.S. forces are going to be there to provide the logistics and the support and the backup and the bases and move in when they have to and so on. Well, Iraqis don't want that. Not only because they think, probably rightly, that we're helping instigate the violence, but because they don't like to be occupied by a foreign power. Would we want to have Iranian bases being built here? Okay, so let's look ourselves in the mirror and ask ourselves why people in the world have this impression of U.S. government policies. And strikingly, much of the U.S. population has the same impressions, but is excluded effectively from the political system and even the media, which don't report their attitudes. So let's look at ourselves, see what kind of country we have. Is that what we want to be? Do we want to be a country that's looked at this way and suffer the consequences? Because we will. Take, say, the Lebanon War. In Lebanon, I think 90% of the population regards it as a U.S.-Israeli war, which of course it was. We devastated a large part of Lebanon. A large part of it has been made unlivable, saturated with cluster bombs. The effects of the bombing of the fuel storage and causing the spill and so on are apparently causing enormous long-term environmental damage. The environmental minister says that pretty soon, a couple of not long, most Lebanese will be drinking poisoned water because of the effects of the U.S.-Israeli bombing.
There's an article in Science magazine on that.
An article in Science magazine which just gave some technical observations. They analyzed the parts of the oil spill that landed on land so they could investigate them, and they found very high concentrations of toxic hydrocarbons, other carcinogens and poison, and they assume that must be true everywhere. They also reported that the oil is sinking to the sea bottom, which means it's going to be destroying the food chain. All of this then escalates in ways that are familiar, and that's quite apart from the poison clouds over the country from the same oil spills. The cluster bombs, the vast shelling. A lot part of the country was destroyed, and it may be for a long time to come. They also destroyed the cultural centers, the bookshops. The printing press. There's an area in Beirut called the Cultural Zone, where the book publishers are mostly located. That's not only Beirut. Lebanon was a cultural center, and these are not only for Lebanon; it's for the Arab world. Some of the main, it's flattened. The booksellers are gone. Same thing's happening in Iraq, where the main, there are places where there's concentrations of bookstores, literary cafes, centers of lively debate, went on right through the Saddam dictatorship, empty, wiped out, along with wiping out the cultural heritage that goes back millennia. Here it's just, stuff happens. Not there, They care about their culture and civilization and their life. So yes, all these things are happening. Science magazine described a piece of it. What's the effect of this going to be? Well, the effect in Lebanon is going to be the same as it was in Iraq. It will create new generations of jihadis, of people bent on revenge, hatred of the country that caused it. We'll hear from them again, and then we'll wonder, why do they hate us? In fact, we want to know why. We can go back 50 years. Another reason not to have historical amnesia. W. Bush was not the first president to ask, why do they hate us? Eisenhower asked it. I don't know if we've talked about that, but if we have, okay, let's go back and look. Why did they hate us then? Same reason they do now, except more, because it's gotten worse. Well, you want to look yourself in the mirror, maybe learn something about yourself. That should be priority number one. Ever since Socrates, know thyself. Then maybe you can talk about other people. Yes, sure, we should try to understand ourselves, not just shout jingoistic slogans. And because our dear leader announces that Chavez is a brutal dictator, we have to scream he's a brutal dictator. Well, maybe so, but draw your own conclusions. Not just because the dear leader pronounced it. We don't have to be voluntary North Koreans.
Well, the New York Times had a front-page story on Monday, December 11th, about General Augusto Pinochet, the ruler of Chile, who died on December 10th. And I want to bring a couple of things to your attention. If one were to land in the United States from Mars or some other far-off planet, what kind of information they may get from, the nation's premier newspaper about events in Chile. We learn that General Pinochet initially led a four-man junta in the 1973 military coup that brought him to power with the support of the United States government. And then the article continues, the coup followed many months of political unrest and economic chaos, hyperinflation, recession, labor strife, and middle-class protests had sapped the Allende government of popular support, and the economy is also described in the article under Allende as battered and bankrupt. You know a lot about the situation as it occurred in Chile in the early 1970s. What would that person landing from outer space understand about reality in reading this article?
Well, if the person from outer space knew the facts, they would assume they'd landed in Stalinist Russia, in a totalitarian state. Because the author of that, this is a long article, big inside page and so on, and I think, if I remember correctly, the phrase you read is the only reference to the U.S. role in the coup. The U.S. government decided, certainly, actually the U.S. been undermining elections in Chile for years, in 1964 and so on. By 1970, they had committed themselves to overthrowing the Allende government. And there were two tracks. There was a hard track, which would lead to a military coup, and there was a soft track, which was make the economy scream. So the U.S. engaged directly and extensively with the Chilean upper classes in ensuring that the economy had exactly the characteristics you described. Yes, they made the economy scream. They were also involved with coup planning and so on. So it's just one of a series of coups that the U.S. either instigated or supported or directly participated in through the 60s, 70s, leading up finally to the terrorist war in Central America. There's a plague of repression throughout the continent. Actually, this particular case happens to be slightly poignant personally. I've just come back from Chile a couple of weeks ago, and the most accurate statement I saw about it was by Ariel Dorfman, also in the Times today, in which he says this is a society full of fear. That's correct. It's 17 years of democracy, and you can feel the fear that remains. I was taken through Villa Grimaldi, which is one of the worst of Pinochet's torture chambers. I was taken through it by a man who is now a well-known international lawyer and professor, human rights activist, who was tortured there. He went through the whole torture period. He said that he took a friend of his and me and a couple other people through and went through it step by step. Here's what they did to this kind of torture and then that kind of torture and so on. And he said it was years before he could even talk about it. I mean, the torture was hideous. We also had one man who was the lone survivor of the sort of death chamber, which was at the end of the torture. After you've been through it all, if they decide they don't want you anymore, they put you in a horrifying death chamber, and this one person somehow survived. So he was, but at one point, and the tortures were horrifying. He described them in detail. The tortures were all supervised by doctors, and their role was to ensure that the person who's being tortured doesn't die, because they have to be kept alive for the next stage of torture. And so they would, tell them when to stop, administer something to bring them back to life, and so on, so they could be tortured more. I asked him at one point, well, where are those doctors? I said, they're practicing in Santiago. And nobody would think of doing anything about it. In fact, people even go to them. It's like having Mengeles walking around the street. And that's one aspect of what you see, just fear. I mean, it reminds me of, there was I may have talked about this, there was a conference of run by the Jesuits in El Salvador in 1994, after the terror had ended. This is the ones who survived. A lot of them didn't. And the theme of the conference was what they called the culture of terror that remains after the terror is over. And they said that what remains is a pervasive culture of terror which domesticates the aspirations of the population. You don't even hope anymore. And it just remains that way. Friends in Chile had talked to me about this. It was a very lively, exciting country. People were just isolated. They didn't trust each other. Didn't want to do anything. The doctors is a particularly kind of grisly case, but there are others. Like one of the things this same article, in fact every article, mentions is that, Pinochet, not a very nice guy, but he left this fantastic economy, guided by the Chicago boys, and so it's a booming economy. Well, the fact of the matter, which they know, and if you read carefully you'll notice a phrase referring to it, is that the Chicago boys did run the economy under terror so they could impose straight Chicago doctrine with the torture going on. Nobody could do anything about it, and they drove the country into probably the worst depression in its history. 1982, the state had to intervene to bail out the private economy, and in fact the state controlled more of the economy than under Allende. One international economist, David Felix, called it the Chicago Road to Socialism. Then after that, they sort of handed it over to civilians, and they kind of slowly got out of the mess. But the whole Pinochet period was a total disaster. And in fact, what they don't point out also is that the reason Chile has an export economy, primary product exports is the main source of income, and the main one is copper. And that includes the world's major copper producer, Codelco, which happens to be state-owned, was nationalized by Allende. And that's the biggest copper producer in the world. It's very efficient. The dictatorship cut away at its scaled it down. They couldn't eliminate it, too much support for it. The economy depends on it. They finally, and the Concertación, the democratic government that followed it, has also cut it down. So it's now not the majority producer, though it's still the biggest single producer. However, another fact that they don't mention here is that not only is this booming capitalist economy based considerably on an efficient state-owned industry, and there are many other violations, but that industry, Codelco, provides probably state revenues at a level probably 10 times as high as the private companies, which finances the state's welfare programs to the extent that they exist. They're not very good, and so on. All of this is missing, plus the straight horror of it, plus, of course, the U.S. role. And what Dorfman said is right. The country is full of fear. You can sense it years after the dictatorship.
Another characteristic of this kind of writing is the use of the passive voice. Talk about that.
Yeah, I see. People were killed, not we killed them, that sort of thing. Yeah, that's a standard device. Or they died, It's just like a hurricane came. Not we murdered them, we tortured them, In fact, there's more that you can say about the Chilean coup. That was, as they point out, on September 11th, 1973, which is often called the first 9/11 in South America. And if you want to really think of what it was like, let's take a look at our 9/11 and imagine that it was on the same scale as 9/11, 1973, the one we were instrumental in perpetrating. Well, to make a sensible analogy, you have to use per capita equivalent numbers because it's a much bigger country. So let's imagine that in December 11th, 2001, Al-Qaeda had bombed the White House, killed the president, instituted a military coup, killed 50 to 100,000 people, tortured 700,000, established a terror center in Washington, which instigated or supported comparable military coups elsewhere in the hemisphere, and murdered and assassinated people who they didn't like all over the world. I suppose they brought in a bunch of economists, let's call them the Kandahar boys, who wrecked the economy and then went home to collect their Nobel Prizes and then were greatly revered. Let's suppose that had happened, and would that have changed the world? Everyone says September 11th changed the world. Suppose it was the way I described. Would that have changed the world? Well, that's what did happen in September 11th, 1973. But try to talk about that. And we were up to our neck in it.
P. Senath, the independent Indian journalist who writes for The Hindu, also wrote about the kind of the Gandhian September 11th. On September 11th, 1906 in Johannesburg, there was the first nonviolent civil disobedience action that's not very well known.
That's true. He did. He's fantastic. But what he's writing about India is mind-boggling and very revealing. Yeah.
We've talked about
material on that. Which, yeah, he does. He has a recent article which has some staggering statistics in it. He points out that since the so-called reforms, 1990, India has, of course, boomed in many ways. For example, the number of billionaires has just shot up, and there's high-tech centers and so on. But and he says India has, at the time, 1990, India was, I think, 124th in the UN Development Index, which measures the health of a society by many measures. And he says that's changed since the reforms. It's moved down to 127th. Its per capita income is lower than Bolivia, Nicaragua. I mean, horrifying statistics. He says even the government concedes. I think he said 110,000 peasant suicides. The actual number much higher. So all the same policies. Same policies that build the high-tech labs that Thomas Friedman raves about, and which I've seen and are pretty impressive. Also, the same policies are leading to the peasant suicides a couple of miles away. Eliminate rural credit, peasants are forced to usurers, commodity crops with the prices fluctuating. Sure, they're going to get into debt, starve, flock to the cities.
Just to go back to Chile a little bit, and Michelle Bachelet, who's the president, she was a political prisoner. She was exiled. Her father was killed by Pinochet. She's now the president of the country. Kind of a remarkable development. I think she's a single mother, divorced. And any comments about Bachelet?
Well, that's very important. For one thing, this is culturally and socially, it's a very conservative country. It's supposed to have women presidents, especially divorced women presidents and so on. So, yeah, it is important. Exactly what she'll be able to do is hard to say. I mean, the hand of the dictatorship is very heavy. I mean, just take another example. Codelco, which I mentioned, the copper company, state-owned copper company, is required by law to give 10% of its income to the army. Well, nobody wants, the great majority doesn't want that anymore, but somehow people don't think they can change it, though they have the legislature in their hands and so on. And it's a very unequal society. I think the inequality is about at the level of Brazil, which is outlandish. There's a lot of wealth, and you walk around Santiago, you feel you're in upscale parts of New York. On the other hand, elsewhere there's tremendous poverty. I met while I was there with Indians from the Mapuche area in the south. It's the biggest, and Aymara on the north, and then Quiche in Peru, and they have plenty of problems, serious problems. The government to some extent recognizes them, but they're not dealt with. And then there's just the urban poor and the rural poor, and the country's the economy is good, by international standards, but it's fragile. It's based mostly on primary product export. As long as commodity prices shoot up, it's in pretty good shape. One of the places I went to, which interestingly is not known, but they're beginning to remember it, is Iquique in the north. It's the middle of the mining areas, and they were British owned, later American owned, but you go up in the mining areas, they're up in the Andes. You can't imagine a scene like that. It's desert of the kind you can't imagine. There is nothing green. There is no water. Just a flat, kind of brownish sand area with a howling wind all the time. And in there are the mines, and you go through by now they're closed, but you can imagine how the miners live. I won't bother describing it. Although they did show me a small concert hall where they had Pavarotti and people like that for the mine owners, who were brought up in proper style. Well, at one point, the miners, 100 years ago, 1907, the miners and their families in one of the biggest mines, the one where I visited, there was a series of strikes, and they struck for just like pennies a day, almost nothing. But they did march down to Iquique, the city nearby. It's maybe 30 miles or so. The miners, the families, and so on, all marched to this seaside town. And they were welcomed by the mine owners and taken into a school and housed. And then they were brought into a schoolyard. And they brought in troops and they machine gunned them. They killed supposedly 4,500 people. I think that's the worst massacre in labor history. That's one of a number of massacres. Technically it's Chilean, but the British were behind it. In fact, that whole region belongs to Chile, mainly because the British backed them in a war with Bolivia and Peru, and they were able to conquer it. And then the British wanted the mines, the nitrate mines, which were used for fertilizer and gunpowder. Later, U.S. took them over. Finally they're beginning to commemorate it. The worst massacre in labor history, but we should know about it too. This is part of Western civilization. And yes, the younger people particularly beginning to come to terms with it. Everywhere you go, you find things like that.
During the Allende period also, and I was kind of interested in what was going on culturally, there was a huge surge of popular music and theater, and one of the most noted performances, actually, and how I learned to know about this Iquique was the Cantata de Santa Maria de Iquique, performed by the ensemble Quilapayún, one of the Nueva Canción groups that was so popular in that period. And you may remember Victor Jara was killed by the junta during the coup. So that was another element of that Allende period that was very, very exciting culturally.
Yeah, that certainly was. I didn't know about the musical group, but Santa Maria is the school where they were massacred, where I visited. Now,
just moving maybe to Central America and a country that you've spent a lot of time in and studied, you've lectured there, is Nicaragua. It recently had an election where the former Sandinista leader, Daniel Ortega, has become president. What's your take on the new Ortega?
Well, there's an excellent magazine published by the Jesuit University, Envio, which is a very good, probably the best magazine on Central America. Very, very well done. They had last issue was on this. And they pointed out some interesting things. They said in the preceding elections, when there's, I think it was 1996 and 2001, when it seemed that Ortega might have a chance, there was a lot of capital flight and, threats and concerns. This time, none. It was all taken very calmly. And the reason, and they, in fact, they quoted somebody who described Obando, this ultra-reactionary bishop, as Ortega's campaign manager, and described a parable that he told about how things can change, and he's really a good guy, and so on. And he's, to tell you the honest truth, I never thought much of him in the first place, for a lot of reasons, but particularly after this huge robbery when they were, Piñata, when they were put out of office. But now he's just looks like another right-wing. I mean, he completely discredited himself in the 90s with this pact he made with Aleman, who's an ultra-corrupt gangster. But the two of them together, his control over the FSLN, the Sandinista party, and Aleman's party, if they joined together, they could protect Aleman from real punishment and also prevent any constructive moves being made not that it was very likely, in the legislature of the government. And now he's it's just another right-wing character. He's an opportunist. He always was an opportunist. He still has a loyal following among people who have a commitment to the old Sandinista hopes and days, but it's an illusion. In fact, there is a remnant of the old Sandinista party, but it's the alternative party that Herty Levitas was going to run on, but he died and they barely participated. It's a sad place. It's now the second poorest country in the hemisphere. A very large part of the workforce is abroad, mostly in Costa Rica, sometimes in the United States and elsewhere. there's no development going on. I mean, there's a lot of wealth. If you drive around Managua, you see it's very glitzy, 24-hour supermarkets and things like that. Anything you want to buy, you can buy. But also kids scratching at the windshields asking for a Cordoba to get by the night and so on, like India. And pretty awful. That's declined enormously since the U.S. took it over again in 1990, and Ortega's going with the flow. He and his friends enriched themselves, and they'll pal around with Aleman and the rest of them. I don't think U.S. investors have anything to worry about, and they don't seem to be worried. Or the corporate elite in Nicaragua, which is super rich, like most third world countries. And Nicaragua is also in Central America. It's the country that most religiously followed IMF rules. So they privatized energy. The other countries didn't. And Nicaragua, predictably, has a terrible energy shortage, as worse, much worse than the other countries. Like Guatemala's bad enough, but Nicaragua's worse. Costa Rica, the one functioning country, and incidentally the one country of the region the U.S. never invaded, has, I think, by now moved close to 100% to sustainable energy, hydroelectric power and things like that. Nicaragua's the worst. The foreign-owned, I think it's French company that, some European company that runs the energy system, has plenty of reserve power, but doesn't use it because it's just not profitable enough. That's the way it works. If you privatize water, construct economic models that show you that it's very efficient and you should get the prices right, and that's efficient. There's a footnote that isn't mentioned, namely when you get the prices right, a lot of the population can't pay them, so they don't have water. Well, nothing's perfect, but that's there have been major struggles about that in Bolivia, particularly in Cochabamba. There was big uprising, and they forced the companies out. Bechtel, actually, that was a good example of real globalization. They were able to, part of the reason they could succeed was that they were able to quickly contact activists everywhere. So Bechtel offices were being, there were demonstrations, and it happened to coincide with a demonstration in Washington against the World Bank and IMF policies, big demonstration, and they contacted them. So they were able to launch a big protest right in Washington at the same time as the Cochabamba protests, and that gave them international publicity. That's real globalization by people, so therefore it's called anti-globalization, but it worked.
That's globalization from below.
Yeah. Actually, Cochabamba's just last weekend had a very important meeting, so important that it wasn't reported in the United States, as far as I know. It was the presidents of the countries of South America met together, and apparently a pretty constructive meeting. A lot of hostilities were muted. There had been hostility between Chavez and Garcia in Peru. They're screaming at each other, but they apparently kind of settled it. There were programs discussed for further integration of the region, which is a very significant development. This is actually the first time since the Spanish conquest that there's been moves towards integration and independence, and the United States is very worried about it. And I presume that's the reason why it wasn't reported, but it's a major meeting.
I saw it in Al Jazeera.
You did?
Yeah.
Well, Al Jazeera is sort of an interesting case, too. Maybe you can tell me, but the last I heard, they had only one small channel you could pick them up on in the United States. The U.S. market apparently has been closed. That's not state censorship. The U.S. doesn't work by state censorship. Not even market. They'd have a market. It's the in demand that we have a total monopoly of information. It's like the destruction of UNESCO back in the 80s. And any effort to break the monopoly over information and discussion is resisted bitterly across the spectrum. And the fact that Al Jazeera can't break into the United States is very dramatic in that respect.
Right. Oh, I saw it. It was on their English language website on the internet.
Yeah, you can watch it on the internet.
Yeah, internet, but print.
You can't pick it up in cable because they can't. I think they have one small cable company that was willing to do it, which is pretty astonishing for a complex country like this.
One of the major figures of the Reagan administration during the period of the Contra-Terror War and against the Sandinistas was Jeane Kirkpatrick, UN ambassador, praised by Condoleezza Rice as one of our best ambassadors with a very strong voice. And it was Kirkpatrick that made the unusual distinction between authoritarian regimes, which the United States could support, as opposed to totalitarian regimes, which the U.S. could not get behind.
Yeah, the reason she gave was that totalitarian regimes could never change. So they were firmly embedded forever. Russia was her main example. A couple of years later, radically changed. Wonderful prediction. But actually, I mean, that article was bad enough, but worse was, I wish I could quote the passages from memory, but she had some unbelievable passages about how, yes, sure, there's plenty of suffering and misery and torture, but in the countries that we support, but people are used to that. I mean, they kind of expect it, so they don't really mind it that much. You know, she put it in a way which is much worse than that, but that was the core content of it. There was another character who's in the news who was involved in Nicaragua. That's Robert Gates. I think it was 1984 when he secretly advised that the United States bomb Nicaragua because it's such a threat to us. It's a growing military threat. You know, any day now they'll be at our throats. He's now being Secretary of Defense. Yeah. So we're safe. We'll be defended from any country like Nicaragua.
Back to the continent and Ecuador, there was a recent election there where Rafael Correa was a kind of an unusual man. He was educated in economics in the United States, but he doesn't have a traditional kind of view of the U.S. or of economics. What do you know about Correa?
Well, I read some of his speeches. He's on the left. He's opposed to what are called the free trade agreements. They have almost nothing to do with free trade, but the agreements that are designed to impose investor-lender rule over the countries. He's opposed to them. He had some interesting comments on the air base. It's a big military base in Ecuador, the U.S. base. What he said is, he was asked during the campaign if he would close it down. And he said, well, he would allow the United States to leave it open if they would allow an Ecuadorian base to be established in Miami. That's a good answer, reasonable answer. So he might close it down unless the pressure's too high, which would be severe for the U.S. It's one of the few, maybe the last big remaining military base that the U.S. has in South America. They have, places where they're pretty well established. In fact, there are probably more U.S. military personnel there than during the height of the Cold War, but it's getting harder. It's an indication of how it's getting harder to use the traditional means to control South America. Traditional means were violence and economic strangulation. Violence just isn't working anymore. The last coup attempt was in 2002. It didn't work. I mean, the countries that the governments that the U.S. is now supporting are governments that probably would have been overthrown by military coups 30 or 40 years ago. Like take Brazil, Lula's government. The way the current party line is that in South America they're the bad guys and the good guys. They're all sort of center-left or something, but the bad guys are Chavez, Morales. They're seeing where Correa goes. The good guys are Lula. So it's therefore necessary to suppress the fact that the first action that Lula took after his re-election in October was to go to Venezuela to offer his support for Chavez in the electoral campaign and to inaugurate a joint project, I think a bridge over the Orinoco River and other new development projects. That doesn't fit the party line. So to my knowledge, that was not even reported because he's supposed to be a good guy. But if you look at his policies, they're probably more progressive than Goulart's 40 years ago. And at that time, the Kennedy administration organized a coup, which took place right after the assassination, to institute the first of these neo-Nazi-style national security states. Chile was a little later. That shows how much things have changed.
Let's talk a little bit about Mexico and, that cliche that's always repeated, poor Mexico, so far from God, so close to the United States. They had an election there in September. Felipe Calderon was elected. There's been a lot of controversy. The defeated candidate, the former mayor of Mexico City, López Obrador, has claimed that the election was a fraud, and given Mexico's political history and elections being stolen and the like, there's some reason for him maybe to say those kinds of things. What's going on there?
Well, I mean, the country, in the last election, the country was split roughly 50-50, so maybe he's right about the fraud. In fact, there's some evidence for it. But as far as the character of the country would be concerned, it doesn't show much if the votes went a little bit one way or the other. Sure, it split in a lot of ways. There was a big uprising in Oaxaca, put down pretty violently by the police and the federal forces.
It started as a teacher strike.
Started as a teacher strike and then picked up from there. And in fact, there's huge problems all over the country. In fact, that's why the U.S. is building a wall. The anticipated problems in the country are now taking place. Let's take a look at that wall. It's atrocity, of course, but you look at the Mexican border. It was a pretty open border, porous in both directions. Like most borders, it was established by conquest, and Mexicans on both sides, or people on both sides, similar people. The border was militarized in 1994 by Clinton. Operation Gatekeeper militarized the border for the first time. Now it's getting more intense. Why 1994? That was the year when NAFTA was passed. And presumably they anticipated that the effect of NAFTA would be and NAFTA incidentally was opposed certainly by the populations in the United States and Canada, probably Mexico. You can't be sure of popular opinion there, but it seems so. And it was expected and predicted that Mexican agriculture could not compete with highly subsidized U.S. agribusiness exports, so it would probably be undermined. People would flock to the cities. Domestic Mexican businesses would not be able to compete with U.S. multinationals, which have to receive national treatment in Mexico under these mislabeled trade laws. It's nothing to do with trade, it has to do with investor rights. So they'd probably be in deep trouble, and in general there would be a flood of people, and joined by a flood of people from the ruins of Central America after Reagan's terrorist wars. So the flood of people's coming, so you build a wall. If you look back, there were alternatives to NAFTA proposed. North American trade agreements, which were more free trade than NAFTA, proposed by Congress's Research Bureau, by the U.S. labor movement, which were constructive and could, as they pointed out, this version that was passed was going to lead to low-growth, low-wage economies, which is what happened, and an alternative which they proposed, drawing from some ideas about the European Union and others, they proposed would overcome that, would lead to development in Mexico rather than undermining of much of the population, flight, and so on. But the U.S. media were so, and intellectuals generally, are so disciplined that these were never even brought into the discussion. I mean, even the labor movement, nothing. The Office of Technology Assessment, Congress's Research Bureau, now disbanded, even they couldn't break into the discussion. So yes, there were alternatives to NAFTA, proposed, never discussed. This version is having the anticipated effects, so you build a wall. And that starts from Clinton's militarization of the border as NAFTA was instituted.
You said it was most of the population of the U.S. and Canada was against NAFTA, but then you said it's hard to know about Mexico. Why is that? Are there no polls?
I'm not sure there was a serious poll in Mexico, none that I could find at least. In the United States and Canada, which are kind of better organized societies, there was.
Now, these farmers primarily in Mexico, but also in Central America, I mean, they do have free market choices. They can stay where they are and live in their poverty and go hungry. They can flock to the cities, as you say, or they can move north where there's a prospect of some kind of economic hope.
They also have the choice that Indian farmers are taking, commit suicide, because you can't pay your debts when rural credit is eliminated and agricultural support's eliminated and so on. Yeah, sure, you have choices. And anyway, as Jean Kirkpatrick said, they don't mind the suffering. They're used to it. So it's good for them, sort of.
2006 also marked, again, talking about Mexico and Central America, a huge surge in immigrant rallies and demonstrations across the country in large numbers. People had no idea that there were these communities here. And I'm not just talking about Los Angeles and New York, but in towns in Arkansas I've never heard of, in South Carolina. What did you make of that?
Well, that was quite interesting. Immigration has always been a big problem. This is nothing new. You look back through American history, of course everybody's an immigrant except the remnants of the indigenous population. But as each wave of immigrants came along, they tried to set up barriers against the next wave. And new immigrants were treated miserably. Like, take, say, the Irish in Boston. There were, you'd see signs, no dogs and Irish allowed. I think the life expectancy for Irish males was like maybe 15 years or something. They were treated really viciously. And the same was true of every wave. Or take Orientals. They were allowed in to build the railroads, but then there was an Oriental Exclusion Act, which just blocked them altogether. Up until 1922, was part of the background for the Second World War in the Pacific. And so it goes. In fact, in a way, the most grotesque case is, in my background, Jews. In the 1930s, Jews were trying to escape Europe. Many could see what was happening. Almost all of them wanted to come to the United States. Very few wanted to go to Palestine. There were heavy barriers established. There's a famous incident of the St. Louis, the ship that made it almost to the United States, the Dominican Republic. Then Roosevelt sent it back to Europe, full of refugees who ended up in the concentration camps. And it went on after the war. Like after the Second World War, there were still people dying in DP camps. They weren't much, they didn't have the extermination camps going, but the conditions were very similar. Chances are, if they'd had a chance, they would have wanted to come to the United States. Half of Europe would have wanted to, certainly the people who had been through, survived the Holocaust. Very few of them made it because of anti-immigrant feeling and anti-Semitism, and very little effort on the part of the Jewish community to pressure for immigration, with one exception, the anti-Zionist groups. The American Council for Judaism, which was anti-Zionist, I think did lobby for the Stratton immigration bill, but didn't get anywhere. But they wanted them to be sent off to Palestine, where they were going to be basically cannon fodder. And there's a very interesting book that just came out about that by an Israeli neuroscientist who did an analysis of the archives, the Yiddish archives, the YIVO archives, which were sent over to Israel, and he's this person to have investigated them, and it's quite a story about how the camps were essentially taken over by Zionist propagandists and who ran them and controlled food supplies and so on. And the basic idea was that every man and woman of 17 to 35, that age group, able-bodied man and woman, would be compelled somehow to go to Palestine, later Israel. The Hebrew title of his book is called Good Human Material. That's the way it translates. I think I picked a different title in English. It was reviewed extensively in Israel. I've never seen a mention of it here. But that was going on one side, and the American Jewish community on the other side was pretty passive. I can remember that. Didn't want them here either. But the anti-immigrant feeling was so strong that it contributed to the Holocaust and contributed to the deaths after the war was over, when there was no more excuse about not bombing Auschwitz and so on. Well, that's a pretty dramatic case of anti-immigrant feeling. What we're seeing now is bad enough, but it's nothing novel in history. And it's kind of understandable. The people who sort of, there actually is a conflict of values, as there is with restrictive laws. People who are somewhere don't want to see their lives, communities, cultures disrupted. They made it. They established things the way they wanted it, and they don't want others coming in. It's understandable. One can sympathize with it, but it's pretty ugly.
Is that book you mentioned, is it available in English?
Yeah, it's Yossi Grodzinski's name is. I forgot the title, but it was published by Common Courage. Completely, I haven't seen a word about it anywhere. It's a very interesting book. And as I say, when it came out in Hebrew, the original edition, it was quite widely discussed and pretty favorably.
One of the interesting dynamics of the demonstrations in 2006 of the immigrants community is the experts were befuddled as to how were they organized, and it seems that actually talk radio, Spanish language radio, was the main instrument of organizing these demonstrations.
Oh, it's interesting. You're just giving yourself a plug here.
Well, I'm not buying
no,
radio.
But same racket.
Okay, same racket.
Yeah, that's one. Radio, as you've told me many times, is one of the ways of getting around control over information and opinion.
Muhammad Yunus of Bangladesh was awarded the 2006 Nobel Peace Prize. He started the Grameen Bank in that country, and it's based on microcredit loans to people, mostly poor women in rural areas. And this is, people are always asked, well, if you don't like capitalism, what about some kind of alternative? Is this perhaps the basis of building a building block?
Well, this is pure capitalism, much purer than the U.S. economy. It's real capitalism. U.S. economy is state-based to a large extent. But yeah, I think it's a sensible device. It's not the answer to everything, but empowering women is extremely important in third world countries, actually in most poor communities. I mean, one of the things that's very noticeable in communities that are kind of crushed, we're barely surviving, is the women seem much more able to do things than the men are. And you can see why. The women, their responsibilities continue, no matter how rotten the situation. They're still taking care of the children and cooking and so on. The men, when opportunities are gone, their usual opportunities, whatever it may be, they're lost. They have nothing to do. They turn to drink, to crime, and so on. You see it all over the place. I've seen it in places like, say, Nicaragua. Well, you see it in poor communities. Actually, we've even seen it in this department when we bring people in from Ken Hale, who died recently, brought people in from the Native American communities and did a fantastic job of getting them through a graduate program in linguistics, a hard program that they didn't have the background. And pretty typically, the women made out very well. The men usually had problems. I've seen it in Nicaragua. You walk around the streets of my daughter's neighborhoods Sunday morning, you see the wives and sisters coming out, pulling in the drunken husbands and brothers. You walk down the street during the day, the women are busy. They're cleaning the leaves off the front steps. They're getting the children washed and ready to school. I don't know what the men are doing. Gambling. It's just a disrupted life. And it's common all over the world. So giving microcredit loans to women is a very smart thing to do. It's not the end of everything, but it has paid off, and it's a good capitalist approach.
In the business section of the New York Times, actually, in December 9th, 2006, there was an interview with Yunus, who I didn't particularly know to be radical politically, but he says here, my position has been that poverty has not been created by the poor people. The system has created them. The system being institutions, the concepts or framework of living. That's where the seed of poverty is.
Yeah. He's correct, and I don't think he's radical either. I don't think that's a radical comment. It's like common sense. It's nice that he said it. It's good that he said it, which is unusual. Yeah.
And going back to Central America just for a moment, and actually Latin America in general, the current Pope, Benedict, who's managed to mire himself in controversy around his less than flattering statements about Islam, he was known as apparently as the enforcer during the reign of the much revered and hallowed Pope John to eliminate liberation theology, which began, I believe, in Brazil and then spread across the continent. And he was the guy who purged, apparently, bishops and other high-ranking Catholic officials. Is there anything to that?
We don't know the inner workings of the Vatican, but that's what's reported. And it certainly looks like that from his writings. Actually, it's interesting that the U.S. Army takes credit for it. One of the talking points, of the School of the Americas is that the U.S. Army helped defeat liberation theology, but the Vatican played its role, ugly role of the kind that you mentioned, and it's rather striking in the light of the history of the Church. The crime of liberation theology was that it took the Gospel seriously, and that's unacceptable. The Gospels are a radical pacifist material, if you take a look at them. When the Emperor Constantine, the Roman Emperor, took over, adopted Christianity, he shifted it. He shifted Christianity from a radical pacifist religion to the religion of the Roman Empire. So the cross, which was a symbol of the suffering of the poor, was put on the shield of the Roman soldiers. And since that time, the Church has been pretty much Church of the rich and the powerful, just the opposite of the message of the Gospels. And liberation theology from Pope John the 23rd and his influence in the bishops in Latin America and Brazil particularly picked up the actual Gospels and brought it to peasants. They said, let's read it. Let's actually read what the Gospels say, and let's try to act on the principles that they describe. And that is a major crime. That's set off the Reagan wars of terror, the Vatican repression, and so on. The U.S. was virtually at war with the Catholic Church in the 1980s, and in its own way, and the Vatican in their way. It was a clash of civilizations, if you like, the U.S. versus the Gospels, including those who, posture about how Jesus is their favorite philosopher.
You mentioned the uprising in Oaxaca, which is continuing in southern Mexico, but the day that NAFTA went into effect, I was in the Yucatan at the time, it was January 1st, 1994, there was an uprising in Chiapas, the Zapatista revolt. Talk about what they're doing today. I know that Subcomandante Marcos is kind of the face, or almost the masked face of the movement, was campaigning around the country during the presidential election, advising people not to vote for either Calderon or López Obrador.
Yeah, personally, I'm not sure that was a wise position to take, but yes, that's what he did. I don't know the details, but as far as I can see, the organizing in Chiapas continues. The Zapatista movement remains alive. His role was quite significant, very effective use of the internet to create support systems which prevented the authorities, the very brutal Mexican police, from crushing it, and federales, and prevented the U.S. from moving in the way it expects. So they're still viable. How much it can influence the rest of it had an inspirational effect all over the world. That's you can find everywhere. Exactly where it'll develop in Mexico, I don't know.
There's a graffiti that found its way onto a postcard that you also used in the conclusion of the book Perilous Power that you did with Gilbert Ashkar. So apparently someone asks Mr. Gandhi, what do you think of Western civilization? And Gandhi replies, I think it would be a good idea.
Yeah, that's apocryphal. It's not sure that, but it's a nice story. Yeah. And you can say it about a lot of things. Say capitalism or free trade. Yeah, it might be a good idea. Who knows? We won't know until anybody wealthy and privileged is willing to give it a chance.
Well, in failed states, toward the end of the book, you do point out that often critics of the system are denounced for being negative and never having anything positive to put forth. And you address that criticism with some very specific suggestions about solutions.
Yeah, very unoriginal suggestions. Those suggestions just happen to be supported by a large majority of people in the United States. I think they're good suggestions. They would change the country significantly. There's nothing radical about them, but they're off the agenda. That's part of the serious collapse of democratic institutions. I mean, there's a lot of talk right now about how it's a divided country. We have to bring it together, red and blue, the Baker-Hamilton commissions, bringing them together. It is a divided country, but not the way that's being discussed. It's divided between the public and the power systems, the government and the corporate system. Yeah, big gap between them. So these examples here are chosen from public opinion studies and are supported by, in most cases, very large majorities of the population. And I think they're all quite sound proposals. They can't be discussed because of the same gap. And in fact, we were talking about Bolivia before. It's rather striking to compare Bolivia with the United States. Actually, there's a lot of talk now in the liberal press, in the left liberal press, about how we have to do something about our electoral processes, because you don't trust the voting machines, and some people don't have a chance to vote, and they don't count, there's fraud, and so on. Yeah, maybe all correct, but it's kind of like a footnote. Now, the real problem is we don't have elections. You don't have elections when the issues that the population is concerned about do not arise on the electoral agenda. In Bolivia, in contrast, they actually had a free election, a serious one, last year. Huge participation. Everybody knew the issues. The issues were important. They didn't just come on voting day. They'd been struggling about those issues for years, like in Cochabamba, with the protests there where I think a couple dozen people were killed. There were mass popular organizations. They elected someone from their own ranks. That's an election. I mean, it's so remote from conceivability in the West, certainly the United States, that it's incredible. So yeah, this is one illustration of the enormous gap between public opinion and public policy on a host of issues, quite a lot of issues. And we see it every day. When I was driving home the other day and listening to NPR, my masochist streak, and they happened to have a long segment on Barack Obama. Very favorable, really enthusiastic. I mean, this new star coming on the political firmament and so on. That must have gone on for 15 minutes. I was listening to see, are they going to say anything about his position on any issue? Any issue. Nothing. I mean, just about the image. I mean, I think they may have had a couple of words about, he's in favor of doing something about the climate or something. What are his positions? Well, it just doesn't matter. And you read the articles, it's the same. He gives hope. He has an image of, I don't know what, he's just a wonderful, he looks right into your eyes when you talk to him. I mean, that's what's considered significant. Not, shall we control our own resources? Shall we nationalize our resources? Shall we have water for people? Shall we have health systems? Shall we stop carrying out aggression? I mean, no, that's not mentioned, because our electoral system, our political system has been, not degenerated is the wrong word, it has been driven to a level of, to such a low level that issues are completely marginalized, and the mechanisms are understood. We've talked about them. Elections are run by the same people who sell toothpaste. They market candidates the same way. You're not supposed to know the information about toothpaste. You're not supposed to know the information about candidates, and they don't. Take the congressional elections just in November. They're interpreted as kind of a referendum on Iraq. Population wants to get out. Well, maybe they were, but do you know the position of the Democratic candidates who were elected on Iraq? Well, maybe 2 or 3 of them, For the most part, you don't know what their positions were. We don't like it. That's a position.
It's not going well.
It's not going well. We're not doing too well. Let's do something. But was the voice of the population heard? No. Or take the major issue coming up, Iran. And the population has an opinion on that, on the Iranian nuclear issues. I forget the numbers, but the overwhelming majority of the population is in favor of diplomatic initiatives rather than confrontation. I don't even think that's been reported. It's certainly not discussed. American public opinion doesn't count, just as Iraqi public opinion doesn't count. So take the Baker Hamilton, the ISG report again. It's quite interesting to read. It's mostly interesting for what it doesn't say. So one of the things it doesn't say is what the population of Iraq wants. That's never mentioned. Actually, it's interesting how they skirt it. They cite the U.S. government polls. There are U.S. government and other Western polls, which do tell us a lot about that. And they cite the polls, but not that. They cite the figure that says that the proportion of Iraqis who think it's legitimate to attack American soldiers has increased. It's now a majority. And they cite that. And the conclusion is, well, we have to do something to readjust our tactics so they don't see us as occupiers or something. So let's make a tactical adjustment. Those very same polls, some by the State Department, some by Western polling agencies, say that in Baghdad, 2/3 of the population wants the U.S. troops out immediately. And the large majority in the country as a whole wants a firm timetable for withdrawal in less than a year or less. Maybe 6 months to a year or something like that. Well, that's what the Iraqi people want according to Western U.S. polls. That's not mentioned, just as the opinion of the American people on the issues listed here or on Iraq and so on is just not taken into account. And if you look at American public opinion, since I think April 2003, right after the invasion, a considerable majority, maybe around 2/3, here in the United States thought that U.S. forces should be kept in Iraq under the auspices of the United Nations, not leading the occupation. That happens to be the same position that pretty much the Spanish population voted on a year later. They voted for that. They didn't vote to withdraw. They voted to keep Spanish troops there only under UN supervision, position of the U.S. population, the majority. The difference is in Spain you could vote on it. Here nobody even knows it because it's kept under such tight control. Well, that's deterioration of democratic institutions. And yes, there are plenty of positive policies which are very straightforward, and they come straight from majority opinion.
Now, let me just read them. Accept jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court and the World Court. Sign and carry forward the Kyoto Protocols. Let the UN take the lead in international crises. Rely on diplomatic and economic measures rather than military ones in confronting terror. Keep to the traditional interpretation of the UN Charter. Give up the Security Council veto.
Let me just add, that means no use of force except in self-defense.
That would be under Article 51.
Yeah, but real self-defense against ongoing armed attack. Yeah.
And the others cut back sharply on military spending and sharply increase social spending. I remember years ago you told me that the United States should be an organizer's paradise. Do you still see the paradise?
I still think it's an organizer's paradise, and a lot of good things are happening. You see them all over, so do I. The last talk I gave a couple of days ago happened to be in downtown Boston at the annual meeting of a wonderful group. It's called City Life Vida Urbana. They were opening their 34th year of organizing and activism in the poorest areas of Boston, mostly Latino, Black, and so on. Terrific group of people, a lot of people there. They were also very enthusiastic and, lively meeting. It was also the opening of a 3-day conference of radical organizers from around the country who are doing similar things. All those things are happening. A lot of them, they're scattered. The numbers of people involved are very high, probably higher than the 60s, I'm convinced. But kind of atomized. The one real success of power systems in the U.S. has been to separate people from one another, so you don't know what's happening. Actually, I knew very little about this group, though it's been here for 34 years, and very, very effective, right in my own city. And that's what you see.
You're talking about the Iraq War, and I dare say that among liberal opinion there's a tremendous opposition to it. But that
I don't agree with it.
Oh, you don't agree with that?
What's the opposition?
Well, it hasn't gone well. Not on moral grounds.
It hasn't gone well, but what are they proposing? That it go well.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you could have found the same in Russia and during the Afghan years. Actually, it's a very interesting article that just came out in, I think, the Toronto Globe and Mail by a former Russian soldier who's now a Canadian citizen. I've been in touch with him. This is part of a bigger project he's doing. He's comparing the attitudes in Russia toward the Afghan war or the Chechnya war and what appears in the press there and so on with attitudes here and what appears in the press here about U.S. wars. And pretty much as I expected, it's very similar. So he describes how the soldiers felt in Afghanistan. He was one of them, and what the propaganda was like, and so on. He said, he's describing his own experiences. He said, we were trying to help the people. We were we were saving them from the terrorists who were attacking them. We were risking our lives to bring them medical care, and somehow they didn't appreciate it, and it goes on and on about the sacrifices of the Russians and their suffering and the wonderful things they're trying to do. We're trying to protect rights of women, which is true, they were, and make it a civilized society and so on. And, you could translate it word for word. He says, now I hear Canadian soldiers saying the same thing.
Let me be a little tighter with my description then. Elements, let's say, of the left that are anti-imperialist and oppose the war from the very get-go on grounds that the United States was not threatened by Iraq. It was immoral to attack a country that was not an immediate threat to the country, to the U.S. They have nothing to say about Afghanistan.
That's true. The Afghan war is supposed to be a good war. Well, first of all, in my view, which is very unpopular, so I'll repeat it, the Afghan war in itself was a major war crime.
Explain how, because people say, well, we were attacked on September 11th. Didn't they come from Afghanistan? And that's where the Taliban were protecting Al-Qaeda, etc.
Well, first of all, we don't even know that. 8 months later, the head of the FBI, Robert Mueller, was interviewed, had a big interview with the Washington Post, which he was asked about, what do you know about the September 11th attacks? And he says, well, we believe that the plot was hatched in Afghanistan, but it was probably implemented in the Gulf Emirates and in Germany. That's what we believe 8 months later, which means they knew nothing at the time of the bombing. The bombing was undertaken not to get rid of the Taliban. That was an afterthought added 3 weeks after the bombing. The bombing was undertaken with very explicit, said, you turn over to us Osama bin Laden, or else we'll bomb you. No evidence, no request for extradition. In fact, the Taliban made some gestures. We don't know if they were serious or not, because they were instantly rejected, to hand him over in an appropriate way when evidence is given, maybe to a third country or something. That was just blocked. We're going to bomb. Were Afghans in favor of it? Well, the anti-Taliban Afghans bitterly opposed the bombing, many of them, including the U.S. favorite, Abdul Haq. I don't think it was ever reported here, but he went into Afghanistan. He was killed. He didn't get any U.S. support. But about 2 weeks after the bombing, a long interview in England in which he bitterly condemned the bombing. He said, you're bombing and killing Afghans. You're undermining our efforts to overthrow the Taliban from within, which we can achieve. And you're doing it just because you want to show your muscle. A week later, there was a meeting in Peshawar in Pakistan of about 1,000 Afghans, many trekking across the border from Afghanistan, some from Pakistan. That one was reported. They didn't agree on much, but one thing they agreed on was opposing the bombings. That's after 3 weeks of bombing. Before the bombing, internationally, it was very strongly opposed. There was a international Gallup poll. Barely reached outside of two countries. Well, of course, the U.S. and Britain. But outside the U.S. and Britain, there were two countries where the support for bombing reached, I think, 50%, Israel and India. But they were thinking of their own problems. They didn't care about Afghanistan. They were talking about Kashmir and the Palestinians. When in Europe, it was like maybe 25% support. Most striking was Latin America, the places that know the United States and its intervention best. I think it was 2% support in Mexico, It went up to, I think, 11% in Colombia or something. When a further question was asked, would you be in favor of bombing if civilian targets were hit, the numbers were much lower. So there's basically no international support. According to the U.S. government itself and the media and international aid agencies, there were 5 million people on the edge of starvation, and they expected that another 2.5 million would be driven over that edge, 7.5 million if they bombed. That was an expectation. The aid agencies were driven out. They bitterly condemned it. I mean, to carry out bombing with those expectations is a major crime. And it was understood. I mean, Harvard's leading specialist on Afghanistan had an article months later, came out in the winter, in the major Harvard journal, International Security, which talked about the grave threat of starvation if the bombing continued. Well, luckily the worst didn't happen, but that's no justification. And by that kind of justification, you could say Khrushchev was right to put missiles in Cuba. It didn't lead to a nuclear war. What kind of an argument is that? I mean, the fact you judge acts on the basis of reasonably anticipated consequences, well, that was what was anticipated. Well, maybe we'll kill a couple million people because you're not handing over someone who we suspect of terrorism, though we don't have any evidence, and we won't give it to you. And in fact, what's happening in the country now is extremely ugly. It's back in the hands of warlords, the kind of guys who terrorized the country so badly that the Taliban were welcomed. It's a major horror. The country's back to living off opium production largely. However rotten the Taliban were, they stopped that. Nobody wants the Taliban back, but what's there is awful.
Now, talk about the U.S. using NATO in Afghanistan as kind of an auxiliary police force, another kind of Roman legion.
Well, what's happened with NATO is quite interesting. I mean, NATO really had no function after the Cold War was over. I mean, you can argue about before, but certainly after. And there was an arrangement made. I mean, Gorbachev made a remarkable agreement with George Bush I. He agreed to allow Germany to be united and within a Western military alliance, within NATO, which is astonishing. I mean, from a security point of view, that's a real threat to Russia. Just look at the history of the past century. Germany practically destroyed them over and over again alone, not in a Western military alliance. But there was a quid pro quo. It was that the U.S. would agree, and Bush did agree formally, that NATO would not extend to the east. Well, okay, that was the arrangement. Russia reacted. It reduced its military forces. It dropped its first use condition on nuclear weapons, which NATO maintains, but the Russians dropped it. It proposed a nuclear-free zone in the region Arctic to the Black Sea. All of that ended when Clinton backed off on the agreement. Clinton withdrew the agreement, extended NATO to the east, blocked the nuclear zone. That's really serious. That led to Russia, of course, returned to first-use policy and began the remilitarization, which really took off after Bush's aggressive attacks, and that's a huge threat to the world and to us. That's part of it. Bush too, I mean. Yeah. So, but that's a little part of the crucial part of the history. Since then, the U.S. has tried to organize NATO to sort of clean up the messes that the U.S. makes. In Kosovo, for example, NATO should come in, or the Balkans generally. You guys take care of it. We'll bomb, but you do the dirty. You clean up. And same in Afghanistan. U.S. went in, got what it wanted, now NATO take over. And the U.S. wants to be able to use NATO as a force anywhere in the world. Yeah, kind of like a foreign legion. Europe is subordinate enough to the United States, so they're willing to do it.
Michael Walzer has written about Afghanistan as, quote, a triumph of the just war theory. You've been a critic of his views.
I haven't been so much a critic of his views as rather an observer of the fact that he has no views. If you look at the book you're quoting from, Arguments Against War, two problems about it. One, there are no arguments, not a single argument. What the arguments all reduce to, I believe, or I think, or it seems to me. Okay, that's not an argument. The second interesting fact about it is that there are no opponents. He's giving arguments against war, but against who? It's radical pacifists, or they say on campus, or, something like that. I mean, this is intellectually deplorable. Actually, he does mention two people. One of them, his major enemy, Edward Said. He makes some outrageous statement about people who support terror, and a footnote saying, well, that's Edward Said's position. And then he adds to it, and he says, in a more moderate way, it's been indicated by Richard Falk. He's more respectable, so got to be more polite. That's who the arguments are against throughout the whole book, and there isn't a single argument. Actually, his famous book, Just and Unjust Wars, was pretty similar. It's very hard to find an argument, just I think, But this statement, I think, it's standard. I mean, he's just repeating conventional wisdom, so you can't really blame him for it. But on what grounds is it a triumph of just war theory? Actually, there was one of his colleagues, Jean Belka-Elstein, who wrote an equally horrible book on it, intellectually outrageous and morally depraved, in my opinion. I've gone through a lot of it. She gives reasons. She says, yes, this was a triumph of just war theory, and then she gives a set of reasons. The trouble is every single one of her reasons is a complete falsehood. I went through this in print, so I won't. It's in Hegemony or Survival, so I won't go through it again. But she got the facts wrong, and the arguments don't apply. Some of them are flatly contradicted by what happened. But it doesn't matter. It's a triumph of just war theory. In fact, just war theory, whatever you think about it, has been converted into a form of apologetics for whatever atrocities your favored state is carrying out.
One of the aspects of war resistance in the late 60s and early 1970s was the establishment of GI coffee houses. There's a documentary film on this called Sir, No Sir. And one is that whole idea is being revived right now. There's one being set up near Fort Drum in upstate New York, where the 10th Mountain Division is located. You were very familiar with the GI coffee house movement. Why don't you just describe that for people that may not be familiar with it, and was it effective?
It was quite effective. This was a support system for soldiers run by the anti-war movement, and it was very effective. The coffee houses were just places for soldiers to come near bases, and they could do whatever they want. Nobody was trying to propagandize them, but there were discussion groups, and if they wanted to join them, fine. Some of the discussion groups were organized by the anti-war activists who set them up, but it's up to them. And these had an effect in building up what was a very significant movement. In fact, it still exists. Vietnam Veterans Against the War is still functioning very well. They're doing reconstruction projects in Vietnam. They're active here and so on. Actually, one of the leaders was John Kerry, but I didn't trust him at the time and have ample reason to. There were also GI-run anti-war trials, war crimes trials, where soldiers and officers would report on what they had done and what they had witnessed. Like the Winter Soldier, but there were a series of them around the country, and they were effective. And I think it's a good time to renew that.
David Krieger runs a group called the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation in Santa Barbara, and he asks the question, why are there still nuclear weapons? And he proposes some answers. What would you say to that?
Well, simply that the nuclear-armed states are criminal states. They have a legal obligation, confirmed by the World Court, to live up to Article 6 of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which calls on them to carry out good faith negotiations to eliminate nuclear weapons entirely. None of them have lived up to it. The U.S. has violated it more than others, much more. It's in the lead in violating it, especially this administration, which has in fact stated that it's not subject to Article 6, and has developed new nuclear weapon systems, has dismantled. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is just one of a collection of treaties. There was The others have been dismantled and are blocked by the Bush administration. So sure, in fact, they just entered into an agreement with India, which has just been ratified by Congress, which tears to shreds a central part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty.
Well, India's not even a signatory.
India is not a signatory, and it developed nuclear weapons on its own, which is a real crime.
Like Pakistan and Israel.
There is an export, actually it's a U.S. law, which the Bush administration has just effectively rescinded, and also an international convention on export of nuclear technology to countries that have violated the Non-Proliferation Treaty, or, of course, developing nuclear weapons outside the treaty is even worse. And the Bush administration just did it, which means that, as Gary Mulholland, one of the main specialists on nuclear weapons, pointed out in an article in Current History, correctly, that tears the core of the treaty apart. And he said it's going to spread. If the U.S. can do it, why can't somebody else do it? So the whole thing will tear apart. And sure enough, shortly afterwards, China approached India with a similar deal and approached Pakistan. I mean, once you set the precedent, the most powerful state in the world, yeah, others are going to follow it. So this is not a joke. I mean, the threat of nuclear war is extremely serious. It's growing. You know, when you have people like Robert McNamara talking about apocalypse soon, it's not a left-wing maniac. It's right at the heart of the establishment. You read it all through the strategic analysis literature. There's a growing serious threat of nuclear war, and part of the reason is that the nuclear states, led by the United States, simply refuse to live up to their obligations, and in the case of the U.S., are significantly violating them.
3 more quick questions. Quick. Krieger, in his article, says that he thinks that U.S. elites may be influenced by the concept that technology is non-reversible, that once created, it cannot be uncreated, or as it is sometimes put, the genie could not be put back in the bottle. Any veracity to that?
Why'd they sign the Non-Proliferation Treaty then? It was just as true in 1970 as it is now, and it's not true in either case. In fact, there are ways of doing it, which are known. So one sensible way was proposed by Mohammed al-Baradei, the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency. He proposed that all weapons-grade fissile materials be placed under international control, and states could apply for nuclear technology if they met the conditions that they wouldn't be used for weapons. All right, that's a sensible program. Of course, the U.S. won't accept it. There's a couple of modifications of it, all of which are based on U.S. good faith, so nobody's going to accept them. But that's a sensible proposal. To my knowledge, only one state in the world has accepted it, Iran. Of course, that won't get publicized. There's a fissile materials cutoff treaty, namely to block production of fissile materials, except under international supervision. It's been theoretically, the U.S. supports it with a qualification, not if it's verifiable. So the crucial issue is, what about a verifiable FISBAN treaty, as it's called? That's critical. We don't have something like that, the world's probably going to blow up. It came to the United Nations. The Disarmament Committee voted. I think the vote was 154 to 1, 2 abstentions. Israel, which is automatic, they have to go along with the U.S., and Britain, much more interesting. The British ambassador spoke, said that Britain supported the treaty, but this version was dividing the international community, namely 154 to 1. So therefore Britain couldn't vote for it. It's much more important to shine the master's shoes than to save the world from destruction, is basically his message. It then went to the General Assembly, full General Assembly, and I think the vote there was, something like 179 to 1 with 3 abstentions, maybe Palau and Micronesia or somebody, I don't think a word about this was ever reported. It's probably the most important vote the UN ever had. The fate of the world depends on it. So sure, as long as these issues are swept under the rug, there is a growing threat, and he's quite right, but it's nothing about technology not being...
Iqbal Ahmed, in a talk that he gave here at MIT on the role of intellectuals in October 1998, just about 6 months before he died in Islamabad, he said that you have to be willing to take risks. And beyond the obvious, what makes most people risk adverse? I mean, he was talking about intellectuals. Are intellectuals atomized as well as the ordinary citizens that you described? And the other thing that Ahmed said that I'd like you to comment on, he said love of people is important.
Well, he's a very close old friend, but I don't entirely agree with him about that. First of all, we don't take risks here. I mean, the risks that people face here for taking dissident positions or even engaging in resistance activities and so on. Yeah, there are risks, but as compared with what most people face in the world, they're undetectable. I mean, there's a lot of complaints about them here, but just consider what the risks are. Okay, you get denounced by, whoever it is. You're ridiculed, you're vilified, maybe you can't get invited to the right dinner parties and so on, but those are risks, I mean, think what people really face. We happen to be very privileged. Intellectuals are called intellectuals because they're privileged. It's not because they're smart. They know a lot. There are plenty of people who know more and are smarter but aren't intellectuals because they don't have the privilege. But the people called intellectuals are privileged. They have resources. They're pretty well. The state does not have the capacity to repress. That's some, but not much, nowhere near what people claim. There are cases where bad things do happen, intolerable things. People get thrown out of their jobs and stuff like that. Sure, that's intolerable. But by and large, the risks that privileged people face are very small. So I don't even think it's a question of taking risks. It's a matter of being decent. Love of people, yeah, of course. Or at least commitment to them and their needs.
How is fighting power today different from the 60s and early 70s?
Well, right now, it's a lot easier than the early 60s. I mean, at that point, it was extremely hard to do anything even mildly critical of state power. You could protest racist sheriffs in Alabama. That's fine. But nothing much in the North, and certainly not the Vietnam War. I mean, sure you remember it was the Vietnam War protests didn't really develop until way beyond the level of the U.S. invasion of Iraq today. So in that respect, things are a lot easier. There are many topics now that you can talk about quite freely and openly without any holds barred that were almost unmentionable then. Like after 1967, for example, the issue of Israel became kind of a holy writ. You couldn't say a word about it. In fact, that lasted for a long time. But in the last few years, that's eased up too. You can now talk pretty freely about it without hysteria and meetings broken up, police protection, and so on. And there are many topics that you talk about freely now that weren't even on the agenda then. I mean, environmental issues, women's rights, things like that, which just weren't even discussed. Solidarity movements didn't exist. A critical discussion of state capitalism, what's called capitalism, that barely existed except in marginal and often dubious sectors, but now it's right in the mainstream. So in many ways things are a lot easier than they were.
What about discussions of imperialism?
Same thing. I mean, now it's open. You want to talk about imperialism, it's fine. Just only questions that come up are what's exactly the right concept to use. But in the 60s, you simply couldn't raise questions about the fundamental benevolence of U.S. policy. First of all, there was a Kennedy cult, and I'll take somebody like Eugene McCarthy. He was considered a hero in the 60s. By today's standards, he would be regarded as just a charlatan. I mean, here's a guy who did absolutely nothing. In 1968, when it looked like there was a chance to gain political power, he appeared on the stage and without saying very much, managed to mobilize a lot of young people who were wanted to seriously change things. They came to Chicago, the Clean Virginia crowd. The organizers sort of manipulated them into a police trap. They were beaten bloody on the streets of Chicago. And McCarthy didn't do anything about it. And as soon as he lost his a chance to gain political power, he basically disappeared. Instead of using the prestige that he had illegitimately, but that he had, he went off to write about baseball and make clever remarks and write poetry and so on. So he became a liberal hero. I don't think somebody could get away with that today.
What are the weaknesses and fissures that can be exploited and open wider in terms of power?
Just about every one. By now there's almost no issues that are so far off the agenda that you can't discuss them, including the nature of the state capitalist system. I mean, for example, the idea that there could be an anti-corporate movement was almost unimaginable in the 1960s. And now people understand what you're talking about. There are movements. There are recognizable attempts to eliminate the illegitimacy of private tyrannies. These are, the topics are, I don't think there's, it's not that it's going to be easy, but if you're looking at a comparative standard, it's a lot easier now than almost anything. The fissures it depends what you're looking for. I mean, if right now the major fissure, which can be exploited, is the basic split in the country. I mean, we constantly read about how the country is split between red and blue. Baker Hamilton is going to bring the country together. This is a split, but it's not that one. I mean, the major split is between the public and power sectors. Both of the political parties, the business sector, are well to the right of the population on a host of major issues. And that's a significant fissure. I mean, you see it everywhere. It's, take the major domestic problem, healthcare. For most people, that's the major problem. Well, for a long time, including the 60s, there was very strong support for a national healthcare system. And something did come of it, Medicare and Medicaid, in a limited way that did develop. But by now, there's a lot of political agitation about reforming healthcare, but nothing is being proposed that reflects the overwhelming majority of public opinion. Well, that's certainly a fissure that can be pressed. And by now you even find in the mainstream calls for a national health care program of the kind that the population overwhelmingly supports and has in the past, but never approached being a discussable issue until now. On international affairs, it's similar. I mean, let's take the threat, at least, of a war with Iran. Can't judge how seriously they intend it, but there's certainly an attempt to build up threats against Iran, to create provocations and so on. Well, it happens that the public is overwhelmingly against it. Last polls, about 75% of the public want to improve relations with Iran rather than engage in threats. Now, that's important, so important that I don't think it even gets reported. But if you're looking for a fissure, here you've got 75% of the public already convinced that we shouldn't go ahead with threats against Iran if organizers are incapable of moving that forward to an actual policy option. Well, it's the fault of the organizers. And you can go on. I mean, wherever you look, there's fissures to find.
You're of that generation that remembers when there was a lively union movement in this country, and the percentage of workers in the private sector today organized is at a record low. It's slightly better in the public sector. What's the possibility of reviving the union movement, and what needs to be done to make that happen?
It's, what you say is quite true. Actually, public sector unionization has stayed pretty steady, which illustrates the fact, which we know from other sources as well, that workers would join unions if they could. In the public sector, there are civil service restrictions and others that make it difficult to employ illegal measures to block unionization. In the private sector, since Reagan, it's been explicit. The government has made it explicit that employers can use illegal measures to undermine union organizing, and it's done constantly. And there have been other changes in the international economy that affect unionization. But can this be reversed? Well, certainly can, but not when there's it's going to mean overcoming a lot of pressures. Let's just take jobs. I mean, during the Bush years, the only detectable job growth has been in the health-related areas. Some of it, but it's mostly public sector. Well, if there's no job growth, if workers are under pressure just to maintain jobs, that's a barrier against unionization. It can be overcome, but hard. There's not going to be any new secrets about this. The methods of organizing are known. They just have to be pursued. And that means it's not just something that can be done by working people. It means changes in the cultural background, the social pressures, other kinds of organization and support and solidarity, and so on.
Well, the U.S. economy, I think it's fair to say, is in a fairly stagnant, even deleterious state. The manufacturing base is eroding. You only have to look at what's happening in the auto industry. What do you see as the future of the economy, also laden with deficits and debt?
I don't think anybody really knows. It's a kind of economy that hasn't existed. The economy is, first of all, I want to say the auto industry. If you mean by the United States the territorial United States, then the manufacturing base is declining. If you mean by the United States the people who own the United States, it's not declining. They just happen to be producing abroad or assembling abroad and so on.
Is it fair to call them the ruling class?
Yeah. I just call them the owners of the society, who pretty much run the government too. They're doing fine, and haven't seen the latest statistics, but over a long period, their share of global manufacturing has remained quite high. If you're manufacturing in China, that's still, in fact, there have been some calculations of the trade deficit, which I think McKinsey did a study of it a couple of years ago and found that if you take imports to the United States that are coming from affiliates or subsidiaries of U.S. corporations abroad, if you call them domestic production, turns out the trade deficit almost very sharply declines. And it would make sense to do so. They're imports only in the sense in which some movement within a command economy across borders is trade. But it's a difficult situation. The U.S., the country is deeply in debt. There's enormous trade deficits. Households are deeply in debt. There's great corporate debt.
I think negative savings that are negative.
Last year, I think, was the first year of negative, or recent years have been the first ones of negative savings. A lot of personal wealth is in the form of home ownership, which is a pretty fragile base. It's good evidence to think that there's a housing bubble that somehow overcame the collapse of the stock bubble, but may go as well, and in fact is declining, which could turn out serious. And it might be the case that particularly China, but also Japan and other substantial holders of U.S. debt might decide to diversify their currency holdings.
I was just going to ask you about that. China has about $1 trillion in holdings in the U.S. debt. What if they decide to cash in their chips and want to see some cash?
Well, I think it's unlikely. I mean, China is has a lot invested, for example, in treasury bonds, which are not a great investment for them. They could have more profitable investments elsewhere. Holding the dollar is not particularly profitable either because it's declining relative to the euro. On the other hand, there's good reasons for them to do it. They are propping up the U.S. economy consciously, and it is their major market. So they want to maintain the market for their exports. In order to do that, they have to lose money on investments and holding of currency. At some point, they may change their minds. But that would be a big change in the international economy, and I don't think anyone can predict what the effect would be.
There's been talk of Venezuela and Iran pricing oil in euros. A couple of questions around that. How does the U.S. benefit, the owners, how does the U.S. benefit from the pricing in dollars? And what are the economic implications if there is that shift to the euro?
Well, when your own currency is effectively the international currency, you have a lot of advantages. You don't have to buy the international currency, for example. You've got it. And you can add the adjustments that you make in say if the Treasury Department wants to adjust the level of the dollar relative to other currencies, it can do it on the basis of profitability for dollar holders, meaning ourselves. Others have to compensate. It may not be in their interest. So there's a lot of advantages to having your own currency serve as the international currency in effect. I think it's unclear from what I read of the international economics literature, I don't think it's at all clear how much of an effect there would be if there were diversification into euros or yen, maybe a broader basket of currencies. And I think, as far as I can see, it's just quite hard to predict what the effect would be. Very likely there would be some kind of harmful effect for the U.S. economy, but what the scale would be is hard to judge. Remember, the U.S. is a very powerful society. I mean, it's still by far the richest country in the world. It's got enormous advantages. As if you compare it to, say, the entire European Union, more or less on a par economically. But this is a single country. It's internally much more integrated than the European Union is.
There's been, of course, an upsurge in bellicose language toward Iran. And under the UN Charter, not just the use of force, but the threat of force is a breach of the Charter. Isn't that right?
That's certainly correct. Article 2 outlaws the threat or use of force in international affairs. But the U.S. is an outlaw state. And it's accepted by the U.S. Intellectual class that the U.S. should be an outlaw state. So it is not subject to international law and norms. So there's no criticism of this. The only criticism is maybe it'll get us into trouble, but not you're committing a crime. I mean, we can say the same about the invasion of Iraq. I mean, there's a huge debate about the invasion of Iraq, but no question about whether we have a justification to do it. Of course we have a justification automatically. It's us. We have justification to do anything. In fact, if you look at the so-called debate about Iraq, it's approximately the level of a high school newspaper commenting on the local sports team. I mean, you don't ask whether the team has a right to win. You just ask how to win. Do we need a new coach? Do we have too many injuries? Should we have some new tactics or something? But not, do we have a right to win? It's not thinkable. Similarly, the question whether the United States has a right to win in Iraq is unthinkable. Of course it does. Everyone's in favor of victory. The only question is whether this strategy or the other strategy will give it. Some of the discussion that's going on is almost surreal. Like, for example, a couple of days ago it was announced that Iran is opening a bank in Iraq. And there's huge furor about this. This proves Iranian interference in Iraq. How can we tolerate that? You don't know whether to laugh or cry. I mean, suppose Russia in the 1980s had protested because the U.S. was opening a bank in Afghanistan. Interference in Afghanistan, interfering with our liberation of Afghanistan. People would have collapsed in hysterical laughter. When we do it, it's correct. We have in fact, they've come close to threatening that if there's Iranian interference in Iraq, we might have a right to attack Iran. It's kind of like, in fact, the comparison isn't fair to Russia, but it's as if the Russians had claimed the right to bomb the United States in the 1980s because we were interfering in Afghanistan, which and we certainly were. We were supporting major terrorist forces in Afghanistan.
I'm often asked in talks about, well, what will the U.S. People are incredulous. They don't think that the U.S. will attack Iran for other reasons. The military is overextended. There's no popular support for, etc. But I just remind people, just look what Nixon did. He inherited the Vietnam War, and instead of ending it, he expanded it into Cambodia and Laos. I mean, are people expecting rational behavior from irrational actors?
Well, first of all, extending the war to Cambodia and Laos was horrible enough, but it was basically costless to the United States. I mean, you're attacking countries that are totally defenseless. The only effect would be domestic opposition and international protest. You attack Iran, you can blow up the whole region. It's a serious war. So I don't think the comparison to Nixon is fair to Nixon. He was, and many comparisons to Nixon are unfair. Even domestically, he was more or less the last liberal president. But it was horrible, but it was costless. And therefore, there was very little protest over it. In fact, there's very little today. So if we've talked about this, stop me. But
there was a lot of protest around the Cambodian invasion.
There was protest about the U.S. When the U.S. invaded Cambodia in 1970, then there was protest because people didn't want another invasion, didn't want an expansion of the war. But it was domestic. When the bombing came along, there was some protest. In fact, enough so that finally the Congress barred the official U.S. bombing. The actual bombing continued, but there was very little reporting of it. It was not a mainstream issue. In fact, when the issue of possible impeachment of Nixon came up, although the Cambodia bombing illegal in violation of congressional legislation, although it was raised, it was taken off the bill of indictment. It wasn't that important, but that goes right to the present. I mean, just a couple of years ago, the Clinton administration released documents on the bombing of Cambodia. And it turns out it was, I think, 5 times as high, much higher, maybe 5 times as high as the very high level that had already been known at the time. There's almost no doubt that it played, it had been speculated that it must have played a role in the formation of the Khmer Rouge. By now, it's almost obvious from the latest documentation that's been released. This meant that Cambodia was the most heavily bombed country in history. Well, it's public. In fact, there was even an article about it by one of the leading specialists, Ben Kiernan, and a colleague. Ben Kiernan is a leading Cambodia specialist. He's the head of the Yale University Genocide Project, which is mostly focused on Pol Pot's genocide, but extends beyond. He had an article about it. It appeared in a small Canadian journal. It was published at least once in the United States, namely on ZNet. As far as I'm aware, that's the first publication in the United States. This is major news. Here it turns out that the bombing of Cambodia was vastly beyond what we thought. Most heavily bombed country in history, enormous effect. It's surely played. I think don't want to use numbers from memory, but I think the Khmer Rouge went from maybe 10,000 to a couple 100,000 during the period of the bombing, and we're doubtlessly using that in growth, and we're surely using it as a mobilizing technique. It was driving peasants berserk, Then comes the Khmer Rouge years, which we're allowed to talk about. Here's enormous information of enormous significance about the bombing of Cambodia. No interest, not published. Sometimes things are published which are utterly shocking, and they pass without comment, like Kissinger's remark. Anything that flies against anything that moves. If we found a statement like that in the Serbian archives about Milosevic, banner headlines, Here it is, New York Times, no comment.
Almost a direct order for mass murder.
Yeah, it's a direct order for a call for genocide, basically. No comment. In fact, the whole history of the Indochina Wars has been so reshaped that it's unrecognizable.
You've written about that in the reconstruction of imperial ideology after the cataclysm.
And by now it's so far gone that people have no idea what happened. You can see that in the comparisons that are drawn between Vietnam and Iraq. There's almost no meaningful comparison, either in the motives, the character of the war, the way the war ended. The comparisons are almost non-existent. But the reality of the Indochina Wars has been so suppressed, and in fact the reality of the Iraq War is so distorted that it looks on the surface like a comparison, very superficially. We could go through it.
Frank Rich of the New York Times believes that the comparison between the two wars his word is striking. He uses the example of an unpopular Secretary of Defense, McNamara, being replaced, and now you have Rumsfeld being replaced, and the elders then and the elders now.
Yeah, but these are superficialities. The war was fought for totally different reasons. By about 1970, the U.S. had effectively won the war in terms of its major war aims. In order to meet the major war aims in Indochina, all it was necessary to do was to destroy the country and to ensure that the region was inoculated from infection, to use government terms, by imposing vicious dictatorships. Okay, then you essentially won the war. You can't destroy Iraq and inoculate the region from the threat of successful development. That's totally irrelevant in Iraq. The comparison is zero. But in order to see that, you have to be willing to face the facts about why the U.S. invaded South Vietnam, why it invaded Iraq, why it's almost unthinkable for them to leave Iraq, and they certainly can't do it by destroying the country, as in Vietnam. When you look beyond the most superficial level, comparisons become meaningless. But the level of suppression of what happened is sufficiently high so that it's possible to discuss almost non-existent comparisons as if they were serious.
One trope that repeats itself over and over in official discourse and in the media is the Munich narrative, appeasement, Hitler, Nazi Germany. You have CNN's Glenn Beck saying that Iran is a global threat as big as we've seen since the Nazis. And then he says, blowing up Iran, I say we nuke the bastards. I'm not making these quotes up. Bill Kristol in the Weekly Standard, advocating a first strike on Iran. He says, why wait? Attack Iran now, and then you'll end what he calls appeasement. Why is this trope just recycled over and over again, and why do seemingly people fall for it? Or do they fall for it?
Well, I presume the people who are producing it fall for it. I don't see any particular reason to think they're lying. It is so utterly outlandish, it's even hard to comment on. First of all, what about Munich? Munich was welcomed by the Roosevelt administration. Sumner Welles, Roosevelt's main advisor, came back just glowing with praise for what had been accomplished. They'd established peace in Europe forever. Actually, the U.S., the business community in the United States, and even more so in England, were fairly supportive of Hitler. In fact, investment in Germany shot up after Hitler came in. The Roosevelt administration, the British administrations were pretty tolerant.
But that's all been historically engineered now.
Now it's all gone from history. It's just, and it's one part of it is true. If the U.S. and Britain had wanted to stop Hitler in 1938, they probably could have done it. There wouldn't have been any war. They didn't particularly want to, so there was.
Or 37 or 37.
Well, in earlier years, almost certainly, but even as late as 1938, it would have still been possible to end the threat of war. But by 1939, Germany was a major military power. It could easily have conquered Europe. It came very close to conquering Europe. What's Iran? I mean, Iran was unable even to defeat Iraq in the 1980s. But by now, its military forces is almost non-existent. It can barely hold the country together. Has Iran ever threatened anyone? I mean, has it attacked anyone? It wouldn't have the military force to do it. I mean, you can say what you like about Iran, horrible government, this and that. We obviously don't want to have nuclear weapons, but to consider them a threat comparable to Hitler is like, kind of reminds me of when Ronald Reagan put on his cowboy boots and declared that we have to have a national emergency because the Nicaraguan army is 2 days from Texas. Yeah, okay. If you're that much of a coward and a lunatic, I suppose you can say that kind of thing without without embarrassment. But beyond that, no. I mean, look, no one wants Iran to have nuclear weapons. That's for sure. And if you're serious about it, there are ways of dealing with that problem sensibly. But to regard Iran as a serious threat, let alone a threat comparable to Hitler, I mean, that's to move into outer space. You can't discuss it rationally. It's like, it's like talking to a religious fanatic of some kind.
Netanyahu says this is 1938, Iran is Germany.
Yeah, okay. I mean, he has his reasons. Israel is recognized that there is a threat. There is a threat to its regional dominance. There might be some balance, slight balance to its regional dominance. And, of course, they regard that as a threat. They want to dominate the region completely with no balancing forces. But it's not a serious threat to them. From a military point of view, almost surely not. I mean, suppose Iran had nuclear weapons, which no one wants, of course. Could they use them? I mean, if there was even the slightest indication that Iran is planning to arm a missile, the country would be vaporized. The only thing they can use nuclear weapons for is as a deterrent. They can't attack anyone with nuclear weapons, or the countries, unless they decide on mass suicide, in which case they might as well bomb themselves. You could argue maybe they'll leak weapons to terrorists. Well, that's conceivable. But then there's a much more serious threat of that right in front of us, Pakistan, which in fact has leaked nuclear weapons. You want to worry about that? Fine, let's bomb Pakistan. But to repeat, we do not want Iran or anyone else to have nuclear weapons. And there are ways to deal with that problem. But that's not saying that they're having nuclear weapons, if the worst case happens and they develop them, would be a significant threat to Israel or anyone else. It would be a deterrent. It would be a deterrent to attack.
Let me just clarify something. A little earlier you said that if the U.S. were to attack Iran, it could lead to a serious conflagration and in the Middle East. But then you said that Iran was very weak, in comparison to Nazi Germany in 1939.
Well, you don't have to be very strong to stir up Shiite forces in Iraq to turn the place into a bloodbath and to bring in Saudi Arabian intervention in support of the Sunnis and on and on. Yeah, you could do that. That doesn't take military power.
Mohammad al-Baradei, the Nobel Peace Prize winner and head of the International Atomic Energy Commission, he says he's worried about the further UN sanctions were, quote, against Iran were, quote, only going to lead to escalation. And then he dismissed as, I'm quoting, absolutely bonkers suggestions Israel or the U.S. might launch military attacks on Iranian nuclear sites. This might destroy the buildings, he said, but it would not deprive Iran of its expertise and would strengthen the hand of Tehran's hardliners.
It would, almost certainly, unless, in fact, remember what happened at Osirak when Israel bombed the Iraqi nuclear facilities in 1981. It didn't terminate nuclear weapons development. It didn't even accelerate it. It initiated it. The Osirak reactor was inspected shortly after the bombing, within weeks after the bombing, by the chairman of Harvard's physics department, who's a specialist in nuclear engineering. And he wrote an article in the world's leading scientific journal, Nature, in which he said this reactor was not capable of weapons production. And from testimony that we now have from Iraqi defectors, it turns out that's apparently correct. It was not intended for weapons production. But of course, as soon as it was bombed, Saddam Hussein immediately undertook a clandestine nuclear weapons development program. So it appears from what we know that the Israeli bombing initiated the nuclear weapons development program. Well, it could happen in Iran too. On the other hand, if the U.S. is not going to bomb nuclear weapons facilities, nor is Israel, I don't think. If they do it, they're going to carry out carpet bombing of Iran, try to reduce the country to dust. And in fact, what they might do is can't second guess the Pentagon, but I'd be really surprised if there isn't an office in the Pentagon that's thinking through contingency plans about how to take over Khuzestan, the Arab region right near the Gulf, which happens to be where most of the oil is, and just bomb the rest of the country to dust. That would be a tactic that perhaps could work. What effect that would have on the world, I mean, who knows? I mean, hatred and fear of the United States and Israel would escalate to an unmeasurable degree. It's already huge. And what the long-term effects of that would be in the world, who knows? But would they do it? So in that sense, yes, it's anything they do would be, any use of military force would be bonkers. It certainly would be hated in the region. I mean, we know from polls in the region that the populations in the surrounding countries who very much dislike Iran, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, nevertheless, by large majorities, prefer a nuclear-armed Iran to any form of military action. The last thing in the world, next to last thing in the world they want is a nuclear-armed Iran. The worst thing is military action. What would that lead to? Well, it's a question of the extent to which you can control populations by force and violence and threat. Maybe you can. It's been done in the past, but it's a terrible gamble.
Is this the traditional device of target of aggression, accusing the target of aggression of being the perpetrator of the planned crime in terms of Iran? It's meddling, it's fishing in troubled waters in Iraq. There's no sense of irony here. The U.S. with an occupying army 8,000-9,000 miles away, and Iran is a bordering country.
Well, yes, but remember, that's standard. We were, during the Vietnam War, for example, when the U.S. was bombing North Vietnam, it happened to be bombing an internal Chinese railroad. The way the French built railroads, the internal Chinese railroads from southwest to southeast China passed through North Vietnam. Well, when China sent in railroad workers to rebuild the bombed railroad, that was condemned as interference in Vietnam. For us to bomb it is legitimate. For them to repair their railroad that we're bombing, that shows that they're aggressors. And therefore we have to think about bombing China and so on. These formulations have a lot of significance. For one thing, they help entrench the principle that we have a right to use force and violence anywhere we like. They entrench that. Because if you can get people to repeat without ridicule that Iran is interfering in Iraq, or that China was interfering in Vietnam, if you can get the media, intellectuals, others to repeat that without ridicule, that entrenches the fundamental principle that we have a right to use violence anywhere we like, and nobody has a right to deter it. No one. And that's an important principle. So,
you talk about that actually in on power and ideology, and you say you're talking about the devices of manufacturing consent, and one of the most effective devices is to encourage debate, but within a system of unspoken presuppositions that incorporate the basic principles of the doctrinal system. These principles are therefore removed from inspection. They become the framework for thinkable thought, not objects of rational consideration.
Exactly, and they become so deeply entrenched that you can't see them. So even to ask the question, does the U.S. have the right to win, is as if you're talking, Swahili. It doesn't have any meaning in the English language. And it does get entrenched by such devices as charging China with meddling in Vietnam or Iran with meddling in Iraq. So that has that function, but it has other functions too. The constant threats against Iran, illegal, of course, as you said, do have the effect of making the leadership in Iran harsher and more repressive. And that's a good thing too, because that might help stimulate protest, dissension, internal ruptures. I'm sure the U.S. at the same time is trying to stimulate the secessionist movements. It's a complicated country. I mean, so a lot of it's non-Persian.
Multi-ethnic,
it's multilingual, multi-ethnic. There's an Azeri, big Azeri population which is repressed and can be, probably is being stimulated to rebellion, as I mentioned. They're probably doing the same in Khuzestan and elsewhere. And imposing, if the regime becomes harsher and more repressive, it's possible that may well stimulate other forms of disruption and resistance, which will help erode the country from within. And that's surely a goal of the United States and Israel. They do not want an independent, stable, powerful Iran or anyone else that's out of control. But that's quite different from saying the country's a threat.
Iran is the enemy du jour, even trumping Iraq and the insurgency there today. But you can see it in the language of the media, the adjectives that are used in describing Iran. Iran rejects, Iran refuses, Iran denies, Iran adopts a tough tone. There's a hardline regime in Tehran. Obviously, we have a soft regime in Washington. And that creates, again, that framework.
And true for the rest of the region, too. You can't mention Hezbollah without saying Iranian-backed Hezbollah. You don't talk about U.S.-backed forces. The U.S.-backed forces are just the moderates, so you don't have to say U.S.-backed. Of course, we support the moderates. Iranian-backed Hamas, all of this is a form of constructing, of demonization, constructed to give a justification for the use of violence and terror. And like all propaganda, I mean, even the craziest propaganda, there is an element of truth to it. I mean, you can't pull propaganda out of the air. It has to have at least some element of credibility. And then if anyone questions the propaganda, they can be bitterly accused of denying what's true. So if you question the propaganda, the use of these methods of demonization of Iran, immediate reaction from the intellectual class, you're supporting Ahmadinejad, you're a Holocaust denier. So that's a useful technique too. It protects lies. It's extremely important to protect the right to lie. For intellectuals particularly, that's a very high value. You must protect the right to lie in support of power. And one of the ways of doing it is by participating in the demonization of an enemy with massive lies. And then if somebody points out the lie, say, you're supporting what the horrors that they really carry out. Now, that's absolutely standard.
At 5:45 a.m. this morning, Polish troops launched an attack on German forces who are defending themselves now.
Yeah, the wild men in Poland, which had some truth to it. Otherwise.
Well, there were Polish troops in Poland.
And they're probably wild men and, probably terrorists on horses who wanted to kill German soldiers, who knows. Yeah, sure, there's always an element of truth, but this technique of massive lying and then barring refutation of the lies by the device of attributing to the person who refutes them support for what really is ugly and evil. That's just so normal in intellectual life. It's kind of like a reflex. I don't think people even think about it. So, for example, let's take, say, Kosovo. When you point out the truth, with very well-established truth, that the bombing of Serbia was undertaken with the expectation that it would lead to large-scale atrocities, which in fact happened, and that it's the bombing that caused the atrocities as anticipated. Or when you point out that, according to the highest level of the Clinton administration, the bombing was carried out not with concern for Kosovars, but because Serbia was not carrying out appropriate economic and social reforms. Just point that out. Then you become a supporter of Milosevic's atrocities. The truth doesn't matter. What matters is support for power. And any amount of deceit is permissible and indeed laudable if it contributes to support for power. And that bars any critical analysis of propaganda fabrications, demonization, and so on. It leaves the intellectual class free to participate in the programs of state violence, protected from any fear of refutation or criticism by this very useful device. So take Iran. If you dismantle any of the fabrications of Iran, instant reaction, you're supporting Holocaust denial, because look what Ahmadinejad did. It doesn't have to be rational, it doesn't have to have evidence. All you have to do is be able to shriek loudly enough and make sure you'll get away with it.
Well, we talked initially about how the country has changed from the 60s and 70s in terms of resistance and awareness, but how much have really establishment media changed? I have just one example I want to give you here about how jaundiced the media have become. On January 7th, the United States bombed a country, Somalia. It was on page 3 the next day, below the fold, in the New York Times. NPR said, we learned from NPR the next day, that the gunships came from a U.S. base in Djibouti. Really? The U.S. has a base in Djibouti? There was no discussion about that. Somehow it just happened. And, of course, is there no mention of international law?
But that's an improvement over 30 or 40 years ago. Go back and check the press when Kennedy started bombing South Vietnam. Or when he started the use of chemical warfare, which has probably left millions of victims in Vietnam. Look at the coverage of that. I forget what page it was on. It was there, You could read in the back page of the New York Times that a third of the bombing raids are being carried out by a U.S. Air Force with South Vietnamese markings. But it was kind of like a incidental comment. I mean, take the bombing of Laos was known, just wasn't reported. For years it was known and not reported. In 1969, Prince Sihanouk, who was supposedly our ally, Cambodian leader, his government produced a white paper, official white paper, recording case after case, or hundreds of cases, of U.S. attacks on Khmer civilians, Cambodian civilians, with pictures and details and so on. It was even mentioned. He called an international press conference in Phnom Penh, in which he pleaded with the international press to simply report the fact that the United States and its South Vietnamese client were murdering and destroying innocent Khmer peasants and villages. Was there a report? And not even on the inside of page 8 or whatever it was in the case of Somalia. Yeah, okay. The government, which is an ally, is calling on us to report the atrocities we're carrying out. What do we care? I mean, in many ways it's improved. At least it made it to page 3.
It was on page 6 in my hometown paper, the Daily Camera. The New York Times was page 3. I want to talk a little bit about National Public Radio, which has a reputation for being very erudite and urbane and serious place where journalism happens. I know you listen to it occasionally. On January 26th, on Morning Edition, the anchor Steve Inskeep was talking about Israel and Syria, and he calls I'm quoting here, the Golan Heights a disputed piece of territory between the two countries. Are the historical engineers at work here on the Golan Heights?
Well, that shows how far it's gone. The Israeli annexation, amounted to annexation of the Golan Heights, was bitterly condemned at the time. In fact, I think a unanimous Security Council resolution condemned it, but now it's become disputed. That's the steady, slow erosion that takes place when you keep repeating lies and fabrications, doing your duty of service to power. I mean, the U.S. basically supports it, so therefore it's legitimate. The same with the occupied territories, Israeli occupied territories. They're now disputed. Well, what makes them disputed? I mean, it's pure illegal occupation in violation of, and everything that's happening there is in violation of international law, but it's disputed. The wall through the occupied territories is now regularly described as a security barrier. I mean, it's not a security barrier. It's a security barrier for the settlers. If they wanted a security barrier for Israel, they build it right inside Israeli territory. And then you can be as secure as you like. You can make it a mile high and, have it patrolled on both sides with tanks so nobody can get through. This is an annexation wall. By now it's almost openly an annexation wall, but it was never a security barrier except for the settlers who were there illegally. And furthermore, there is unanimity on that. In the judicial world, at least, the World Court decision, advisory opinion on the wall, condemned it as illegal, and that included the U.S. Justice. The U.S. Justice, who issued a separate opinion, Justice Bergenthal, if you read his separate opinion, he disagreed with the majority on some technical grounds, but he agreed with them that the Geneva Conventions apply to the occupied territories, which means any transfer of population there is in violation of international law. And he said that any part of the wall that is protecting settlers is going through the West Bank, any such part of the war is ipso facto in violation of international humanitarian law. That's the U.S. Justice. It's about 85% of the wall. What makes it a security barrier? By now it is openly an annexation wall. But step by step, you accept more and more state propaganda, you internalize it, becomes the basis for the next discussion. If anybody points out the truth, they want to destroy Israel, they're Holocaust deniers, whatever you want. That's the way you establish, you get to the point where you can talk about the Golan Heights as disputed territory.
The Israeli narrative completely overwhelms the Palestinian narrative in U.S. discourse. I see you're kind of shaking your head.
I don't like the word narrative. Okay. Why not just talk about the historical truth? But whatever you want. Yes, okay. There's no... the point of view of the Palestinians cannot be represented here, or any other people where the U.S. is supporting their repression, occupation, and destruction.
It's always puzzled me that even on the left, people, yourself, have not used the term colonies and colonization and colonists to describe what's happening in the West Bank. It might give, some clarification. Settlers sounds almost innocuous, like the Americans, settled the West.
Well, I don't use the word colonization because it understates the case. It's annexation, which is much more, it's like the U.S., we don't talk about the U.S. colonizing the Southwest. It annexed it. It fought a war, took over half of Mexico, then it annexed it. And it uses its resources, and a lot of the wealth of the Southwest comes from the Mexicans and so on. That's not colonization. It's conquest. And the occupied territories, it's a matter of slow conquest, takeover, annexation. So I don't think colonization is the right term for
Renee Montaigne, who's another Morning Edition anchor, had a tribute to Teddy Kollek, the longtime Israeli mayor of Jerusalem, who died in early January, and she said in her tribute that, I'm quoting, "He presided over the reunification of the city, tearing down the stone wall that cut across it. He will be remembered as that rare leader who was also a great unifier."
He will be remembered by Palestinians as the great leader who was very clear and explicit that he would do nothing for the Palestinians at all, unless it was for the benefit of the Jews. He was criticized for having carried out vaccination programs among Palestinians and taken over in Jerusalem. He justified it on the grounds, if they have serious infections, it might spread to the Jewish areas. But he made it very clear he was going to do nothing for the Palestinians who were illegally taken over in a city that was illegally expanded and illegally annexed. In fact, as far back as 1968, the Security Council was condemning Israel for taking any steps at all that changed the status of Jerusalem. Step by step, they have not only changed its status, but they've, under Kollek in particular, reduced the options of existence for the Palestinian population to a minimum, and have they don't have building permits. Their lands are being taken. They're driven into smaller and smaller areas. The economic viability is being destroyed. The connections to their hinterland, the surrounding areas, are being cut off. Kollek was very proudly carrying out these policies. A great unifier.
Juan Williams, who also doubles as a Fox commentator, is a senior correspondent at National Public Radio. He interviewed George Bush on January 29th, and in one of his questions, I just wondering about this, he says to the president, people are praying for you. The American people want to be with you, Mr. President. They need a reason to get behind you right now. Kind of surprising, the tone of language here. It seems borderline sycophantic.
Well, it doesn't sound very borderline to me. It's just, it's what you would expect from a very loyal commissar in Stalinist Russia. We want to get behind you, genius Stalin. We want to support you. Please make it easier for us to support you. I don't want to draw the comparison too closely because it's unfair to the Stalinist commissars. They could at least plead fear in extenuation. When it's done in a free country, you can't plead fear, just cowardice and subordination to power. Why do we want to get behind the president if he's carrying out murderous, violent, criminal acts? Why do we want to get behind the president when what he's doing is strongly opposed by the overwhelming majority of the population that he invaded? Incidentally, it's another topic that can't be discussed.
What do Iraqis think?
What do Iraqis think? Take, say, the Baker-Hamilton report. It's kind of interesting. What they didn't say is interesting. What they did say is pretty innocuous. But what they didn't say is quite interesting. For example, what they didn't discuss, can't find a word about it, is what Iraqis want. They did actually cite the polls in which that information is given, but they didn't cite that information. They cited a poll which pointed out correctly that about 60% of Iraqis support attacks on U.S. troops.
That includes the Kurds.
That actually includes the Kurds, which means in the Arab areas where the troops are actually deployed, it's surely much higher. And they pointed out accurately that that figure has been increasing. And that's a problem because it's harmful to us. So we have to modify tactics so that they don't look at us that way. So we'll withdraw as combat troops and so on. What they didn't point out is that those very same polls say that an overwhelming majority of Iraqis, it's about 70%, including Kurds, which means a much higher percent of Arab Iraqis, want a firm timetable for withdrawal, for most of them within a year or more, or 6 months or less. They didn't point out that according to the State Department polls, about 2/3 of Baghdadis want immediate withdrawal. We're sending in more troops for their benefit, but 2/3 of them want all of us out. None of that's mentioned. And that continues. Shortly after the Baker-Hamilton report, a report was taken by an Iraqi-based, Baghdad-based polling agency, which is considered pretty reliable, which found that over 90% of the population says they were better off under Saddam Hussein. What does that tell us? I mean, does it matter? What's significant is it doesn't matter. We don't care what the people think. Just as they don't, Iraqis shouldn't feel bad about this. They also don't care what Americans think. That's not discussed either, just as it isn't in the case of Iran. But that's taken for granted. And that's, again, a matter of sort of instilling presuppositions. Whenever you refer to the Baker-Hamilton report as a critical report, you're helping instill the presupposition that the U.S. has the right to use violence freely as long as it can succeed. You're not stating that. You're just presupposing it. And therefore, it doesn't matter if you don't mention Iraq, the opinion of the victims of your attack. You're instilling it. That's good propaganda. I don't mean it's purposeful propaganda. It's just kind of reflexive. We reflexively agree that the U.S. has a right to use violence as it pleases. And this reveals it. And it's revealed in case after case in the Baker-Hamilton report. So, for example, there's a line in the Baker-Hamilton report saying that the president should inform Iraqis that we don't intend to build permanent military bases. Is there a line in the report saying we should stop building permanent military bases? No. Just we should inform them we're not going to do it, but meanwhile keep doing it. They mention in the report that the U.S. is building an enormous embassy in Baghdad. Yeah, it is. It's building a city inside Baghdad, which is self-contained, with its own energy and water and everything else. A huge area inside Baghdad.
Biggest embassy.
Well, yeah, it's the biggest, but that's misleading because it's kind of qualitatively different than any embassy in the world. Did they say you should stop building it? Did they say that building that city inside Baghdad and apparently permanent military bases indicate something about intentions to withdraw? No. I mean, that's not discussed. Did they discuss the reasons why the U.S., including the opposition, is unwilling actually to withdraw? No. These things you can't discuss. It's a little bit like discussing the fact that the U.S. basically won the war in Vietnam by destroying the country. You just can't. These are not sentences of English. You can't consider them. In a really well-indoctrinated society, you cannot even consider unthinkable thoughts. They're not formulable.
However, let me throw back at you one of your comments that you say it would be a great error to conclude that the prospects are uniformly bleak. How are you maintaining that perspective given what you just said?
Because there's a lot of improvement over the last 40 years. So, look, just a couple of days ago, there were big demonstrations against the war. Did the Boston Globe or the Los Angeles Times, the New York Times, did they condemn the demonstrators and praise the counter-demonstrators who broke up the demonstrations? No. Well, they did that in 1965. Okay, that's an improvement, a big improvement. In fact, the level of protest against the Iraq War is way beyond what it was at any comparable stage of the Vietnam War. And it's not condemned. They may make nasty comments about them or something or other, but it's not condemned. In fact, it's kind of supportive. That's totally different from 40 years ago. And it's the same in many other respects. Don't have to go through them, but a lot of what we just take for granted now was undiscussable 30 or 40 years ago. So, yeah, it's pretty bleak, but there's progress.
Finally, Danton, the French revolutionary leader, said, "The great only appear great as long as the rest of us are on our knees."
That's quite true. If you don't have sycophantic attitudes towards the president and we're praying for you and we want to support you, they don't look great. And in fact, I didn't hear that one piece on NPR, but if you look at the whole press, it's not sycophantic with regard to Bush. In fact, it's pretty bitter. to an extent that's very unusual with regard to a president. I mean, in part, the reason and that's been true, incidentally, right through the Bush years, he has been under unprecedented attack from right in the midst of the establishment. And that's because the positions of the Bush administration are so far to the extreme of the very narrow spectrum that they are considered harmful to mainstream interests. So, say foreign affairs can't become more establishment than that.
But I have to interject here. I think they went sour when Iraq went sour.
No, it's before. So, for example, before the invasion of Iraq, when Bush announced his national security strategy in September 2002, which was in effect an announcement of the potential invasion of Iraq, there was a very strong establishment opposition to it. Foreign Affairs, within the main establishment journal, within a couple of weeks, had a major article by a mainstream historian, John Eikenberry, condemning what he called the new imperial grand strategy that the Bush administration is announcing and saying is going to be harmful to the United States. Foreign Policy, the other major foreign affairs journal, also had articles criticizing it.
Yeah, but most of the media were echo chambers for the war on Iraq.
That's true for the war in Iraq, but the point is that there was unprecedented establishment critique. You didn't find that in the past. Those are changes. I don't think say it's wonderful. Yeah, when they had to go along, they went along. So you watched BBC or CNN when the war started, it was like cheerleading and continued that way. Sure, but not like it was in the past. So there's change comes slowly, but it's there.
I want to ask you something about what I'm calling tinkers versus overhaulers. You know, the cosmetic improvements and adjustments to the system, the reforms versus substantive structural change.
There's certainly a difference, but I don't exactly know what the issue is. We should be in favor of both. I mean, sometimes tinkering with the system can be of great help to people. So, for example, improving, there are some obvious, you could call them tinkering improvements that can be made with the healthcare system that would be of enormous benefit to people.
How about media, what's called media reform?
It's the same with media reform. I mean, if you can induce the media to give a somewhat fairer treatment of significant issues by pressure or by the competition from alternatives and so on, sure, that's all to the good. I mean, it doesn't change anything fundamental, but it can make a difference. I mean, take, say, right here in Boston, which I've obviously been close to for many years. The main newspaper is the Boston Globe, probably the most liberal newspaper in the country. In the mid-1960s, it was a pretty hawkish, mainline newspaper. It changed thanks to the influence of the chief editor, Tom Winship, who I knew pretty well, incidentally, by the late 60s, and part I think through the influence of his son, who was a resistor. That's how I got to know him. The newspaper changed under his influence. It was the first newspaper in the country to call for withdrawal of U.S. troops from Vietnam. Without going through the details, on through the 1980s, it was one of the few newspapers that had some serious coverage of events in Central America, not propaganda, but actually describing what was happening. As he retired, his influence waned by the last editor who was within the Winship system was Kirk Scharfenberg, who died, I think, in 1990 or so. And since then, the journal has returned pretty much to what it was in the 1960s. They still have some very good correspondence, and you find things in there that are of interest, but the general tone of it has changed quite a lot. Well, those are modifications due to the rise of, in this case, large-scale and active popular movements, also individual decisions by editors and so on. And I think the opening of the paper was very important. and that's tinkering, if you like. It didn't change the corporate structure of the media. But it should be done, and tinkering, to borrow your word, is a preliminary to large-scale change. There can't be large-scale structural change unless a very substantial part of the population is deeply committed to it. Otherwise, it's just, say, imposition of some authoritarian regime, like a coup. But if it's going to be serious, it's going to have to come from the organized efforts of a dedicated population. And that won't happen unless, and shouldn't happen, unless people perceive that the reform efforts, the tinkering, is running into barriers which can't be overcome without institutional change. Then you get pressure for institutional change. But short of that realization, there's no reason why people should take the risks or make the efforts or face the uncertainty and the punishment and so on that's involved in serious change. That's why every serious revolutionary is a reformist. You must, if you're serious revolutionary, you don't want a coup. You want changes to come from below, from the organized population. But why should people be willing to undertake what's involved in serious institutional change unless they think that the institutions don't permit them to achieve just and proper goals?
And what about the issue of aggressive U.S. Foreign policy? In the New York Times, you have David Brooks almost, declaring a permanence of, he didn't use the word imperialism, he used the word hegemon. The U.S. as a hegemon. And, Walter Lippmann wrote, all the world thinks of the United States today as an empire, except the people of the United States. We shrink from the word empire and insist that it should not be used to describe the dominion we exercise from Alaska to the Philippines, from Cuba to Panama and beyond. We feel there ought to be some other name for the civilizing work which we do so reluctantly in these backward countries. That's 1927.
Well, first of all, his comment was a bit too narrow. The conquest of the national territory was also effectively imperialism. If you look at serious histories of imperialism, like historians of imperialism, Bernard Porter, for example, points out that we should not succumb to what he calls, I think, the salt water fallacy, that imperial conquest means crossing salt water. It can also mean territorial expansion, and as he discusses, and I think is plausible, the territorial expansion of the colonies to what is regarded as the national territory is settler colonialism. It's the form of imperialism in which you actually get rid of the indigenous population and take it over. So an extreme form. The era of what Lippmann is talking about is the period that began in 1898 when the U.S. moved towards saltwater imperialism. But one can ask how significant a change that was. Certainly it's significant, but how significant? From the point of view of the indigenous population of the United States, original one, it didn't matter much if it crossed salt water or not. Same for the Mexicans when we took half of Mexico in war of conquest in 150 years ago. But yes, there's a difference when you cross the salt water. Exactly what name you want to use for it, I don't think matters very much. Empire is a very ambiguous term, like most terms of political discourse. But it's conquest and domination and hegemony. The second comment about Lippmann, the qualification that should be added, is that what he's describing, namely he's just describing it kind of ironically, our liberation and spreading of civilized values and so on. That's what's usually called American exceptionalism in the scholarly literature, in the popular literature. The only problem with that is it's not exceptional. It's close to universal. I can't think of a dominant conquering power that didn't describe itself in those terms. So the French were carrying out a civilizing mission when the French Minister of War announced that every single Algerian has to be exterminated. John Stuart Mill was praising France for its civilizing mission right at that time and saying that Britain was carrying out a civilizing mission, he used the word, in India by conquering more of India to help the barbarians who couldn't take care of themselves, and incidentally to gain close to a monopoly on the opium production so they could force their way into China by gunboats and forcing addiction. But which he knew perfectly well but didn't say, aside from atrocities and so on. The Japanese fascists were overflowing with noble rhetoric about how they were bringing an earthly paradise to the backward people of China and were defending them from the Chinese terrorists who were attacking the legitimate government of Manchukuo and trying to undermine Japan's civilizing mission. I mean, it's true. The Nazis, when Hitler took over much of Czechoslovakia, it was again for the most noble purposes. He was going to resolve ethnic conflict. These groups that were barbarously attacking one another bring peace and development, and in fact this was kind of accepted in the West when the Roosevelt administration sort of patted them on the head for it. The British even more so, but you'd have to look hard to find some conquering power or dominant power that wasn't exceptional in the same sense.
Hobson, writing in his book Imperialism in 1902, said it's idle to attack imperialism unless the axe is laid at the economic root of the tree.
Well, that was also pointed out by that radical renegade Adam Smith, who was a bitter critic of some of British imperialism, not all of it. He attacked what he called the savage injustice of the Europeans. He's primarily thinking of England and their imperial conquest of India and so on. And he said that he enunciated a very simple truth, almost truism. He was talking about England, of course, but it generalizes. He said that a state policy in England is determined by the merchants and manufacturers, the dominant economic groups. They are the principal architects of policy, he said, and they make sure that their own interests are very well attended to. So they gain their interests, however grievous the effect on others, including the people of England, as he pointed out, but certainly those who suffer the savage injustice of the Europeans, for example, those in India, where British policies are, as he put it, turning dearth to famine, as British state policy and policy of the East India Company is forcing farmers to stop producing crops for their own use and producing opium and so on. He's basically right. The principal architects of policy are those who fundamentally own the society, the dominant economic groups, and they make sure that their own interests are peculiarly attended to, however grievous the effects on others. That profoundly radical assertion is considered outrageous, of course, but it's an elementary truth, and I think Hobson's essentially repeating it.
And what of the connection between racism as the kind of organizing rationale for imperialism? Hannah Arendt wrote that imperialism would have necessitated the invention of racism as the only possible, quote, explanation and excuse for its deeds, even if no race thinking had ever existed in the civilized world.
Well, there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, modern racism is, to a substantial extent, a consequence of imperial conquest. And it was a complex affair. So, for example, if you look back at the debates in England and France, the intellectual debates during the Enlightenment, 18th century, they were finding strange creatures that they didn't know about. People had black skin, or orangutans, and so on, and they weren't quite sure whether they were human or not. So there are big debates about whether apes are different from Negroes, and whether they're humans, and whether they have language or the capacity for language. In fact, some quite amusing proposals were made. For example, one great French thinker suggested, maybe in jest, I'm not sure, that apes are really smarter than humans because they pretend they can't speak. They can, of course, but they knew that if they did speak, we would enslave them, just like we're enslaving the others who are sort of like them who do speak. Well, maybe jest, but it expressed an uncertainty as to whether other creatures were as noble and advanced as we are. Did they have human souls, for example? And yes, that a lot of this is the consequence of conquest. I mean, when you conquer somebody and suppress them, you have to have a reason for it. You can't just say, I'm a son of a bitch and I want to rob them. So you have to say it's for their good, or they deserve it, or they actually benefit from it, and we're helping them, and so on. I mean, that was the attitude of slave owners. Most of them didn't say, look, I'm enslaving these people because I want easily exploitable cheap labor for my own benefit. They said, we're doing them a favor. They need it. You can go back to the anthropologists of the 19th century. They were explaining that blacks have curved spines because they're genetically adapted to picking cotton, and therefore we're kind of helping them do what they're good at, and so on. I mean, all kind of stuff like this goes right through the history of imperial conquest and far back, But it did take on a particularly virulent form with European imperialism starting in the 17th, 18th centuries.
You often cite polls, and there's one that, and I'm wondering what criteria you use in determining that this is useful material or not useful material. And there's a now infamous poll from late July 2006, a Harris poll, that found that a full 50% of U.S. respondents, up from 36% in 2005, believe Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. How would you explain something like that?
Well, actually, that has been brought up in a number of polls. The polls that go into most depth in studying the Harris polls they give good information, but they don't try to go much into the background. You find more in studies of the Program of International Policy Attitudes at the University of Maryland, PIPA, and the Chicago Council on Foreign Relations. I think they've changed their name now, but their polls, and their joint polls, they do some joint ones, look into the backgrounds, and they raised this question and discussed it. And I think the discussion is kind of reasonable. Stephen Cole, who directs it, noted that even after the government had conceded that there were no weapons of mass destruction, the percentage of the population that continued to believe it remained fairly steady. And he had some discussion of this. I think my own feeling is that the answer is very much like what we were talking about with regard to imperialism. I mean, we have invaded Iraq. It was invaded by manufactured fear, which was real fear. You can't. In fact, it's manufactured doesn't mean it wasn't real. Real fear that Iraq was about to destroy us, and had taken part in 9/11 and was planning another one, and that, as Condoleezza Rice said, next time we hear it, there'll be a mushroom cloud, and so on. Right, that's scary. It's a frightened country, always has been for a long time, centuries, in fact, and it's easy to drive it into panic. So it was driven into panic. We invaded Iraq. We don't want to say we're monsters, so we must have had a reason for it. So the reason must have been, well, they really did have weapons of mass destruction. And, okay, so somebody in the government made some comment, but I'd rather believe Dick Cheney, who continued to say there are. Once you do something rotten and brutal, it's almost a necessity to construct, a psychological necessity to construct some kind of justification for it. So you feel, well, I'm really good. I know I'm not a bad person, so my government can't be bad people. So they must have really had a reason, and this must have been the reason. I suspect that the psychology of it is pretty much like that, and it's something we're all familiar with. It's familiar even in personal life. and the construction of racist ideologies as a consequence of imperialism is just another aspect of it. I think this probably falls into the same pattern. To really study it, you'd have to investigate individuals and see what their rationalizations are and so on, but I think it's a fair guess. And common. Find it all the time.
To continue on the issue of fear, it was Senator Arthur Vandenberg, I believe, in the late 1940s when Truman wanted to massively escalate U.S. military expenditures. I think he said something like, "You better scare the hell out of the American people."
That's almost his exact words. It was right after Truman had announced that the U.S. would become involved in the Greek Civil War, taking over from the British, couldn't handle it any longer, and also provide military aid to Turkey and sharply increased military expenditures. And the only way to, as Vandenberg pointed out, the only way to get people to back this would be to scare hell out of the American people. And that continues. There's actually quite an interesting book that came out recently about it by James Peck called Washington's China, in which he discusses the internal discussions. This is not invented propaganda. The people who are producing the propaganda, Dean Acheson and so on, they believe it. And the evidence that they believe it comes from their internal discussions. So he's the first person to have gone carefully through the, I think what he calls the national security culture. They release documents of the National Security Council, which are the highest level planning documents. And it's quite interesting. I mean, some of them, people have talked about, like NSC 48, the famous one, is total hysteria. You can't believe that sane people could have written it. But what he points out is that they're all like that. 48, 52, I think, the famous one. He goes through the others. He shows they're just as hysterical. And in the case of China, they sought desperately to construct some image of China which would justify the paranoia that they were whipping up in the United States about the Chinese. And it shifted from one image to another. I mean, at one time it was, as Dean Rusk called it, Slavic Manchukuo. It was run by the Russians. It was just a Russian client, part of the Russian effort to conquer the world. Well, when it became kind of hard to hold on to that, especially when they were practically at war, they became a renegade state, what we now call a rogue state, that's disrupting everything in the world. They were going to shoot Americans up with heroin. They were torturing American prisoners. I mean, one image after another was concocted of a China that's a major threat to our existence. We're seeing a bit of that now. And it was all...
With Iran?
With China, in fact.
And with China?
Yeah, certainly with Iran, but with China. And it didn't matter that today's picture was contradicted yesterday's picture. There was a bottom line that had to be satisfied. The bottom line is they're a major threat to our existence. After that, you construct the reasons for it. One of the most striking examples of that, which actually is in the Pentagon Papers, I wrote about at the time, but it turns out to be just one special case of a much larger pattern, is the way they constructed an image of the Vietnamese threat. If you look back to the late 40s, the United States hadn't quite decided whether to support the French reconquest of their former colony or to support the nationalist movements in Indochina. And in different places they made different decisions. So in Indonesia, at about the same time, they supported the Indonesian national movement against the Dutch after first supporting the Dutch. However, in the case of Indochina, by about 1950, the wise men, as they call themselves, Dean Acheson and others, decided that the U.S. should support France openly, fully, the reconquest. Well, at that point, it became a necessity to find a justification for it. And the justification had to be that Ho Chi Minh was an agent of Russia or China or the Sino-Soviet conspiracy or whatever, but some agent of one of them. And U.S. intelligence was actually pretty much directed to find evidence for this. And then comes an interesting quest, which we see in the internal record. It's in the Pentagon Papers, maybe the most interesting thing there. Intelligence worked hard to try to find some evidence that Ho Chi Minh was taking orders from his masters. They finally concluded that Hanoi seemed to be the only place in Southeast Asia where there was no contact with either Moscow or Peiping, as it was called at the time. And they concluded, they tried hard. They found a Russian newspaper at the Vietnamese embassy in Thailand or something, but they couldn't really find anything. And the conclusion in Washington was, well, this proves their point. Ho Chi Minh is such a loyal slave of the Sino-Soviet conspiracy that they don't even have to send him orders. They just count on him to do what they want without any contact. So that proves it. So therefore, he's simply an agent of, the conquest of the world. You look through the Pentagon Papers records, that's 25 years of the highest level intelligence, CIA, DIA, the rest of them. It turns out, from memory, I think there was one staff paper, which I believe was not even submitted, which raised the question whether the North Vietnamese might be pursuing their own national interests instead of just taking orders from their masters. Whatever you think about Ho Chi Minh, let's say he's, Hitler reconstituted, there can't be any serious doubt that they were following their own national interests. But that was unthinkable to U.S. planners and, incidentally, to U.S. intelligence, who are paid to get the facts straight and not to produce internal propaganda. Well, all of that suggests very strongly exactly what we were talking about, a profound psychological need to believe that what you're doing is justified, no matter what kind of fantasy you concoct, in order to create that justification. And this is quite an extreme case. The misinterpretation or creation of intelligence in this case is far more extreme than anything that's discussed in the case of Iraq. And as Jim Peck points out in his book, it's characteristic. You find that strain all the way through the records, the period that he was able to discuss from about 1945 up to Nixon. After that, the records run dry.
Harold,
the Kennedy administration was extreme in this respect.
Harold Pinter, playwright and poet, writer, won the 2005 Nobel Prize. His lecture was entitled Art, Truth, and Politics. Commentator James Traub has described Pinter's politics as so extreme that they're almost impossible to parody. Pinter says in his Nobel lecture, the crimes of the United States have been systematic, constant, vicious, remorseless, but very few people have actually talked about them. You have to hand it to America. It has exercised a quite clinical manipulation of power worldwide while masquerading as a force for universal good. It's a brilliant, even witty, highly successful act of hypnosis.
On the side, I should say that I have to present a small accolade to the New York Times. They actually published a letter of mine responding to Traub's quite ridiculous criticism of Pinter, but put that aside. Pinter's comment is correct, but it can also be generalized, just like Lippmann's. If you look at the record of imperial cultures, they tend to be very similar. I won't even talk about the Japanese, but take, say, Britain, civilized Britain. You take a look at the British intellectuals during the periods of imperial conquest. Same hypnosis. In fact, one of the most extreme examples is one I've written about because it's so extreme and so striking, and that's John Stuart Mill, who's the figure of the highest moral integrity and intelligence, and wrote the classic essay on non-intervention or intervention, whichever you want to look at it. You find it in all the law school collections and so on. He was writing it immediately after Britain's worst atrocities in India, the Indian Mutiny, as they call it. the nationalist uprising, 1857. You know, horrible atrocities, well publicized. You know, they were all over the British press. They were debates in Parliament. He certainly knew about them. He was corresponding secretary of the East India Company. He was following what happened closely. Right after that, he wrote an article about intervention, which it's just like things coming out today. I mean, it was, shall Britain, which is a unique country, it's an angelic power, it's different from every other country in the world, it's uniquely dedicated to the benefit and the welfare of the human species, it's selfless, and so on and so forth. Should we, this angelic power, intervene in the affairs of others to try to bring them peace and to benefit them and so on, or should we just keep to our own affairs? So should we be, in modern terms, isolationist or internationalist? And he decides reluctantly, complicated argument, that we should be internationalist. We must intervene to help the barbarians, India. We have to intervene in India. We have to take over more of India, all for their own benefit, all completely selfless. We know that when we're doing this, we're going to bring upon us the obloquy of others, especially continental Europeans, who can't appreciate our magnificence and will attribute all sorts of base motives to us. But nevertheless, we must, even though we'd be much better off if we just attended to our own affairs, we must sacrifice in the interests of mankind and conquer more of India and incidentally create the largest narco-trafficking enterprise in history and so on and so forth. That's John Stuart Mill. You can't go beyond that in integrity and intelligence. And it's characteristic. There were some critics, you have to concede. Like one of the critics was Richard Cobden, one of the very few people in England who actually believed in a free market. Everybody talked about it, but he believed in it. And he was a right-wing conservative, kind of like Byrd here. That's a little bit of an analogy. And he was bitterly critical, Senator Byrd, who condemned the Iraq invasion, very right-wing, but condemned it very strongly. Cobden, who was a free market liberal, one of the rare serious ones, condemned the British atrocities in India, honestly and forthrightly, but that was rare. John Stuart Mill was representing a mainstream, kind of what we would call liberal intellectual opinion. And same in France, same in Germany. In fact, as far as I know, the same almost anywhere you look. You take a look at we now know a fair amount about what was going on in internal Russian planning, because after, the Soviet Union collapsed, the Russians raced to sell everything they could to enrich themselves. One of the things they sold was the archives. So a lot of archival material reached the West, and by now there's a huge scholarly industry working through the Russian archives, and most of it seeking to find something to justify U.S. actions, and there's a lot of books about this and so on. But there are some interesting things there. Among them are discussions in the late 40s among the most malevolent thugs high up in the Russian hierarchy, who are discussing with one another, not for the outside, and very seriously, what we must do to save democracy in Eastern Europe from the fascist hordes organized by the United States who are trying to undermine it. The United States is trying to intervene in Eastern Europe, much the way Iran is accused of intervening in Iraq. And we have to prevent them, their fascist forces, from doing that because we want to preserve democracy, and democracy is their highest value. Now, they're talking to each other. It's not for propaganda for the public, which strongly suggests, again, that they had internalized it. No matter how outlandish it may be, the best and the brightest can internalize it. In fact, that's what a good education is about. It gives you the capacity and the intellectual tools to internalize the most absurd doctrines as long as they are supportive of power interests. Point that Orwell made, incidentally.
Let's talk about a topic that I sense you're somewhat uneasy talking about, and that is the so-called Israeli lobby in the United States. And there's been, just in the last year, much more attention paid to it, or at least publicity about it. The Rachel Corrie play that was originally scheduled to be performed in New York was canceled and then was finally put on some months later. The performance in Toronto was canceled outright. There's the Mearsheimer-Walt report, and now there's the Jimmy Carter book, Palestine, Peace, Not Apartheid. I mean, for a long time, you've said it's a factor in influencing or informing U.S. foreign policy, but in no way decisive. Do you still feel that way?
Well, part of the reason why I'm reluctant to talk about all this is that it all vastly underestimates the scale and influence of the Israeli lobby. It's sharply cutting it down. So take, say, the Rachel Corrie play. That wasn't AIPAC intervention. I mean, that's the U.S. intellectual cultural community.
In New York.
New York and much of the country. I mean, New York happens to be a center. Los Angeles is another. But it's fundamentally the intellectual culture. It's not AIPAC. It's not the ADL. Maybe they tried too, but they weren't the ones who succeeded in doing it. If you take the Mearsheimer-Walt paper, they define the lobby as those sectors that are seeking to control opinion and attitudes so that they support Israeli policies, including aggression and atrocities and so on. Okay, let's take that definition of the lobby. The main component of it is the U.S. intellectual community and the media. I mean, AIPAC doesn't write the New York Times editorials. This is the intellectual climate in the United States. And you can date it pretty well. Since 1967. It was not true pre-67. In fact, pre-1967, the intellectual community was skeptical about Israel or uninterested in it.
It's often pointed to Eisenhower's decision in 1956 to reverse the British-French-Israeli invasion of Egypt.
Well, that's one example, but I was told, I suppose it's correct, that if you look at Norman Podhoritz's book, Making It, kind of self-advertisement that came out, I think, in 1966 or so, there's barely a mention of Israel. Commentary, now a rabid, ultra-extremist Israeli propaganda journal in the mid-1950s was considered so critical of Israel that the American Jewish Committee, that is, was considered so critical of Israel that the Zionist organization created an independent journal. It's called Midstream, to present the Israeli point of view. Take a look at Dissent. I mean, again, they don't like the description, but it's kind of an extremist Zionist journal. So its current issue talks about Israel's misadventure in Lebanon, and that's called criticism. But if you look back pre-67, there's almost nothing. They regarded Zionism as uninteresting or maybe a nationalist diversion and so on.
So it's your view that with the 67 conquest, U.S. elites saw Israel as a military power that it could use in the Middle East?
Well, the 67, from the point of view of the government, U.S. government, the 1967 war and Israel's huge military success essentially confirmed the earlier thoughts which you see in the intelligence record and the National Security Council and so on, that something like this, a logical corollary of opposition to radical Arab nationalism, meaning independent Arab nationalism, a logical corollary would be support for Israel as the only reliable base for U.S. power in the region. That was 1958, when Israel was the only country to have participated in the British-American interventions in the region, in Lebanon, Jordan, and so on, to try to prevent the spread of the threat of Iraqi nationalism at the time, after the overthrow of the British-backed government. 58, and Israel was the only country that helped out. They allowed overflights and so on, and it led to such proposals, which had been there before. I mean, back in 1948, the Joint Chiefs of Staff had indicated that Israel was potentially the most powerful military force in the region after Turkey, and could be, we might think of it as a base for U.S. power. In 1958, incidentally, the Turkish-Israeli alliance was formed secretly, but it was formed, and it's for Israel the second most important alliance after the United States. This is all part of the framework for controlling the region. 67 nailed it down. I mean, the main importance was that Nasser was destroyed. Nasser was the symbol of and the center of secular Arab nationalism, and they were afraid of it. For one thing, he was fighting a proxy war with Saudi Arabia. Remember, throughout the history, the U.S. has tended to support the most extreme fundamentalist Islamic groups and to oppose secular nationalism. That's pretty steady. And it was very clear then. It was they were fighting a proxy war in the Yemen, and it was a threat to the Saudi monarchy, the oldest and most valued U.S. ally in the region, because that's where the oil is. Well, Israel smashed Nasser. It got rid of the threat of secular nationalism with its there was the lingering concern that they might want to use the wealth of the region for the benefit of its own population, not for Western wealth and power, with a little bit raked off for the gangsters who run the countries. That's a major threat. Israel finished that, and that firmed up the U.S.-Israeli alliance. And it led to a very quick change. You can see it dramatically in the attitude of...
the aid skyrocketed then.
The aid skyrocketed, but also the attitudes of educated elites towards Israel changed radically. And it continued. Like in 1970, Israel intervened to prevent a potential Syrian move to protect Palestinians who were being massacred by the Jordanian army, Black September, and U.S. aid to Israel again skyrocketed. But talking about the intellectual world, the attitudes changed sharply. I mean, that's when you start getting, concerned about the Holocaust. Before that, when people could have actually done something for Holocaust victims, say in the late 40s, they didn't have anything. But after 67, it skyrocketed. Holocaust museums all over the country, biggest issue, you have to study it everywhere, mourn it, and so on, not when you could do something about it. A lot of that, I think, had to do with domestic U.S. issues, not with Israel.
For example?
Well, you have to remember what was going on in 1967. First of all, the U.S. was fighting a war in Vietnam. It had not been able to crush Vietnamese resistance. Now, later, intellectual elites will tell you that they were always against the war. You look back at the time, and it's not true. In fact, I went through a lot of this literature, the Kennedy memoirists and others, and they just changed their stories. So Arthur Schlesinger, for example, who wrote a almost hour-by-hour account of the Kennedy administration at 63 or 4, whenever it was, it says almost nothing about Vietnam, barely discussed. In his later version, when he reconstructed it, it was a major issue, and Kennedy was trying to get out, and they were, discussing it. Not a phrase about it in the earlier one. And the same throughout. The attitudes changed. Everyone suddenly became a long-time opponent of the war. Well, they weren't. It's very much like Iraq today. The so-called opponents of the war, overwhelmingly, are opponents of U.S. failure, not opponents of the war. So if, as Schlesinger put it at the time, he was criticizing Joseph Alsop, the right-wing supporter of the war. He said, if we all pray that Joseph Alsop will be correct and that the United States will win in Vietnam, and if it does, we'll all be praising the wisdom and statesmanship of the American government. But he's not correct, so therefore we have to oppose the war. That's the kind of opposition there was. Later, changed when the war became unpopular and so on and so forth. But here we're at a time, 1967, when the intellectual world was pretty much the way Schlesinger described, hoping for victory, deeply concerned that we weren't succeeding in beating up those little yellow bastards. And here Israel came along and showed how to treat third world people properly. You kick them in the face. If you go back to that period, you may people were making jokes about why don't we get Moshe Dayan and send him over to Vietnam and we can do it right. Well, they won a lot of points for that. Furthermore, there were things happening inside the United States. This was what is now called the time of troubles, meaning the time when American society became much more civilized. There was the women's movement was beginning. The student movement, students weren't just taking orders. Martin Luther King was beginning to organize a poor people's movement. The people who are supposed to be passive and acquiescent and obedient were standing up for their rights. That's terrifying. Okay, again, symbolically, Israel showed how to deal with them. You smash them in the face. And again, lots of points. This is the time right before in New York, shortly after this came the Ocean Hill, Brownsville conflicts over the teachers, the struggle between the teachers' unions and the black communities. Well, the teachers' unions were substantially Jewish. This was the poor immigrant community of a generation earlier who had worked themselves up, just like the Irish and others. They'd worked themselves up into the bureaucracy and the better positions. And now the people down at the bottom were trying to do what they had done 30 years ago and run their own schools, fight for their own rights. And you had a sharp conflict there. I remember relatives who'd been communists all their lives in the teachers' union suddenly becoming ultra-right-wingers because of this. Okay, again, symbolically, Israel was showing how to deal with it. And I think all of this had a big effect. However you interpret it, you can certainly see the effect. It's dramatic. And since then, you have overwhelming distortion of the picture of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, not because of AIPAC. I'm sure they like it, but they're a small part of it. Now, the Mearsheimer-Walt narrowed the focus. They define the lobby properly, but then they narrow the focus to some Jewish organizations. They do point out that the numerically biggest group, and probably politically most influential maybe, is right-wing Christian evangelicals, maybe anti-Semites, but strongly in support of anything Israel does because that's God's will, and on and on. But the importance of the intellectual community is very much underestimated. Remember, that means the media, the journals, a lot of scholarship, the framework in which people perceive things. It's the only way they can. So one criticism I have of the talk about the Israeli lobby is they just underestimate it vastly. AIPAC didn't stop the Rachel Corrie play. They don't write the editorials in the New York Times. They don't have economic power over the media. They'd like to. And surely they have an influence on Congress. But if you look at the influence on Congress, which is real, no doubt, a lot of it is kind of symbolism. Like it's very easy for Congress to pass resolutions which they know will not be implemented, but will pick them up a lot of funding. So almost annually, Congress votes to move the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. It's not going to be done because too much trouble would follow. But they can vote for it and stand up in the floor of Congress and announce it and pick up, contributions and so on. So, yeah, they'll do it. On the other hand, if you look more seriously, to a large extent, Mearsheimer and Walt are interesting in this respect. They say that the Jewish lobby, they don't say that, but what amounts to the pro-Israel lobby, mostly AIPAC and so on, they say it's harmed American national interests. What does national interest mean? That's a mystical term in what's called realist international relations theory, which is where they come from, the realist tradition, which claims that states pursue the national interest. What's the national interest? I think Adam Smith was right. The national interest is the interest of the principal architects of policy. In his day, the merchants and manufacturers. Today, multinational corporations and so on. They don't discuss that. International relations theory, realist international relations theory, largely disregards the internal distribution of domestic power. They're talking about states. And they have what I think is a mystical concept of national interest. And according to Mearsheimer and Walt, the national interest has been harmed by U.S. policy towards Israel. Well, if we go back to Adam Smith, there's an easy way of testing that. I mean, if they're right, if Mearsheimer and Walt are right, I'd be overjoyed. I wouldn't have to bother writing articles, giving talks, being vilified. I'd drop the whole business. What I do is put on a jacket and a tie, go to the corporate headquarters of Lockheed Martin, Warren Buffett, Intel, ExxonMobil, and explain to them patiently that their interests are being harmed by a lobby that they can put out of business in 30 seconds with their political clout and economic power. That's the tactical conclusion that should be drawn from the Mearsheimer-Walt discussion. Nobody pursues that tactic for a good reason, because Adam Smith was right. And just yesterday, for example, ExxonMobil announced the biggest profits of any U.S. corporation in history, beating the record from the year before, which they had said. Lockheed Martin has got money coming out of their ears. Warren Buffett's just bought up a country and a big industry in Israel. Intel has major facilities there, and we can go on through the list. I mean, they're doing fine. It's not harming their interest. It's harming what's called the national interest, whatever that is. Some interest which they think would be better for them. And I have to agree with them. I think the policies are very harmful to the American people and the future generations. But that's not what determines policy. Not here and not in other cases. Adam Smith is correct. We should not overlook the dangers of radicals in our intellectual tradition.
Did you mean to, just for a point of clarification, did you mean to say that Mearsheimer and Walt were underestimating the power? Seriously? Okay, I just want to seriously underestimating the power
of the lobby as they define the lobby, and I accept their definition. If we define the lobby as those groups that are attempting to influence opinion, attitude, and policies to support what Israel is doing, occupation, aggression, and so on, then they're underestimating it because they're omitting its major component, which is the people they meet in the faculty club every day.
Okay. We've got about 10 minutes max, then we'll have to wind it up.
Let me just make one more comment about this. Since U.S. policy, the policy of the principal architects of the goals of the principal architects of policy in the United States have conformed pretty closely to Israeli policies since 1967. Just as a matter of logic, if we want to estimate the influence of groups like AIPAC and others, we have to look at the cases where those policies diverge. So where does U.S. state policy diverge from Israeli government policy? Those are the cases we should look at to see how influential the lobby is. The cases where they conform don't tell you anything. Then you can't distribute the source. So you look at the cases where they diverge. Well, there are cases, and they're interesting. So, for example, major one just came up last year, a year ago, 2 years ago. Israel is by now kind of like a caricature of the United States in many ways. Many of the features of U.S. society have been taken over in Israel and exaggerated. So it's now to a large extent a highly militarized, high-tech society where the economy is based essentially on export of high-tech military armaments. Well, they need markets, and the main market's China. But the U.S. doesn't want them to sell high-tech arms to China. So repeatedly there have been serious conflicts over this. Each time Israel has backed down, and the lobby's been silent. In 2005, I think it was the major time. They wanted to sell advanced, to repair high-tech anti-aircraft missiles that they sold to China. And for them, it's really important. And the government swore they were not going to be pressured on this. It's too important. They're an independent country. The Bush administration not only ordered them not to do it, and insisted on publicly humiliating them. It refused to allow high-level Israeli military officials to visit the United States. Their counterparts here wouldn't talk to them. They forced them to fire one of their main officials. They insisted on a public apology. And they really dragged him through the mud. And of course they agreed. What can they do? Israel can't face the United States. What was particularly interesting in this case was the reaction of the lobby. Try to find it. In fact, it was barely reported in the United States. The lobby was quiet. The Mearsheimer-Walt lobby, or the intellectuals, they were all quiet because they know better than to confront power. I mean, if you can go along with power, that's fine. Then you can be strident and outspoken and so on. But when you confront real power, they back off. And this is not the first time this has happened. It happened with Clinton. It's happened repeatedly in the past. So when you really run into conflicts, it's pretty clear who wins, and not surprising.
Just to wind up, let's talk about the Carter book in a review in The Nation by Henry Siegman. He says not the least of the ironies of the controversy generated by Carter's book, or by its title, is that on any day of the week there appear in virtually all major Israeli newspapers and in its other media far more extreme criticisms of the policies of various Israeli governments than one finds anywhere in the United States. Most of Israel's adversarial editorializing would not be accepted in the op-ed pages of America's leading newspapers. Is Siegman on target with that?
I think he's purposely exaggerating, but it's not every day and so on and so forth. But the basic point is correct. So take, say, the word apartheid, which drove people berserk. The Boston Globe editors had a bitter denunciation of it, and so on. You can read it in the editorials in Haaretz. You can read it in the reports of B'Tselem, the main Israeli human rights group. You can read it in commentaries by their leading analysts, people like Meron Ben-Venisti, have been using it for years. And it's kind of common coin, talking about exactly what Carter talked about, what's happening in the territories. Actually, that's an understatement, because it's also true to a non-trivial extent within Israel, but that's untouchable. Mm-hmm. So let's talk about you can read that in Israel too, but not here. However, just keeping to the territories, as Carter did, he's describing a system for which apartheid may be an understatement. And it's, yes, as Siegman said, it's common coin in Israeli discussion. Not that everyone agrees, but it's certainly debatable and discussable, and it's not considered outrageous to mention it. And that's not the only case. I mean, actually, Carter's book is relatively free of errors, but there are some. The most serious error in his book is that he buys uncritically the standard line here that Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982, which is the worst atrocity that they've carried out, and they've killed 20,000 people or so, that was a reaction to PLO attacks across the border. Okay, that's a standard line here. It's a total fabrication. The fact of the matter is that Israel was attempting to elicit PLO actions as an excuse for the invasion. There was a ceasefire that was in place, which the Palestinians observed. Israel didn't. It kept bombing and attacking and so on. When it couldn't elicit a pretext, it just bombed anyway, inventing a pretext. Carter repeats the party line here, and that's the most serious error in his book. But if you go back to the Israeli press, they were straight about it right at the time, right away. A couple of weeks after the invasion, Haaretz, the main newspaper, published an article by their leading specialist on the Palestinians, Yehoshua Porat, a scholar who's pretty conservative, incidentally, no dove, in which he pointed out that the reason for the invasion was that Palestinian offers of diplomacy and negotiation were becoming a real embarrassment. As he puts it, they were a veritable catastrophe for Israel. And in order to undercut them, it was necessary to destroy the PLO and to try to drive them back to terrorism, because that Israel would be happy with. They don't care about that. But calls for negotiations and diplomacy, that's a real threat. It was published in their main newspaper by their leading specialist on the Palestinians, no dove. And it was openly called a war for the West Bank. The highest political and military echelon were describing it that way. Well, Carter accepts the U.S. party line, and nobody's criticized him for that, which is the most serious error in the book. I went through it. There are a few minor errors, but that's the only really serious error. And it's a good example of what Siegman's talking about. Openly discussed in Israel, unstatable here, and a book that's taken to be critical of Israel repeats the absurd propaganda line.
Hey.
Still the smartest kid in school?
Yeah, kinda.
Mm-hmm. You remember anything that we worked on when I tutored you?
Yes. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, and all of our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle.
It's really good.